I don't. All right, guys. Oh shit! Wait.
What
All right,
happened?
now we get. What? Wait.
I'm not
All
seeing
right.
it.
All right, now it's fine. Now, guys, now you can hear me on YouTube. Fuck, I was talking all this time. I was giving shout outs and I was explaining what the fuck's happening. Anyways, guys, welcome to the show. Link in the description and link in the chat. How come I can hear myself? Yo,
I
yo.
can hear you. I hear you good.
Oh, it's because I have a head. I'm connected to my. Okay, whatever. I'm fucking an idiot. Okay. Anyways, guys, welcome to the show. Recognize, yes. Let's talk about Ryan Garcia. What's going on?
From the way I understand it, so his B sample basically confirmed the A sample. He tested positive for ostarine. You know, it's a banned substance. The way I understand ostarine, the amounts he has is called trace level amounts, meaning they don't really have an effect on you. But according to WADA, it's he was way above the limit, right? So this is where it gets a bit tricky, right? Whether or not they set a threshold, and if you pass that, you failed. But then he took a hair follicle test, and not this. I don't know if it's true or not, but according to his lawyers, he took a hair follicle test. He also took a nail test, and that's more of an accurate test to see how long you've been taking it.
Yeah.
And apparently that came up negative. So if you remember the Canelo situation,
Yeah.
Canelo did the hair test and it proved, and apparently it's not just them two. Several other athletes have done this before. In order to prove that you took a supplement that's on the ban list, uh, that there was some contamination, right? So in order for these, the way I understand, in order for these ostarine to work properly, you would have to take it longer than what it looks like. I'm going to say that what it looks like they found in his system. So if he was taking it for a longer time, it would have showed up in his hair follicle test, in his nail test. So that's what I know.
All right. So now what? Like, does that override the other test, the A/B samples and all that shit? Or
Well, I think what's going to happen here, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Ryan Garcia has one more. I think he has to prove that he got it from a supplement, right? Now I don't know how accurate that would be because I'm thinking to myself, man, I'll just do my own research and find out what supplements have ostarine if I wanted to, right? But it's not listed on the back of the ingredients. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And he's got the money to do that. I would do that. So I think he has that thing to go. And if he can't, the way I understand it, it would be that he would get fined and suspended, but it doesn't change the result because his use was not intentional. So in other words, it didn't give him any benefits in this victory to Devin Haney, which is obvious. You think that's the reason why he lost? That Devin Haney got beat up the way he did? Absolutely not. Devin Haney got beat up like that because he couldn't stop um, Ryan Garcia's left. He couldn't stop it, and
Right,
that's
from the
basically
get go, from the get go, it
yeah
was
from the
happening.
get
Yeah,
go. Yeah, yeah. So
that's a good.
that's that. That's what I understand. I don't. I hope this thing is just over with already. The only thing that I do like that it exposes testing, PED testing. It's a flawed system, and they do weaponize it 100%. I don't
Yeah,
care what side of the fence you on. This is a sign of weaponized testing. Why is all this stuff coming out to the forefront? Shouldn't you wait until? Shouldn't all this been public after everything was done? I'm just saying, right?
right. Yeah, that's the way it should be though, because you're innocent until proven guilty in a way. You know what I mean? So,
So it's weaponized drug testing, is what it is. That's what that is.
hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I know that whatever Ryan took or did, like that didn't. that wasn't the reason why he beat Devin Haney. Because we've been talking on this channel for a while now about the weaknesses of Devin Haney. And so that's why we weren't surprised at what we witnessed that day. And,
You remember that? You ever seen that show? It was on, I think it was the HBO. It was the HBO series. It was called Snowfall. It's about these gangsters out in LA back in the 80s and the 90s.
No, I never seen it.
All right. Well, there's a part where an uncle of the main character is in his car after some dude got beat up, and he stops before he takes off. He says, "Yeah, teach a man how to squabble." That's basically it. You know why Haney lost? He don't know how to fight.
Yeah.
Teach your boy how to squabble. He don't know how to fight. That's basically what it is.
Yo. What's up?
Don Madrazo. What's up?
What's up, you guys?
What's going on?
Hey, man, it doesn't fucking matter, dude, if they overturn this victory. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time before this motherfucker gets beat the fuck up again. And who's he going to blame after that? So
Well, you know, Don Madrazo, I was thinking about it. You know who they're going to blame? They're going to blame Ryan Garcia for destroying his career or something.
Oh, I mean, they're never going to stop blaming Ryan Garcia. And also, they're doing a really good job of reminding everyone how this motherfucker lost. Like, they're crying about it so goddamn much. And I just can't wait till he actually fights somebody like good. Like, let's say he fights somebody at the top level at 140 or 147, and this kid's just going to get demolished again. Worse. So they can cry all they want. I don't give a fuck. Brian's a clown, sure, but I don't. You know what? It's all so dumb, dude. They need to let it go already. Accept the loss. Move on with your career.
They're making me a Ryan fan. I don't know about you, Madrazo. They're making me. I do think he's kind of like a clown. You know, he's stupid in a lot of things he say.
You know what? Why isn't Haney just saying, you know what? Okay, we'll see where this testing goes and the results are, whatever. But I want an immediate rematch right now. Why doesn't he say that? I want an immediate rematch, making sure nobody cheats. Well, let's just do it again. He's not even saying that.
Pucho, you hit the nail on the head because I had this conversation with a friend of mine. I'm like, if this motherfucker was for real, this motherfucker would be acting like Miguel Cotto right now. He would be like, no mames, way. I get, like, he would want to fight again, like right away, an immediate rematch.
Right.
Testing, all that shit. But is he asking for a rematch? No, he's asking for a W. That's all he's asking for. He's asking for disqualification, and he's a total scam artist, dude. This guy's
right. He wants them to remove that loss and then just move on and go somewhere else with his career.
Which makes me believe that rumor that happened in Mexico to him early in his career. I'm really starting to believe that that's what happened.
Thank you. I am too, man. As soon as that got mentioned a while back, and I'm like, now I'm wondering, is that true? It's probably true. And hey, you know what? It's just a matter of time, you guys. This guy's been making a career of fighting smaller dudes with lower power, and they're still hurting him. It's just a matter of fucking time. This guy's limited time in boxing. Yeah, he's got a clock that's running out.
He can forget about moving up to welterweight.
Oh fuck, dude! I would venture to say that even what's his name, Danny Onis, will fuck him up.
Maybe, yeah.
Danny Onis will walk through all Devin Haney's punches, march forward, put the pressure on, and just demolish.
The only way he could beat these guys, Madrazo, is if he can manipulate the weight clauses. So in other words, make the other fighter follow the rules of the rehydration, like what happened with Regis Prograis.
Right.
And he comes over that. Over that. It sort of slips through. Dude, he's a complete fraud. And look,
I totally agree.
I'm not saying that I'm advocate cheating. Look, cheating to me is when you can do something and I can't, right? He clearly breaks the rules in the ring. And I'm tired of these people who act like they care about PEDs and clean sport. Stop your fucking lying. You're lying, bro. You don't care about it. You just mad because this dude, you Devin Haney fans, talked a lot of shit and he got washed up by a dude y'all deemed a clown.
Exactly. And hey, listen, I'm not a Ryan Garcia fan. I haven't been since I was a fan of his when he beat Luke Campbell, and I go, okay, this looks like this. If he's stuck on that trajectory, I would have no problem with Ryan Garcia. But ever since then, you get like, no, this guy's a fucking idiot. What the fuck is he doing? And I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm really sick of the fucking clout chasing and the fucking I'm gonna suck this guy's dick because I relate to him somehow. Like the fanboying is just it's gotta stop, man. I mean, we can appreciate fighters for what they do and how they do it in the ring, but after that, it's like, why am I writing with some fucking dude who doesn't care about, like, who doesn't know me? Like, he's not like my friend. He's not my cousin. He's not my brother. What the fuck is wrong with people, dude? Just because I'm saying this about Haney, it doesn't make me a fucking Ryan Garcia fan. Like, why do I have to be on one side or the other? The fuck's wrong with people?
Exactly. I mean, go ahead.
And when people ask you, but the bottom line is, did Ryan Garcia cheated? Did he cheat? Did he cheat? You just say simply, yeah, he got caught with a trace amount of ostarine that gave him no physical benefit.
Trace amount.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, but like you said, recognize, let's talk about cheating. How about the things that Devin Haney gets away in the ring? It's on video. We can replay it. We can show you this is fucking illegal. This is, the referee is not doing his job. But his fans, they just dismiss that shit.
Oh, the holding, the excessive holding, you mean? Like the fucking squeezing the ass cheeks? That's fucking, you can't dispute that at all. That is not, it's not legal to hold. When did clinching become part of a game plan? When clinching and holding becomes a part of your game plan, you're just relying on the
look, I don't.
It's right. Am I wrong here? Am I wrong for that?
No, you're 100% right. The dude is fucking breaking all the rules in the ring.
He's not the only one.
No,
I mean, you saw Fury doing it. You saw Fury do a 1-2, and then he would hug Usyk. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? You're a mountain of a man compared to this guy, and you're holding this. You're that afraid of this dude that you're holding?
Yeah, he was holding Kambosos. Like, I mean, Kambosos was much. This guy's a junior lightweight, and he has to hold him. And fuck, come on.
He's at an interim level. Kambosos. That's C level.
Yeah, I mean, he's a gatekeeper, man. He's not even he was a contender for 2 seconds, and I don't know because sure, he was a champion, but in my opinion, skill wise, he's a contender, and now he's moved down to a gatekeeper. That's what he is. I'm sorry, and Haney had
Why would you apologize for that? Everyone can clearly see that dude's been riding off of one knockdown in one fight.
Yeah, exactly.
He's been living off of that. He's been Hey, good for him though. You know what? He's got a nice family. He's on his money's going far.
I don't want to talk bad about the guy. I'm just saying, from what I've seen, skill wise, I'm sorry, I cannot say this guy's world level class boxer. Come on.
He hit the fucking lottery, dude. He has a mansion. He's got a Ferrari. He's like,
good for him.
Good for him. But you know what? Is that a win? An accomplishment? No. Is that a credible win? No, absolutely fucking not. No. It's just a matter of time. That's all I got to say.
It was a matter of time. That's the thing. Who else do we have in here? Okay, no, wait. Somebody can. All right. Guys in the chat, please hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. It really helps us out. And also don't forget to check out BDA's new documentary, Most Shocking Moments of All Time, Volume 1. Go check that out. Support the channel. All right. Let's keep on going here. Oh, yeah, we have someone here. We have Frank. Frank, welcome to the show. All right, I think he's getting ready here. So, yeah, that's what's happening with Ryan Garcia.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the Ryan? I just hopped in.
Yes.
What were you guys saying? He's guilty or not? Absolutely.
Well, I just gave you a rundown of what's being reported. Basically, his B sample came back the same as the A sample, and he took a hair and nail test according to his lawyer, and that came back negative. the hair. This is the way I understand it, right? So don't come shooting me if you find out some other information. I'm talking to the chat, right? If
Right.
it's true that the hair and the nail test is more proficient to see how long you've been taking it, and if he came back negative, then that proves contamination of some sort, probably a supplement. So that's what we understand to be true. In other words,
Yeah.
that if he was taking
Go
it,
ahead.
if he was taking it repetitive to get some type of advantage, it would show up in his hair and nail test. And I remind people, this is the same thing that cleared Canelo Alvarez with clenbuterol and other athletes in the past. They took hair and nail tests, and it showed that they weren't. If they were taking it long term, it would have showed up in their hair and nail tests. Is what I'm trying to say. So those guys got exonerated. So the same thing, if it's true, if all is true, the same thing should be in Ryan's case, right? Ryan should be exonerated from all this, if that's true.
Yep.
He should, but the thing about is the court of public opinion. All these people are using it for clout and content and saying he's a cheater. I mean, they were saying it before he popped dirty, right? They said he used the IV, which they have already thrown out. They said he came in 3 pounds overweight. That was cheating. It looks like what it is, a witch hunt. Remember, he was crazy. They were trying to say he shouldn't even fight. All these people, he shouldn't even fight. The athletic commission needs to check him. And it's like, bro, they were trying to. Yeah, and remember, I mean, part of it's his fault, but my opinion, if you heard me, I said he's trolling, he's selling the fight. It is what it is, right? But people take this shit and they run with it, and they say, "Oh man, people are giving me super chats. Oh my god!" So they're gonna run with this BS, and they're gonna try to pull anything they can off the internet to make Ryan look guilty. But like Reckon I said, look, man, here's my opinion. If Ryan maintains his innocence, the whole thing doesn't make sense that he would sign up for testing only to pop dirty. If that sounds naive or too simple, then sue me.
No, it doesn't. I agree with you. I mean, it is the voluntary VADA. That's what it is. And he did get tested rigorously because they thought he was doing cocaine or other substances.
That's the other. Yes, that's another.
They were worried
thing,
about him. They were worried about him, and he knew that, and he played along with the whole fucking thing. And he was one of the most tested fighters before the fight, leading up to the fight. So the window in which time he did, even if he packed a syringe, I've said it before, even if he packed a syringe from the last test on the 15th to the 20th on the night of the fight, it wouldn't have helped him at all because it doesn't. The PEDs don't work that way. But I will say this: that even if you're above, they keep saying. What's funny to me? They keep saying, "Oh, he was 60 times over the limit," and that just means he was 6 nanograms compared to the 0.1 allowable dosage, which is 0.1 nanograms. So if you multiply that by 60, it's 6 nanograms, which is below a milligram still. It's a trace amount, and it's funny to me. But people are going to keep writing on that narrative, keep doing that, keep reminding everybody.
Oh, we know why. We know why.
Yeah, they're going to keep. Team Haney's going to keep reminding us of how he lost. And
well, Ryan cheated. He didn't lose. Ryan cheated.
No.
I was going to be the 8 here. BK, you want to jump in?
Yeah, thanks. But all I want to say about this thing is now I'm reading conflicting reports on Twitter. I mean, so we take it with a grain of salt, but there's people saying that, well, if he takes a hair test, it won't prove or help his cause, Ryan Garcia's cause, because Osterine is a different type of PED, so it won't show up in the hair sample. But then there's somebody pulled up a video from, I think it was Victor Conte, who said, well, if he was using Osterine for PED's purposes, to enhance his performance, then yes, it should show up because of the amount that he's been taking. So it should show up. So the hair follicle test might indeed prove that he didn't take it, but it's the fact that it still showed up in the urine test in terms of how the commission is going to judge it along with VADA or with VADA's input. He still has to prove that it was inadvertent use. But my thing,
I recognize that. Yeah.
Okay. Just wants to clear that up. So
yeah.
my thing about it is, when it comes to the cheating, I think this is a good time to show and to really, it's an opportunity to start making progress in boxing and restricting certain things, because the people started talking about on Twitter too, posting these videos from, I think it was a California commission, who are now considering banning people who weigh in more than 20 pounds the day after the fight. In other words, who rehydrate up to more than 20 pounds, to forbid them from doing so. In other words, if a guy weighs more than 20 pounds on fight night, fights off. Because now they're admitting that it's dangerous, because and that these arguments from laymen and casual fans doesn't hold up to court, doesn't hold any water. You know, the argument is, well, both guys weigh in at the same day, and you know the other guy can rehydrate as much as he wants to as well. But as we've counter-argued, if you have a guy like Lomachenko, who's got a smaller frame, he can only rehydrate up to 100. You know, he weighs in on 135, he'll rehydrate up to 144. Whereas he's fighting a guy Haney who's weighing in at 165. So that's unfair right there. And these people are admitting that in the commissions. That's why they're considering putting a ban on all of this. So it's interesting that we've been railing, and not just us, but other people as well, have been railing against these weight bullying tactics. And they're admitting that the commissioners are admitting that, yeah, it makes a difference enough that they're considering now banning that. So these people that were going around saying there's no such thing as weight bullying, blah, 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 you're wrong. The commission's siding with us.
Right.
They're considering this.
You're right. It's a concern.
It's a concern, absolutely. And it just goes to show that when it comes to cheating, it has to be, that's why I've always been adamant about being a stickler for the rules in terms of boxing. Because if you allow an inch, you give up a mile. In other words, with clinching, people go, oh yeah, but clinching is not as bad as an elbow or as a headbutt. Yeah, we can agree that it's one clinch does not equal a headbutt, which might open a cut, which might cause a concussion, whatever. Yeah, we can agree with that. But it's still a forbidden tactic. It's still against the rules. You don't go, you know, in the justice system, you go, well, you know, a punch, it's not a, you know, it's not a stab, so we're not going to put him in jail. No, you still have to penalize a person. And in boxing, there's no degree of, well, sometimes the referee can take away 2 points if the foul is flagrant enough, but the point remains that you're supposed to take a single point for any infraction. It's not commensurate with the degree of the rule breaking. Oh, that's what I'm saying. You don't go, you know. Yeah, I can hear myself there in the background. So it's one foul equals 1 point deduction. Usually, it's the same across the board. So that's why we've been saying we have to really clamp down on the clinching and any other type of rule breaking. Because my argument is this: if you want to make boxing great again, if you want to get it to be aesthetically pleasing, you have to enforce the rules. Allowing clinching, elbowing, headbutting, stalling, which means excessive movement, which I agree, it's difficult to quantify. How do you quantify what's excessive, what isn't? I don't know how, but I know for a fact boxing fans know what excessive movement is when we see it. So we have to establish, and the commissions really have to be adamant about this too. They have to establish a certain metric for what excessive movement is. Because let me tell you, this all ruins the aesthetic potential of a boxing match. If you want boxing again, if you want boxing to be successful and rival the UFC and MMA, you have to enforce the rules because it waters down our sport. So across the board, whether it's cheating, rehydration clause, weight bullying, clinching, you have to enforce the rules. No ifs and buts about it.
Yeah,
Hey,
I think
PDA, what do you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say real quick. I've always said it should be something similar to what you see in basketball, right? With the traveling rule. If a guy takes more than 3 steps without throwing a punch, it's technically running.
Yeah, they should do something like that. Seriously, and I was just gonna say, boxing managers and promoters, they should be pushing for what you're saying, BDA, to crack down on this excessive clinching. I mean, if they want to make money, then they should really try to enforce the rules. You know, clinching is illegal.
Can I comment? Can I comment on that? So, I mean, yeah, there's a point there when it's excessive, but am I the only one who's, you know, admitting to the fact when we saw Fury versus Wilder 2 and 3, it was pure genius how Fury was leaning on Wilder, and it was an amazing strategy. And it was it was
cheating, bro.
That's not clinching. I mean, that was like just both of them were just coming to get clashing together basically, and just obviously Fury was taking advantage of it, but it's not. That's not comparable, I would say, to like what Devin Haney did to Kambosos.
I will say this, so I will say
His
this.
arms and hold him like.
I will
Yeah.
say this though, there was clinching from both guys, but could it have been done? Could that fight have looked better? Absolutely. If the referee would have said both guys stop clinching, I still think Fury we could have beaten him on the. I mean, not I'm saying that he could have, but I'm saying we would have seen whether he could have beaten him on the inside, because the tactic was get past the right hand, and once you're past that right hand, Wilder's ineffective on the inside. Reminds me of, who did it clean? Julio Cesar Chavez against Edwin Rosario. He got past that monster right hand, and he just beat him up on the inside. So he wasn't clinching. He wasn't holding Rosario and smothering him. So it can be done cleanly. So yeah, heavyweights, when they're past 250 pounds, of course you're going to be seeing more clinching. Like Bucho said, these guys clash, and then they just grab onto each other. I mean, I guess the heavyweights, the referees, who already allow clinching, by the way, they give them even more leeway. But I think it still should be clamped down a little bit. At least in the heavyweights, allow them maybe a little room for that, because it's inevitable. It's physics. These guys are giants, but still try to enforce it.
I mean, a lot of it has to do with the referee too. But honestly, when I was seeing Fury, lean on Wilder, he was getting him in a headlock, uppercutting him constantly. I'm like, if you can get away with that, listen, it's a fight. And you do whatever you can, as much as you can, until the referee takes points off and until the referee stops you. You do whatever you can to win. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's the way of looking at it. Then, so then we can blame the referee for not doing his job. Then,
but that's what he said. I think that's the point. Is that it's effective, but it's not aesthetically pleasing to the fans. It makes the fans go. And I'll give you an example. I don't know if you guys seen Satillion versus Norman, which is a very good example. Yeah, Norman beat him down, but Norman was cheating. He was elbowing. He was, and Tim Bradley tried to say, "Oh no, he's framing," but he had his hand out and he was literally pushing off, and the ref did nothing to enforce these dirty tactics. Is what they were. They were just absolutely, and Santillion was not allowed to work on the inside, which hurt him.
I want to say this too. I mean, boxing is not a sport akin to basketball, baseball, soccer. It's a combat sport, but it's still a sport. It's not a fight, meaning you can't just go in there and start. Hey, it's in a street fight. Yeah, you do what you have to. There's no rules, but in boxing there are rules, and that's the big problem when people say, "Well, it's up to the referee." I mean, which I agree, it's up to the referee. But then what do you do? Referee fails to enforce the rules. I'll give you an example. When Benavidez fought Caleb Plant, when things started getting hot, Caleb Plant started clinching a lot. So David Benavidez started using his forearm to push Caleb Plant away. The referee started warning him, and he didn't warn Caleb Plant about the clinch. So when you have an incompetent or corrupt referee, what are you supposed to do? That's why I say we, the people, the fans, we are one of the lines of defenses to point out this behavior, because if the referee won't do it and the judges don't say anything and the commissioners don't do anything about it, and then the writers don't do anything about it, it's up to us to talk about it. So when people go, "Oh, you're crying, you're making excuses," you can call it whatever you want, but we're pointing it out, and we're not going to stop, because then the sport gets diluted. And then people wonder, "Oh, why is boxing no longer as popular as it used to be?" Well, what do you think? Why do you think the fights suck? Because the referees allow these people to get away with murder, and it's unacceptable.
There's always going to be a subjective element involved in boxing, especially when you go to the cards. You've got three human beings, which could be bought off, who are judging the fight. And just like you saw versus Fury versus Usyk, there was a card in favor of Fury. I mean, come on. That's a joke. So there's always going to be a subjective element, and the ref is always going to be one of those subjective factors, unfortunately, because it's a human judged game. Until you can get that element of replay that they have in tennis and whatnot, and apply that via AI and whatnot to boxing, which I think is far away, you're always going to have a human subjective element, I think.
I agree, Jack. I agree, but that doesn't. I'm not saying that you're saying this, but what I'm saying is that shouldn't stop us from continuing to have high standards. In other words, like the police officers. People say that when a police officer fucks up, they go, "Well, he's only human, blah, blah, blah." And okay, yeah, but we should have high standards for police officers. That, hey, you're supposed to be cool, calm under pressure. If you hear an acorn hitting the floor, the street, and you start shooting at the suspect because you thought it was a gunshot, I'm sorry, you shouldn't be a police officer. It's the same thing with some of these referees and judges. If you're fucking up that bad, they should get fired, but some of these people don't.
Mr. BDA, I disagree. I think cops have very low standards of expectation, and they get away with everything.
I know. But what I'm saying is, but you understood. You understood what I'm saying. That we should, that the standard should be high, and it's the same thing with judges, commissioners, and in boxing. It's we don't want these incompetents who, listen. When the majority of boxing fans, educated boxing fans, know that one guy, that the referee fucked up and that he didn't enforce the rules.
Good luck.
Are you telling me the judge should know that? Or a judge, when a judge gets the decision so badly, and then I remember when Haney Lomachenko happened, people were well, the judges are professionals. Do they know better than the people? Do they really? Because I remember that judge who gave Joshua the win in the rematch against Usyk. Remember that one judge? And then they interviewed him after the fight. They caught up to him and they said, "Hey, how did you score that fight for Joshua?" And the guy started mumbling and stuttering. You'd have to talk to my supervisor. And then the supervisor comes along. He goes, "Well, what's?" And so I mean, it's embarrassing. These guys don't know shit. I mean, come on. You don't have to you don't have to go to medical school, or it's not rocket science. They're not. These guys aren't.
I gotta read some super chats here before I forget. Rafael Garza, thank you for your super chat. He says, "I suspect the Haney's bet money on the fight. Well, Haney's little brother, the prophet, prophesied that dirty test days before the Haney's bet the farm." All right, who's his little brother?
He came out on a video a couple of days later saying he had a vision from Allah while he was on the prayer rug. No, seriously. He had a vision on the prayer rug that Ryan was going to test dirty. He said, I don't want to make no excuses, but I just keep getting that in my head is going to happen.
The Haney's bet on Garcia.
And that was a couple days before they exposed Ryan for testing dirty. He was the first one to know about it.
They didn't bet on Garcia, I guess. All right. Sean Anthony, thank you for that super chat. He said, "Dirty, just like that Ukrainian with Vaquero." Okay, he's saying it was a robbery. I don't know. Thank you for that super chat. Dark Hado, thank you for. Oh yeah, Dark Hado gifted 5 boxing memberships to OG Blaze, Jump Tube, Eric Rosas, and Bautista Diablo, and yeah, that's and Jose Severino. So yeah, thank you for that, Dark Hado. Really appreciate your support, man. Spreading the BDA gospel.
Shout out to Dark Hado. Appreciate it, man. The army is growing.
Yeah.
Hey, BDA, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it the promoters who pay the refs?
Yeah,
Who pays the ref? It's the commission.
It's the commission.
The commission.
The commission. No, but they.
The commission?
Yeah, but.
Yeah,
No,
but
I remember reading about
the promoters have to pay for like everything. The judges, refs, everything, and the ambulance. They have to have an ambulance running outside, like literally with the engine on, running, and they have to pay for all that shit. And the commission doesn't pay for shit.
I heard that the promoters could do a petition for a ref.
Yeah,
I thought they had control over who gets to
I
ref
don't know
the
about
fight.
Yeah, basically. I mean, let's be real here. You make it seem like they're not gonna petition their guy. You know what I mean?
No, of course.
Recommend.
I'm just kind of like, how many advantages does a big promotion need? Just fucked up.
Yeah, the judges and all that. Obviously, the people they're employed by the commission, the state commission. But
right.
I do remember hearing about how the promoters do. I mean, they do have a say. I mean, you've seen cases where people go, they contest the selection of a certain official, whatever. But also, I mean, they used to talk about this with Don King, where the judges knew which side of their bread was buttered. If they were favorable to Don King, he would push for them to keep on getting bigger assignments.
So there's a guy I know. There's a guy I know that's a promoter and a lawyer, and he says that. He's talking about California. I don't know how it works in Nevada or any other state, but he says that the promoter's responsible for pretty much everything that happens. Like he's responsible for like I said, the medics that are there, the refs, everybody. And I was like, why is that possible? Like, well, the promoter's putting on the event, but I guess that they're subcontracted through the commission or any of these other people. So it's very strange. Like, I guess what Amick was saying, like, you can petition to get whoever you want.
Well, I mean, I heard it from a former ref from a different podcast. That's what he said. So
I mean, there should be. This is one thing I agree with Teddy Atlas on. At least one thing is that he's advocating for a regulation, like a league. you know, like something that oversees how things happen. So you can't, promoters have no say in who's judging and who's roughing. And I agree with that. I agree with that totally.
The promoter can suggest certain referees, but they have to be licensed with that particular state. Like there's certain referees you'll only do Texas bouts, Nevada bouts, and then there's the guys like, you know what I mean, like Richard Steele was so good, like he was licensed almost every state, you know, back in the day. The good refs usually rise to the top, but there is true, like the referee, the promoter, and again,
I
it's always
Jimmy.
No, I'm just telling you how it goes. Like when you're
I'm saying, well, you said the good reps always rise.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I disagree with that part, but the rest I agree with.
Yeah, I hear you there. No, but what you say if you're a promoter, like that's where another thing comes in where it's not kind of fair, because obviously the promoter, the reason why promoters, it's very seldom you see new promotion, right? Everybody would like to see more new bloodline, you know, more. It's just it's hard to get. First off, nobody welcomes you in. Nobody tries to work with you. And when you're a low-scale promoter, you try to get a ref that you want. Nope, he's busy. He's already working on that night. Top Rank has the thing in Nevada that night. So you'll see a lot of the small-time promoters fighting in Florida, fighting in Georgia, fighting in states where they don't have to compete with Top Rank and whatnot, you know, and especially for the good refs. But there is some good young refs supposed to be coming up. I think we need more boxers. They have to, I don't know if they have to pay them more, but I like to see more ex-fighters become referees because they're going to know the stuff more, opposed to some dude who's never thrown a punch in anger in his life. You know what I mean? But that's just my take.
Well, that's a good point, man. Because in the old days, you used to have guest referees, ex-fighters. Now, not all of them did a good job. Some of these guys were good fighters, but incompetent as officials. But for the most part, yeah, why not start trying little by little to dabble? I mean, first of all, I don't know if any of these guys want to do it, but they don't have to be world-class, you know, former champions. They could just be former pugs who at least know how to watch a fight or score a fight. Right? Because some of these guys, and also not for nothing, but maybe an age gap. Because some of these guys are about 90 years old and they're judging a fight. You're thinking, hey, man.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. Come on. These guys can even see.
I agree, because some of them seem like they're lost in their job. Like they're like thinking to themselves, did I leave the pot on? And they're
meanwhile, you expect these old guys to be awake? You expect these old guys to be awake when we can hardly stay up until the main event sometimes?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Imagine if Biden was a referee. Just think of it like that. I
mean, now, a lot of them are intimidated too. Like you'll just notice just by it is what it is. Canelo's not going to get fucked with by referees as much because who he is. It is human nature. The bigger the star, the less apt fight. I noticed refs today to give him a hard time. I'm not saying that Canelo's some dirty guy. I'm just saying they get starstruck a little bit too sometimes. And they know who the house fighter is. And the thing is, okay, what will happen is if you, like the promoter can't say, I'm having him and it's not up to promote, the sanction body. But if the promoter says, hey, is he available for that night? The sanction body can say yes. And in that way, when you start always leaning towards the house fighter, then next thing you know, that same house is suggesting your name. And again, it's all fucked up. But the main thing, all this is never going to change until there's a unified commission. As long as you have 50 fucking commissions in the country, it's going to be so hard to get any kind of unilateral laws and things in place.
I wonder
may I also say that not only my argument about all this was to enforce the rules in order to make the sport more aesthetically pleasing and thus heighten its success. But I also want to say, obviously, the rules should also be applied to protect the fighters. That's why they're there as well, not only to make the contest more fun to watch, but also to protect the fighters. And here, that's the other problem with the corruption is you get these bums that rise to the top because they're ass kissers or because of nepotism. I mean, for a long time, Arthur Mercanti Sr. was considered one of the best referees. And then his son pops up, Arthur Mercanti Jr., and under his watch, he allowed Pernell Whitaker to tee off on the Osbelis Hurtado, who was hung up on the ropes, and fucking Whitaker was just teeing off on the guy. Mercanti Jr. also got punched several times in the face because he was too close to the action. Like he wanted to catch a whiff of the sweat or something. I don't know what he's into. And then there was another time where he actually tried to separate fighters. He jumps in between them and they were already turning around to leave to their corner. So this guy just jumped into thin air and fell face first into the canvas like a fucking idiot, like a lummox. And on top of that, a fighter died on his watch. So yeah, I understand sometimes fighters die. It's the referees, that's out of his control. But when you have so many things happen under one referee's watch, you start thinking, wait a minute, and then you see who his father was, and you go, or like the Texas.
Yeah, but that happens everywhere. You could say, right? Like
no.
The son of the fucking yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But also another example, Lawrence Cole, who's the father used to be the Texas commissioner, and this guy used to get. Remember when he told Marcus, "You're ahead on the cards." After a headbutt.
Yeah.
Why is he telling the fighter that he's ahead on the court? He's not supposed to be doing that. So, yeah, man, nepotism, man, it's one of those things. Corruption, they has to be clamped down on.
Well, like Jimmy said, so they need a national commission. Is that even possible? Is there even a will to do that?
Well, I mean,
push for that. You know, the promoters even want this? Probably not, because they won't manipulate it.
The U.S. government it's a monolithic institution that's highly incompetent in a lot of degrees, in a lot of aspects. So you're going to ask them to take care of it? I mean, that's the other...
If you look at the Ali Act, right, it establishes oversight, I think, of the alphabets, but there's no mention of state commissions.
Huh.
Yeah, what you would have to do, I mean, I've thought about this a long time, but what you would have to do is have elections every 2 years, and you would allow you to still continue to have your individual state commissions, but you could have appeals. Like if there's a certain thing it has to be all one unified rules, and you can make appeals to the commission above everybody, and that position is voted on by all the commissioners in the individual states. So it'd be very hard to, like, you know what I mean? You would have to have, you can't install people for decades. That just breeds contentment. That breeds fucking all kinds of problems. So you need high turnover.
Jimmy, do we need government intervention?
That's, believe it or not, dude, that's a couple times the government almost has had to step in to, like, straighten out boxing. They did with the mob to get them out of it. That people can argue whether that actually made it worse. But they did it with Marvin Hagler, when he was being purposely froze out. They stepped in to say, and all they did is say, we're going to have a Senate hearing. We're going to call people in front of the Senate. And they would have had to either sit there and go, I plead the fifth on every question, or get their ass hung up. And that was enough to scare them into changing shit. Okay, yep, you got your next title shot.
Yeah, okay.
Look, the FBI offered me a deal. They said, Marco Collier on this, Marco Collier on that. And I said, yeah, sure, whatever.
Mr. BDA, may I ask, who's that person in the back of the courtroom?
I like that's his defense. Yeah, sure, why not? In front of Congress.
All right, guys. Let's move on to another topic here. What else can we talk about? PDA this Saturday. Do we have anything special? No. Huh?
We have Canelo versus Josh Taylor, the rematch.
Oh, yeah.
And let me tell you, I'm curious to hear what other people have to say. That Taylor hasn't fought since last year. Meanwhile, Canelo has had 2 fights. He had 2 fights in 2023. So I don't know. What do you guys think?
Taylor's getting knocked out. Taylor's getting knocked out.
I've seen a few rounds in one of them, and he looked like dog shit.
Yeah, and I was listening to that 3 knockdown rule, and Steve Kim he mentioned that how funny it is, basically, that, remember some people were saying that Josh Taylor actually could give Terence Crawford a good fight? That they were saying 2 years ago. And I was saying that, I was saying that, I'm not gonna lie. But, things change in boxing, like Mario Lopez said. They can change pretty quickly. And yeah, Josh Taylor seems to be fucking done.
He aged overnight. I think on the Catterall fight, after he, won that, and it was obviously a robbery. After that, it was just, I think he looked in the mirror and he knew that, he was done. And, when he fought Lopez, he almost got KO'd. So yeah, he's
Could he be trying to make 140 though? That guy looks pretty big for 140. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh no, I was going to say his style is conducive. He needs to fight a lot. He needs to 5-6 times a year to keep up his. Because if you look at it, when he became big, it was right after he came out of the prospect stage, and he was fighting 3 or 4 times a year. And then he got his titles, and then he openly said, that was when I came on the podcast to say, he's never going to be the same. Once you become all right with fighting once a year, you should be furious. when you're a professional fighter. You look like, I was going over some stuff the other day, like De La Hoya, after he became champion. Do you know he fought like 5 times in one calendar year? Like fucking great fucking
Nasty.
too.
Yeah.
Like 5 times in 1 year. And like he said, I was the best year, and I was the best I ever was because I was always in shape. I was always in fighting shape.
Jimmy, remember Chavez?
Time is bad for boxers. What's that, Bucho?
Yeah, Chavez used to fight constantly, and sometimes he even fought basically what some people call cab drivers. But they still kept him busy, though. Those type of fights that he took. So
Absolutely. So did the black middleweight, who was a great defensive fighter. His name slips my mind in the 90s. A real great defensive fighter. He would fight on HBO and then go fight on an off TV show. Like, we're not even on television. Didn't even give a shit. 10-rounder. Because he wanted to stay sharp. Especially guys who like keep on the. Oh yeah, no. I mean, Hagler. I remember going to his fights as a little kid, and at the end, a lot of fighters would do this to promote their next show. They would grab the mic at the end when they would say, blah blah blah. You'd say, "Hey, listen, I'll see all you guys in 6 weeks at the Boston Garden." Like 6 weeks. He's got another fight in 6 weeks after just having a fucking bloodbath with somebody.
Right.
So that's why
I looked at Hagler's box rec a while back, a long time ago, because I was specifically looking for that activity. He used to fight August and then September. You'd see a month apart he was fighting. Now, of course, he wasn't fighting, a world-class guys back-to-back month after month, but it was, the 80s and the late 70s wasn't that far off from the 50s when that type of stuff was common, when you would have 6-7 fights, 4 of those were high class, and then the other ones were just stay busy bouts. But some of the time, you would have one fight, then a month later you have a tune-up, then a month and a half later, boom, you'd be back in there with a world-class guy. I mean, yeah, it takes a toll on the body, but at the same time, now we're starting to find out that it's less of a toll than staying inactive for a year. And again, this is the point to make. Some of these guys are sparring, so they think they're staying sharp. But at the same time, if they're sparring very hard, that takes its toll too. Because these guys fall in love with the headgear. They think they're safe. So they stay in the pocket, they do the rope-a-dope, they take punches. That stuff that can wear you down too.
Well, sometimes they lose hunger because it's the same repetitive thing every fucking day.
Yeah, I don't think we have the talent pool we did back then.
Oh God, no.
For sure. That's for sure.
It's nowhere near as deep. Nowhere near as deep. I mean, just be honest. Would Rolly Romero ever be a world champion in the 1980s at 140 pounds?
Also, Jimmy, we have too many belts. Let's be honest. You had one belt, two
of course.
belts.
I mean, Jimmy, we still had Kenny Shameless there.
Kenny Shameless?
Kenny Bayless.
Yeah.
Kenny Bayless. Oh yeah. Kenny Shameless, exactly.
Big booty.
Yeah,
Bayless.
he's the one who lost Ramirez that fight against Taylor, without a doubt, with his inconsistency. In a referee, I have no problem with smaller referees or older referees if they're still sharp, because a good referee should never have to physically touch a fighter. If you get a hold of these guys early and they know you're no nonsense, they'll listen to you. Remember the old guy, the judge, Miles? He was a little dude. He would fucking walk up to
Mills
Lane. Yeah, dude. He'd look up.
Yeah.
He'd be up to the tits, up to the nipple on heavyweights. I ain't fucking around. Next one's a toy.
Separate them. He'd be able to separate them and everything. Yep. He had presence, even though he was small. And guys, remember that show Judge Mills thing? That was funny. All right, guys, let me just read a super chat here with a sizable donation of $50. Don Robo Crip. He says, Ryan makes the fight others are afraid of, and it's highly entertaining. Certain fans are just grasping at straws, disregarding all the other tests and a low amount of ostarine that is consistent with exposure. Yeah, fuck them. 100% Ryan runs the show. Money man. Hashtag money man. All right, so we have a Ryan Garcia, and I agree 100% with you.
Well, can I just say something about, shout out to Don Robocrip for his contribution, Don Robocrip. I think that's Josh, by the way. Shout out to him. I hadn't seen him in a while. I really appreciate it. I just want to touch back on the Josh Taylor, and then obviously we'll circumvent back to what Don Robocrip said. In terms of the Josh Taylor thing, Jimmy, we were discussing once about Josh Taylor, because he was pound for pound but at the same time, he wasn't dominant pound for. So we were trying to articulate what exactly he was or characterize him. And Jimmy said, if you look at Josh Taylor, yeah, his resume is pound for pound, but then you ask the question, who did he dominate? And you go, you know what? That's true. He didn't dominate Victor Postal. He didn't dominate Baranchik. He didn't dominate Jose Ramirez. I mean, actually, I do think he won clearly, but it wasn't total dominance. He didn't school him. He didn't dominate Regis Prograis. So it's almost like, yeah, he was pound for pound by virtue of his resume. The guy beat everybody. But then you look at how he beat him, and you're like, it was always very, very close fights. And then I think the decline actually started in the Jose Ramirez fight, because he started looking a little flat in there, and he had to hold a lot in the last 4 rounds. So that's when I said, okay, back in those days, I was thinking Jose Ramirez is one of the best junior welterweights. He's a very good combo puncher, come forward. It was difficult to gauge. But after the Cadwell fight, that's when I said, yeah, this guy's losing a step. And it makes me want to ask the question, did Teofimo Lopez really beat real Josh Taylor? I know some people are going to say, don't make excuses for Taylor, blah, blah, blah. But I'm asking, hey, some fighters do decline. Did Teofimo Lopez beat the best Josh Taylor?
Yeah, I did.
I don't think so.
No, man. You can't tell me that. All right, fair enough. Let's say Teofimo Lopez is better than Josh Taylor. He's not that much better than Josh Taylor. You know what I mean? Like, the gap just looked immense. It's just there's something was wrong with Josh Taylor, I have to say.
Well, let me find you.
I think that was age related, to be honest. Taylor was markedly slower, and with just everything, getting to the punch, she was just slower and just inferior in terms of just reflexes. I mean, Lopez was just on another level.
Well, I'll say, what's up, BDA? What's up, Bucho? What's up, Jimmy?
What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
I'm recognizing this bitch too. Yeah. What's up, everybody? I was gonna say though, we'll see.
Yeah, you need to mute your mic. I think it's Jack. All right, go ahead.
He was Somers.
Oh,
What happened?
I don't know.
You cut off Somers. You're on your phone again, man. Disrespectful.
Nah, bro.
Highly
I'm
disrespectful.
really not. What the fuck?
You cut off then. I don't know what it was then.
No, somebody had like background noise though. Anyways.
I will see how it looks against Catterall, bro. That's what I'm gonna say.
Well, can I say this, man? Because in the Lopez fight, people go, Lopez schooled him. I agree, he schooled him, but I've rewatched that fight a number of times. It wasn't until after round 6 that Teofimo Lopez started looking like the Honduran Roy Jones. Before that, it was actually quite competitive. I thought Josh Taylor won a couple of those early rounds. So
really?
then he said, well, it's difficult to take at face value what Taylor says, because he said, no excuses, but the weight. So you got to go, okay, he's saying that because he wants to justify his loss, or he wants to pad it a little bit. But it could be, it's true, man. I mean, a guy that frame, he's 5 feet 10 inches tall. He's making 140. He's been doing it for years. Then you take the inactivity, it had to have impacted him negatively in some way.
In the chat, Sergeant says Taylor looks anorexic. I mean, he looks like he's big for a junior welterweight. I'll tell you that.
But you know what, though? Hey, in terms of rooting for the guy, I don't feel bad for the guy at all, man, because he's a fucking
yeah.
He's an ass.
Every time in the pre-fight press conferences and all that shit, this guy is always picking a fight with somebody.
Yeah, so I don't feel bad for him at all, man. Hey, he wants to keep making 140 because he thinks it gives him an advantage. At some point, weight bullying is ineffective when you're really killing yourself and you're past 30. I mean, you can get away with it when you're Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, in your 20s. When you're in your 30s, at some point that actually becomes counter.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think Taylor is a man without a division. Man. He gets washed at 47, and there's Matias at 40, so he's got nowhere to go.
If I was at 147, man, fuck that, man. At least he'll be a little bit more comfortable. How good he will be at 147, I don't know. At this point, who knows, man? Maybe he fucked up his body already. I don't know.
Maybe he can get a Ryan Garcia fight at 147.
I thought he was ranked at 154.
It's not just the weight. What's up, guys?
I was looking at
NPR. How you guys doing?
Oh, NPR.
How you doing?
It's not just the weight for Taylor. He's got a style that's no good for a long career because he fights on the inside from the open stance. Guys that are fighting for hand position on the outside, and throw a lot less punches as a southpaw. But what happens is he was in wars his whole career, and so he eventually your body can't handle that kind of pressure anymore that you put on it, because he's always on the inside of the foot. Take a look at the Regis Prograis fight, and he's fighting on the inside constantly. So he's taking a lot of damage coming the other way.
That's true. That style. I mean, you're right. What do you guys think? I think it makes sense too, though.
Yeah.
It's a warrior style, man. And he's a big junior welterweight, and I don't think he was using his size advantage correctly. You're getting into fucking wars and on the inside and all that shit.
You mean like Maurice Hooker when he was like a lengthy guy and he was fighting in the inside, like if he was a short guy with T-Rex arms?
Yeah, but he had less skills, man. Fuck.
Hey, speaking of 140, is anybody taking Pyro against Matias?
Oh, I think Matias is the real deal.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Oh shit! We're ending the show. That's it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, end it, Bochop.
All right, what's up, Gypsy?
I just said hi. That's it. I'm saying you guys keep talking.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you can say bye and then you can say goodbye. No, I'm kidding. Now,
He's not kidding.
No, hey,
shut up, everybody.
Half kidding. He's half kidding.
The Josh Taylor thing is, yeah, it's true. This guy used to he's an inside guy. You know, if you're going to move him up to 147, start him off small. Put him in there against a guy you know he could probably beat, like a Mario Barrios type guy, if they could get him. Which, by the way, the PBC, they're letting a lot of their fighters go fight on other platforms. So Rick Glacier recently tweeted out that they're trying to find a new deal, a new investor, and they can't find it. And that if they don't find it soon, it's they're in bigger trouble than they've been in the past year. But anyway, yeah, if Josh Taylor can get himself one of those dudes, or maybe even, if he wants to risk it, get in there with a guy like, what's his name, Ramos, who's a big puncher, but limited in skill set. So that's a guy that he could beat, although he would have some tricky points in that fight, or some tricky times because of Ramos's power. But yeah, Josh Taylor, he needs to move up, man, because he's 100. What does he think is going to happen at 140? He's going to get a rematch with Lopez? I mean, it ain't going to happen, man. Just move up already.
Haney. If he loses, the battle of the two losers. Haney. Him and Haney. I'm not kidding. That would be.
No, of course, but you know what's going to happen, right? Like now I'm thinking. I'm thinking topics here, but if you're Haney's manager, promoter, his father, whoever, what's the plan here for his career? What would be his next fight?
It would have to be somebody low level at
one. They said they're going to fight Sandor Martin next.
Oh, that's right.
And that's a terrible fight. I think that's a terrible fight.
Snooze. That's going to be a
snooze. What if Sandor Martin outboxes him?
You know what they're going to try to do?
That's going to be boring. It's going to be boring, dude. They better not pay-per-view that shit, because I'm going to boycott. I'm not going to watch that shit.
Isn't Adrian Broner at 147?
He's some king.
Oh, dude.
Here's the modus operandi for
poor mutt.
the Haney's.
That's a poor mutt for you right there.
Hey, when you're with Don King, man, it's over, man. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, here's what the Haney's always do. They're always on the lookout for a guy that's a top dude or who's coming off a bad performance. They did it to Lomachenko to a certain extent because he looked human against Ortiz. They did it to Prograis after he looked awful and arguably lost against Zorrilla. They're going to try to do the same thing here because they need to. It's all about, remember this before. You mentioned this before. Hold on. You mentioned this before, but it's about the image with the Haney's. It's about the O. It's always about smokes and mirrors, maintaining an image that this guy's the next Floyd Mayweather. And right now, that took a big hit. Even if Ryan Garcia tests positive, whatever, people still, in the mind of people, this guy got whooped by a C-level fighter. His quote, by the way, he called Ryan Garcia a C-level fighter. So if you're fighting a C-level fighter, if you're Floyd Mayweather Jr. and you're fighting a C-level fighter who's on the juice, whatever PD you want to say, that guy's not being Floyd Mayweather. So
right, yeah. So if you have a C-level fighter, he takes 0.0 something Osterine, whatever that shit is, and he's able to beat Devin Haney. Is that how it works?
Exactly. So that's the image that Haney has now. So to answer your question, what does he do? Like, he has to find himself a guy who is on maybe like a Gary Antoine Russell, who has speed, he has power, but he's been inactive for a while, and he looked very bad against Barthélemy. in his previous 2 fights, I believe it was 2 fights back. That's the type of guy that they can beat, so they can say, "Oh, see, we just
I
beat
think
another."
they still see that as a risk. That's probably
Well,
still
you
a
have
big
to do
risk.
something to repair this image, man. Because just Ryan Garcia testing positive for PEDs is not enough, man. They have to come back and show it in the ring.
He should call out. He should call out Shakira Twitterson, and they should fight it out. The battle of the pillow fisters.
I don't give a
See what
fuck.
happens.
All these boring fighters, should have a tournament, and then the winner gets to fight somebody.
Yeah, and I don't care if fucking Ryan Garcia said I was fucking blasting Adderall and fucking, sussing on 250 the night of the fight. Doesn't matter, man. That boy whooped you, dude. Like, he beat you up like you owed him money. You know what I'm saying? You were fucking, just the image, man, on your knees, like face first into the canvas. The psychological effect, steroids, non-steroids, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Anytime you talk like this, and people, Ryan did this. I don't give a shit. I don't care what Ryan did. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking about the psychological effect of getting beaten like that. You're never the same, right? You're just never the same. He's going to be tiptoeing through the fucking, minefield now. They're not going to ever match him against someone like a Matisse. You take his head clean off. He's not going to get up, So where's he going to go? 147? Guys up there with Barrio should probably spark him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Sure.
I'd be surprised if we haven't seen the best of Haney. I don't think personally, I'd be shocked if he ever comes back to the level he was. It's pretty hard.
Don't say that, Jimmy.
Peak at 24.
His career died in the ring that night.
Yeah, it's embarrassing to peak at 24 years old.
Don't say that, Jimmy. He might come back. Don't jinx it. He might come back and it'll be like, oh shit, we were eating our own words. Just say that,
Jimmy. He couldn't.
You never know, bro. You never know.
He couldn't break a pane of glass at 135. I mean, Haney can't do anything.
Yeah, man.
So
not only is he on legal steroids,
Matias would wash him. I mean, I was calling that like months ago that Matias would wash him. He's got nowhere to go. He's got nowhere to go.
The thing with Matias is Matias ain't as fast. You know how Ryan was catching him? Ryan was catching him because he's got that fast left, and he was throwing a bunch of combinations and throwing the left in the mix of it, and that's how he was catching him. I don't know if Matias would be able to do that. I think he'd probably circle around Matias all day if he hadn't got beaten by Ryan, that is. He'd probably circle around and just outpoint him and fucking win on decision.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I'm not sold on Matias just quite yet. I mean, look, he's a formidable fighter. He's really durable. I mean, when he fought Jambalaya, who just fought a couple of days ago on Pro Box and beat the crap out of a shot Ivan Redkach, he took his lumps against Jambalaya. Matias did, and then he just kept on coming and coming and coming. But here's my question, though: he fights these Eastern European guys who have undefeated records. They have glossy amateur records as well, but they haven't really fought anybody. They've never been tested. So a guy like Matias, we know he has a lot of resolve, a chin. He's got stamina. He's got the work rate. But I want to see him fight somebody who's a professional, a guy who's been a veteran, a guy who's been to the ringer and who is good. Because he fought a guy too a couple of fights ago. He fought an Argentinian dude, and the guy was giving him the business, and then the Argentinian guy just quit after the fourth round or something. It was really bizarre. So that guy was giving him the business. What about somebody? Cause this is the thing that always happens with a hittable guy like Matias. You know you can hit him. So what if you can hit him and stay away from him? That's the thing that Haney could probably maybe do. If he can stay away from Matias, he's probably got the fight in the bag. Because Matias only does one thing. He turns it up. He's only got one knob, which is volume. Turn it up. He's not going to fight on the retreat. He's not going to pump more jabs. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure.
A guy like Matias gets knocked out by Teofimo Lopez.
Hell no.
He gets knocked out. He will get knocked out.
Hey, come on.
Either he gets knocked out, or he gets really badly hurt, and it's obvious that he's surviving. He makes it somehow to the 12th round. I'm serious. I mean, that's how he looks like to me.
All right, let's read a super chat here from Rapax Trucking Company. He says, the punishment Devin Haney took at the hands of Ryan Garcia has left Devin Haney like Meldrick Taylor after the Julio Cesar Chavez fight. All right, I don't know about that, man, but we'll see, man. Hey, who knows? Maybe. Yeah,
because Meldrick Taylor was getting into slugfest before that too. He was a very high octane guy. So but Haney's the opposite. He's the ass fighter, American slick style. He's got that back foot bitch style. So he hasn't really incurred that much punishment. Although you could say that the Lomachenko fight, he took his share of head rattling shots, and even if it's against a non-puncher, that brain is still getting rattled. That's not good, man. It's not good for the long term. So we shall see.
As far as Matias and Haney, though, I just wanted to say we just saw what work rate did to the biggest back foot bitch in boxing, right, with Fury. And I think it would be similar with Matias and Haney, where Haney has nothing to keep this guy off of him. He'll just walk right through him.
Yeah, maybe, man. Maybe. I mean, it's one of those. I don't even know if that fight ever happens, man.
Never unless Haney is broke or something.
Well, unless what's his name, Matias looks awful. Then they'll jump in there with him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Haney, like Shakur, benefited from always being the bigger guy in the ring. And if he wasn't, the other guy was so much less talented than him, he could make up for it. He's an extremely athletic kid, but at heart, not a fighter. He doesn't like look forward to getting punched in the face. And I know that sounds crazy, but there's a lot of fighters who do. They feed off it. You know what I mean? And for instance, we just saw one this week. I'd like to see him go back down to 130 because I think he jumped classes way too fast. But the fucking Mexican cowboy, man, he's a fighter. He doesn't mind if you crack him. He'll take two to give you one of his. Navarrete, but I'd like to see him go back down to 130. I think he was talked into going to 135, and his body was too fleshy. I think he could actually handle his own. Stay very.
I think he could make 135 with a proper diet, but he's getting
absolutely. That's
tortillas and all that shit. Mexicans are not as advanced in conditioning training and stuff like that. You get in the US and other first world countries. And that's why they're not good at making weight. Like remember Marquez when he fought Mayweather, he was kind of flabby, But then when he attempted to make 147, when he fought Pacquiao and he had Angel Heredia, completely different body shape, man.
I think they are, Bucho, but the problem is once they start working out more, they'll start eating more.
Well, yeah, that Mexican food is garbage for that. Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Somebody mentioned
I've seen it so many times. I've seen it, kid you not, I've seen it so many times.
Somebody mentioned back foot bitching. That back foot bitching is what make what's his name, Usyk walk with a cripple fucking walk like a limp all the way back to his locker room.
Yeah, but Alan's still right though. He's still the biggest back foot bitch in boxing.
Bro, he back foot bitches, he front foot bitches, whatever you want to
about. He's talking about. Okay, so who's bigger than Fury then? Who's bigger than Fury? Who's bigger than Fury? Huh? Tell me.
Who's bigger than Fury? Who's Zhang?
You think he back foot bitches?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't back foot bitch, but he's
Alan's right, dude.
No, actually, he does back foot bitch when you hurt him.
Hey, Wilder knocks out Zhang, he's back.
I don't know if he can, bro. I don't know. I didn't like that part. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna be able to.
Well, you do realize I had a compliment sent to me, man, of some right after the fucking Usyk Fury fight, and of course, 78 was going on and on about how first off, Usyk ducked Wilder, which is the first I've ever even heard of them, right? Well, when people are literally sending, he just reads these super chats. Every one of those guys has a wrench too, so no negativity or no, he can black everything else so they don't see it. But yeah, he ducks, and Usyk, yeah, he's a great champion, man. He's got high, but he didn't fight the same fucking Fury. There was no funky gloves. He wasn't on the PEDs. By the end of that live, they had accused Fury of every possible thing without a stitch of evidence. And they said it as a matter of fact. They wouldn't even, basically, they're not even crediting Usyk because that wasn't even the same fighter at all. Even though he was in far better shape to fight Usyk than he was in any of those fucking Wilder fights. The second and third one, I don't even think he took serious.
One of these guys, Andrew Tate, said that Fury lost the fight because he didn't have enough time to find a way to cheat, because it takes a while to find out how to cheat. You gotta plan it. Takes probably a few months, and he didn't have time.
Who said that?
Hey, Sobers.
You know, I said,
no, Andrew Tate. I don't know Andrew Tate. What's his name, guys? The other guy. Andrew Tate's a fucking bald guy, no?
Yeah, Andrew Tate's that. Yeah, the
Who the
feminist
fuck is
hater.
the guy who's
Oh, his brother?
man, the guy who said that he wanted Sugar Hill to die in a car crash? Oh no, that was the other guy. Fuck, I don't know.
Anyway,
Yeah,
you're saying one of the LDBC.
Andrew Titan.
Yes, Titan.
Yeah, no.
somebody said that, bro. Shit, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that,
Hold on, I want to ask Sobers.
Sorry, Big Ego.
I wanted to ask Sobers, what was it that you posted something on your Discord today about the sun? That they were saying that it, what was it? That the Wilder can absorb the sun fat?
There was something about. I was watching the Saturday Sports stream, and there was people dropping super chats talking about how, the only way they can beat us is by, is like using drugs to keep up with us, and because they're not powered by the sun like we are. It was just some really weird stuff being said.
Oh, you know why? You know why? Because they get that vitamin D. That's why they get that D, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what he said. That's what he said afterwards. He was like, we need that vitamin D, no homo, or some shit.
Yeah. They get that D,
like,
bro.
So where's those twitching fibers and skills in soccer and hockey and swimming, etc.?
No, it's honestly crazy. Like I listen to, and I'm saying I listen to like 78 Sports, and I say this. I know there's black guys like Coach Malachi who get furious with that type of shit. It's like if you listen to it, I've never listened to a 50-minute segment, and it was shocking. Dude, it was shocking on the direction this live went to where he's talking about, I'll never be that black man, but he's, didn't call himself the black man, who dances a jig. If you're intimidated by black people, I walk in a room, I'm going to be that black man you're intimidated by. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How is this boxing? Like, what the fuck? They go off on these crazy
Jimmy,
tangents, man.
Hey, Jimmy,
Yes,
he's bug dancing for super chats, bro. That's it.
All right. Jane Els with a super chat. We have a super chat from Jane Els. He says, question for Jimmy. How much muscle is Fury losing because of his yo-yo dieting? He's at the age he's at the age where us men start losing muscle if you are not living the fighter's life. All right, Jimmy, answer that, please.
Yeah, well, even when you gotta remember, when you're even taking off fat, you're losing muscle. You can't isolate fat. You can't take off 100% fat, not lose muscle. So even if you do everything ideally, you're still going to be eating muscle. So if he's up to 340 pounds, right, and he has to get down to 270, so that's 60 pounds. At least 20 pounds of that's going to be muscle. You know what I mean? And every time you do that, especially as you get older and on a big frame, it gets harder and harder, and that's why they should stay more active. But yeah,
you don't really lose them. Yeah, you don't really lose the muscle. I know the way that you can lose the muscle is fasting, but that's a different topic.
I got something for that. Don't you worry your pretty little head. Everything's gonna be just fine. Don't you worry, but with your pretty little hair ain't gonna be hurt, bro. Not even a piece of that fucking hair on your head is gonna be hurt. Don't worry about it. Everything just be fine. Okay? That's all you need to know about. He's prepping up. The rematch clause has been signed. That motherfucker's training right now as we speak.
I want to see that rematch because I still think it's gonna be a close fight. But we'll see.
I don't think this is gonna be a close fight. I don't think the second one's gonna be close. I think it's gonna be. But I don't know what Usyk's gonna bring, so I can't say these things.
You gotta humble yourself because you got your.
I need to get humbled, bro. I need to get humbled. That's why I'm going for this shit. I have to fuck.
It's gonna be a whitewash because that's what you're saying right now.
You know why I'm saying this? Just Mucho. The reason why I said it's gonna be a close fight and it could go either way is because I didn't believe that Fury was gonna be fully 100% with losing weight, mobility, and power at the same time. I felt like he was gonna lack power.
What do you mean? We all talked about this the day before the fight. You knew you were here. What?
No, I'm saying I didn't believe it, so I said, okay, give me either 50-50, where it goes like it's gonna be very close, or one guy dominates. Either Usyk dominates, but it still goes to decision. No one stops nobody.
So you went from you didn't know to you didn't believe it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't. I went to. It wasn't. I was pretty like I'm like pretty confident, not completely confident, but like about 90%, 80%. Like that it's not gonna go to a knockout, and because of the fact that Fury's not gonna bring the power, because he's on a fat camp, he's losing weight, and that's the only reason why. But this next one, there's gonna be power. There's gonna be fucking a lot more power than we saw in the first one. Like a true heavyweight, like a true big man.
So what if he loses again then?
If he loses again, then Usyk is a great fucking heavyweight and a cruiserweight.
So you
expect that already great.
You're not convinced.
I think he's that already. Yeah, I think he's that already.
Yeah, he is. No, he's great. He's great already. I already put him up like top 10. People don't. I know Jimmy is going to disagree, but that's my opinion. I put him top 10 in mine. But if he beats him again, he's top 5 for me.
I don't know. Is it too soon to call him great? Because he's only had 2 names.
Bro, he's great, bro. I imagine him fighting against Holyfield.
I'm talking about as a heavyweight. As a heavyweight, Usyk only has 2 names.
No, not as a heavyweight. As a fighter, as like a pound for pound, as in that sense. Like, I would say heavyweight, because like if you say Klitschko is a better heavyweight than Usyk is because of the body of work that he's had. So
Usyk drummed Klitschko in sparring though, and Klitschko.
Oh, I know, bro. I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Who this guy is? Like, that's what I'm saying. If he can pull it off the second time, and I'm going with my boy, and I know my boy's coming to bring it. You know what I mean? If he could pull it off the second time, I'm telling you, he's top 5. He's top 5. He has to be.
Yeah, but aren't you concerned he's going to break his nose again and change the whole temper of the fight?
I don't think he broke his nose. I don't think neither guy broke anything. They just because I think he got a bloody nose and was fucking with him. And Usyk's thing with his jaw was a tooth issue. I found out today. Something like with the implant.
Usually when a fighter starts rubbing at his nose like that, it's because it's broken. Really, what it is, you can't feel it at first. You almost like kind of touching your nose to feel if it's still there. It's a weird feeling.
Nah, you feel it, Jimmy.
Well,
you feel it.
My nose broken fighting. Yeah. I never. It was numb.
I know.
You feel after the fact.
Yeah.
You feel like a motherfucker after.
I felt the sting. I felt the sting in the lower section of my eyeballs.
The original break hurts like a motherfucker. But it's a weird. It goes numb. It's just key never to blow out of your nose, which is wicked hard because I'm a big in the corner. You know what I mean? Always trying to keep my nasal pad. Yeah, that's a no. Yeah,
you're trying not to sneeze and shit.
Nose, yeah, your eyes blow up. So
yeah, I know this. I know the whole story. And then both your eyes get fucking bruised up. Even like you got fucking eye shiner on both sides. I don't know.
So it can usually be one side. It depends on what side breaks because you get air pockets into your eye. Sacs.
Well, I mean, he also talked about the bloody nose. I mean, if he has if he's always having bloody noses, what they told me to do was start gargling salt water with your nose.
Yeah.
And that shit's not fun. I'll tell you that.
Gargling salt water.
With your nose, yeah.
I'll never try this.
It's fucking, it's awesome. You'll enjoy it.
No. It's only that you already spilled the beans, bro. You can't tell me that. Hey, what was I gonna say? The knockdown, right? The knockdown. Well, yeah, he went through the ropes this way, that way. What if a guy took a fucking knee? I guess he was too tough for his own good. He didn't fucking take a knee. So you guys have to also consider that shit too. He could take a knee.
I don't think he had the opportunity. I think he was.
Oh, he could have. What are you talking about? He could have. He had many opportunities.
He was right on top of him. But I think the referee blew that the first time. If you're not going to call this, the first time the ropes held him up, if you're not going to call it then, and if you go back and there's different angles showing, you can see it almost looks like a woman. The side ref, the ringside ref, had long hair, anyways. But right away he turns and looks, and he picked up the count at 3 on the ropes. But that's a mandatory 8. It's not a standing 8. But I think that he kind of fucking hung around. It was, I don't know, it seemed like he kind of hung around a little bit.
I think based on the magnitude.
12 seconds.
I think based on the magnitude of the situation, I think the ref did a good job, bro. Like he did a phenomenal job. I can't shit on the fucking ref. Even with the when it came to clinches.
What do you mean? He was having a conversation. You might as well been like, hey,
Bro,
what are you doing after the fight?
Look, if he was wrong, he was wrong, you would have still got a KO at the 10th round. If he was wrong,
bro, he took
if he was
12
wrong,
seconds.
you would have got the wrong. You would have got a KO at the 10th round. You still got the KO in the 10th round. But he was right. That's why you got the 10th round. You got the 11th round. You got the 12th round.
It was funny.
He was right.
A lot of the guys was calling in the super chats was saying that Usyk got robbed of the knockout, right? They robbed. So now Usyk, just like Wilder was robbed of that knockout in their first fight, even though he got up by 10, he absolutely got up.
I counted. I did the timer on it. Someone else could do it. It was 9.5 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen it. Yeah, Mr. BDA did Mr. BDA did an excellent. Mr. BDA did an excellent video on that. I still reference that all the time. But and they say, but here's the reasoning, and it's like, holy shit, are you that unaware? The reasoning is white supremacy. Yep, he has the complexion for protection. I'm like, he's fighting another white guy. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like they just get so caught up in that narrative that they don't even stop to think what they're saying.
You know why it is though?
Why is it always about race, guys?
Yeah, but Fury's considered an off-brand white guy.
Hey, Jimmy, it's systemic systems with systemic oppression.
I guess, right?
By the way, we have a super chat. We have a super chat from Jane Els. Thank you for that super chat. He says, in my opinion, I think 1998, the 88, 89 Mike Tyson beats everyone. Okay. Possible. I don't know if he beats these tall guys though. Even the 88, 89 Tyson. Like
I think Vitaly would have fucking boxed him up probably. Vitaly Klitschko, not Vlad. Vitaly.
He had a chin though. He had a better chin than Vladimir. Maybe.
For sure he did.
But he will get hit though.
Fury and Vitaly would have, at best, Fury, not this version of Fury where he's more skinnier and movable, it probably would have boxed him out.
You guys talking about Mike Tyson though. Mike Tyson, 88, 89 version. That 88.
That version, yeah. The Larry Holmes was giving him kind of problems, even though he was landing. Larry Holmes wasn't that as good as a mover as Vitaly or Tyson Fury. He's not as good of a mover.
That makes sense.
But
I'm not sure.
Sorry, brother, go.
I was just gonna say, I'm not sure Tyson gets past Corey Sanders, man.
Come on.
Come on.
That dude hit like a Mack
No,
truck.
that's a bit mad, mate. Come on.
No. Corey Sanders was, he was probably he gave Vladimir problems.
He's the journeyman. Yeah.
He almost one-punched Klitschko, bro.
Yeah, but Klitschko, there was something weird with this guy. His chin, I don't know. Who knows?
Vladimir Klitschko was chinny, man. That's why I wasn't, and he was like kind of robotic. That's why I didn't really like him that much. I liked his brother Vitaly.
Then he turned into a clincher because he's so afraid of getting caught, man.
I mean, he's a great champion, but nothing to take away from him. But his chin and his robotic stance. I mean, I know his past wasn't robotic, but afterwards it became robotic. It was just a killer. It was killing the.
That's a bit exaggerated, though. He only lost a power.
What about Tua? What do you think about Tua?
I like David Tua. Tua is awesome. I always loved David Tua. David Tua's style was pretty cool.
The Lennox Lewis fight, 2 rounds. He only fought for 2 rounds. After that, he couldn't get past the jab. And that's it, man.
Yeah. And you know what the difference would have been if you had a prime Tyson and 88 Tyson versus Lewis? Lewis wouldn't be able to withstand it. No way.
Yeah, because Lewis is chinny just like a thing, kind of. What's his name? Vladimir, in a way. He's similar to that, but not. He's kind of chinny like that.
Not as chinny because look at that Klitschko fight, though. He took a bunch of punches, man. He was still standing.
That's true. Not as chinny, but he had his moments where he was chinny. Like, I don't know with him, man. It's weird. Maybe when he was putting on weight, he wasn't as chinny. I don't know where it was lighter. He was. I forgot. I have to watch. I think to find that out.
I mean, what about the Ray Mercer fight? I mean, he took quite a lot of punches from him.
Yeah, you're right. He's not chinny. I mean, everybody remembers that Rahman fucking knockout thing, but I mean, anybody gets caught with a haymaker by Rahman or another heavyweight like that, you get dropped.
Yeah, and if you actually watch that
Yeah,
match, yeah, he was actually counting around before he got knocked out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. And look at the rematch. Well, I mean, doesn't mean anything. I wouldn't say he has a bad chin. I wouldn't say that though.
You get knocked out, but you get dropped, but you get back up. Like
He was a haymaker. My God, he
Yeah.
was a fucking haymaker. Look at the size of Rahman, man. Jesus, like that guy was big.
Rockman hits hard, man, but he got him good.
Yeah.
To call Lewis Finney is unjust. I mean, the guy was in there. He was in a lot of wars, and he stood up fine. As you guys already said, Vitaly Klitschko, took it to him, and he survived, man. So I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I agree. Why we start talking about this? Lennox Lewis and chins and because of the super chat. Yeah. All right. What else can we talk about, guys? Bring it.
Did you guys talk about the Akoli fight happening this weekend that no one really cares about?
Nope.
Nobody cares.
How about the B-ball? I thought that was gonna be free. The Bia drops out, and then the June 1st card, then it's not free. It's pay-per-view. Like, what kind of shit is that?
That's a pay-per-view too. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys see that Cepeda is fighting Cabrera, the guy that people think outboxed Pitbull?
Yeah, that's not true. I had it a draw, to be honest. And what happened to my headphones?
You guys know what's his name? The guy that's fighting Jack Carroll, Josh Taylor. He has an alternative persona, like a alter ego. That's what they call that. His alter ego's name is. Yeah, I swear to God, I've heard this shit before. You said
Taylor.
Taylor, not Catterall. Catterall is not like that. Catterall.
What is he talking about?
Taylor has an alternative persona. It's called. He calls himself Hank. It's hilarious.
Sounds weird. Those UK guys are weird. Why does they got some weird personality quirk?
Are you sure it's not UK humor?
No, I'm not joking, bro. Like, that fool came up on fucking interview. He said my alter ego when I get mad, it's called Hank.
He's like Deontay, Sasha Fierce and shit. He's
like that fucking guy from that. You know that fucking movie where that thing plays in, Jim Carrey plays in?
Yo, Gypsy, man. Have you gone to Thailand before, man?
Who?
Have you been to Thailand?
No, I haven't been to Thailand, bro.
Yeah, you could. If you catch a quick flight, man, you might catch your boy Tyson Fury. He's going to be lining up with the lady boys, man. You could double team. You could have some double team.
I got a real question. Is it just me or like there's like a whole bandwagon of fucking Usyk fans? I didn't hear these guys like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Well, you know what it is?
I'm keeping it a buck.
AJ's out the window, so they gotta jump on fucking Usyk's nutsack. That's
I didn't hear this much. I never met a Usyk fan until like this week. Like literally, like it's like 50.
There also discussions, right? But I don't think it was a whitewash, man. I'm telling you, I saw Fury like do some wins. Like I had a 7-5 with the knockdown.
I had it. Look, I had it 6-6. I had it 6-6 plus the knockdown. But see, I'm a Fury guy, and I could say, the third one was close, so I can just give it to Fury, and that could be 7-5 Fury, and I can just easily give it to Fury. I'm not doing that shit.
No, the third one I had it at Usyk. No way.
I'm not doing that shit. I'm being realistic. 6-6 plus the knockdown.
Hold up, Gypsy. Gypsy, we can't tell that you're a Fury fan from your profile picture. Can you?
I know, but no, I'm just. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. I'm using the salt water right now, bro.
This Fury.
When does this guy become a superstar? I mean,
guys, one at a time. Let White Devil speak.
I was just gonna say this Fury fanboy spiral is starting to match the Wilder one, man.
Well, White Devil, at least you understand me now when you talk about Triple G.
Oh, here we go.
Sick burn.
You can't say it matches the Wilder one. The Wilder one was horrible, bro. Like, that shit was fucking. My suit was fucking too heavy. The water was this and that. He had some shit in his fucking gloves. I don't know. They painted my water.
Yeah, but Usyk has been accused of using an inhaler. whatever that means.
No, it's not. I found out, bro. It's not an inhaler. No, look. Let's get this shit straight. That was the cross. That was not an inhaler. I thought it was an inhaler because it kind of looks suspicious because they closed it with a towel. But some people are saying that they used the cross and underneath they used the inhaler. I don't buy that. I think it was the cross. I think God was on his side at that day and he got the W.
It wasn't cross. He was
I
kissing
know
the
that
cross.
there's the powder form of the inhaler, so it definitely wasn't that either. Like
I don't give that shit any rat's ass. If you're on roids and you still win, I don't really give a fuck. Because a lot of these motherfuckers are on roids, so who gives a shit?
Hold on,
as long as you win.
Gypsy, wait, hold on, man. Because you're Armenian, though, you should be on Usyk's side, man, because he's Orthodox Christian as well, bro.
Bro, I'm more racially connected to Usyk because I got Russian bloodline than I am with Fury. But I like how Fury boxes.
You, my man, are a fucking conundrum, dude. You are a fucking conundrum.
I love that word. I love that word.
You like the way it sounds?
I respect him more than these Usyk guys, though, man. At least he's sticking with his dude. I mean, who was all these Johnny-come-latelys, man? At least he's sticking with his guy. I can respect that. But real talk, like, who thought Usyk was winning before the 9th round? Like, did anybody think he was beating Tyson Fury's ass and convincingly?
Yes, I was making.
Oh, come on, nobody thought that. Nobody thought. Ringside.
I had him up.
No way.
We did, mate.
There's no way you guys thought he was winning clearly. It was a clear tough fight.
Us Brits, we found him winning.
It was nip and tuck until the 8th round. You have to admit that. It was
I would take the sixth round. I would say the first 3 rounds I gave to Usyk.
I had
the
it
next
1 to
3 I gave to Fury,
Usyk.
and in the 7th I had it
I had it 1 to 3 Usyk, 4 to 7 Fury, and then I had it. So going into the 8th round, I had it 4-4. So
okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, but that's my point is that up until that 9th round, everybody, there's no way, even if you were scoring it, you didn't think for a moment, you're absolutely 100%. You knew, okay, this shit is close. It's tough. Yeah. And then everybody called it. I remember listening to everybody, oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be a decision. And then after the knockdown, they said 114 from the telecast, and nobody blinked an eye. It was.
I don't know about that. I definitely had it very wide. I had it 116, 111.
Why couldn't you assess that?
I gave Usyk the first 3 rounds, and then every round 8 throughout.
Comes out of stock again.
The hell is that?
Somebody's British
woman.
So you mean to tell me we couldn't gauge this with Fury's previous fights and Usyk's past performances? We couldn't get some kind of idea what it was going to shape out to be at all?
No, because everybody said Fury was finished. Everybody, they thought he was finished.
You know the funny thing about this, man. I have to spill it. Like there was a lot of motherfuckers saying Fury doesn't know how to box. Fury does this and all. Dude, they said Fury's gonna get stopped with a body shot. Oh my God, I could hear the most dumbest shit ever possible coming out of his fucking mouth.
There are some shortcomings with Fury. Fury is not a good inside fighter, no matter what it is. He's always kind of leaned on you, and he's fought from the outside. But when it comes to inside fighting.
That's why he's too tall. He can't be inside.
Too long in the
Absolutely,
arms,
like he's athletic enough to give you body shots, but he's still not. But that's not his forte. He's not an in fighter at all. So, and where Usyk is like a pretty much a expert at that. What he did was he took away the size. He melted him down to like literally to his size. The tall man can't fight on the inside. So that really wasn't too hard to see. But that's my opinion.
Guys, do you realize in the fight Fury was leaving his arms out? Isn't that illegal?
Framing. Yeah, framing is supposed to be illegal. And you can kind of leave it up, but you're not supposed to lock it all the way out. You're definitely not supposed to stiff arm with it. But I can tell you one of Fury's going into the next fight. There's ways that there's things Fury could do to up his chances of winning. And the first and foremost is stop backing straight out. That's how he got caught with those lefts. And someone like Usyk is going to pick that up on that like that. He saw him backing straight out. It was just a matter of time until he timed that left hand.
And he's got to stop crossing his legs every time he's moving side to side.
Yep. And the showboating too, man. That doesn't win you fights. You want to do that once in a while for the crowd, but a lot of judges look at that as like you showboat when you're hurt because you're trying not to engage. Instead of like, say you get hit with a body shot, instead of just like, making it look like it's a body shot, you're trying to catch your breath, but you're trying to showboat a little bit to make it look, take it was really the effect of a body shot, the reason why you're not coming forward.
Yeah, mate, I agree.
Hey, Jimmy, would you agree that a better strategy for Fury would have been to plant his feet and jab with Usyk?
Oh, yeah, stick. Turn sideways, stick out as long jab, and tie him up. Make it boring like we did with Klitschko. That's what he had to do. To his credit, he tried to make it a firefight. But when the other guy's got more speed and better feet, it's in the inside, mid to inside game is more advanced. It's better to use your attributes, your length, and tie him up. Jab him when he tries to get in. Tie him up. I know it's boring and all that other shit, but it'd be more effective than jabbing and going straight back. You can't go straight back with somebody like Usyk. He's gonna get you every time. And the reason why going into the ninth, I thought he had a good chance because Usyk, that's what he always does. He turns it up on you. When most guys start slowing down, he turns it up. And if you go through his whole career, he throws more punches in the last 6 rounds than he does in the first 6.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Fury tried doing that in one of the first 3. Fury tried doing that in the first quarter of the fight, and Usyk, what Jimmy said, Usyk just picked up the pace, and he couldn't do that.
I think in the first 3 rounds, I think Usyk just made sure he got those rounds in, and then kind of maybe let the gas off in the mid 3 rounds, and then picked up again after the 6th. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened was he got hurt with the body shots, and he was trying to compose himself not to show that he was actually hurt by the body shots. That's what it was. He was trying to recompose himself, get a breather in, get his guard up, and not show any kind of weakness. Yeah, that's what it was, bro. The entire fucking fight, even up until the 9th round where he fucked up, he was still Fury fucked up, not him. He was still taking breathers, and then he's like, okay, this is my opportunity. He fucking stepped back. He threw some pity patter shots. He didn't put his guard up. Bang, bang, double shot, and he just his head rolled up, and that was it.
Yeah, you can't say Tyson Fury landed some vicious uppercuts and some straight right hands that busted him up. Good.
I just think there's levels. Different levels in their approach. Like the people that Fury fought in his recent fights, you didn't really have to have much nuance. Deontay's a bum. The guys that he fought, they were smaller. There really wasn't much to him. Usyk being a masterclass boxer, like he just gets through like the divisions, and he just goes through these guys. He comes up and fights an Englishman, one of the best heavyweights in the world, and beats Joshua twice. Really, I just think this has to do with acumen. Usyk made the necessary changes around the 9th round to really just take it there to Fury, where Fury didn't have an answer for him.
The thing is, you said necessary changes. The thing is, you said necessary changes, but a lot of people got the 11th round for Fury. It went back and forth, man. The 12th round was
I agree. But
Usyk still outlanded Fury in the 11th anyway, and he outlanded him throughout the 8th.
I don't think he outlanded him, bro. A lot of shots he threw, he came in, he missed, or he hit the fucking gloves. When he came in and he was backing him on the ropes, he threw it, but he missed it because Fury got better ahead.
It was a very close round, but the thing was, Usyk didn't waver. Once he switched it up, whatever, Fury didn't know what to do. He really didn't know. If you he kind of looked a little bewildered, like he really didn't know what to do. Usyk just he switched his angles, got a little bit closer, got his proper footing. Like literally, like once he got in there, like it was pretty much all she wrote from there.
When he walked to the locker room all limping, that wasn't because of the entirety. I mean, it did play a part of the entirety of the fight, but that was because of the 12th round. He hurt him in that 12th round, bro. That's why he was limping all the way back to the locker room. And the chin, too, and the body. And he was outpointing him in the 12th. The 12th was kind of a competitive, not as competitive. The 11th was not, it was obvious I picked it for Fury, but the 12th was much more closer. But when he got him hurt, and you saw the legs, and I saw him bending slightly, and he's keeping his composure, not showing that he's hurt, but he's fucking hurt. And his chin too. That's what made him fucking limp back to the fucking locker room. That was that fucking shot. Those 2 shots that landed.
I I'm not pushing back against that particular thing, but I don't understand that the takes where people say someone's hurt. You're either hurt or you're not. If you're hurt, you're hurt. If somebody's hurt, they can't not show it. You know what I mean? They're hurt.
No. When it's hurt, there's two types of hurt. There's hurts where you can't fucking not show it, where it's obvious, like the 9th round with Fury. And then there's hurt.
That's hurt. Like, the other stuff I call having a fight. You know, you get punched sometimes. And
there's hurt that
shake
people
them off.
compose, bro. Jimmy, there's hurt that's composed. They don't want to show it but if the guy throws a little bit more, he's taking him out of there. That kind of shit. That's that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I think Hagler had that moment. Not Hagler. Leonard had that moment with Hagler. He said that he got me, but I didn't. I just kept throwing punches to keep him off of me. But he didn't know that he got me seriously fucking hurt. That's the type of hurt I'm talking about.
Yeah, in the post-fight interview, they're always asking, at any point did he hurt you? And then a guy will be like, oh, he never hurt me. But later they'll be like, yeah, that what you seen, yeah, I was stunned. I was hurt. Like, that's why they ask him at the end of the interview, did he ever hurt you at any point in the match? So, yeah, I mean, they can get hurt.
What did he say? Did he say he was hurt?
They're not going to tell you. That's what I just said. Some will say, yeah, I was hurt, but most of the time they're not going to. But later in interviews, they'll admit, yeah, you got me in that round. Like, you know,
it's an
I was
asinine question.
hurt.
You can actually see when the guys get hurt between, you know, Fury falling on the ropes or the times that Usyk was stunned. You clearly seen the different times they were hurt. I mean, it's a fight, guys, you know. So,
where did you read that he was limping because he was hurt? Where did you hear that?
I didn't read it. I saw it. He was walking back to the locker room, and he had his shoulder over one of his guys, his team members, and he was literally fucking taking steps, like limping back to the fucking locker room.
In the first 3 rounds, Tyson Fury had landed some sick body shots. You can't say you didn't see him hit him with a good body shot.
Also 37 years old and just fought a guy 6 inches taller than him and 43 pounds heavier.
Did you see that with AJ? Did you see that with AJ? Jimmy, did you see that with AJ? No, that shit didn't happen with AJ because he pretty much won every single round except for maybe the second fight, except for like maybe 3 or 4 rounds. And those rounds were the one that was only like dominant by AJ was the 9th round. The ones that he won that were like competitive rounds that you can give it to AJ. It wasn't like Fury dominating those like the 4th, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. It wasn't like those type of dominance.
I would say one round he was. You could clearly give it to Fury. I don't think he was dominant in any one round.
Are you sure about that? Because
there was rounds he won, but I don't think there was rounds that he dominated Fury.
I think there was rounds that dominated.
I thought he made a good point. I thought Fury won 4, 5, and 6.
To back up Jimmy's point, like even the body shots Fury was throwing, they were catching Usyk's elbows. He, like I said, when he made adjustments, like he wasn't really touching Usyk down there. Usyk's elbows and forearms were pretty much parrying.
He was touching Fury. Usyk was like, even you could tell he hurt Usyk. Some of his body shots. Maybe not all of them, but he threw a lot of them though.
I've never seen Usyk's leg buckle against AJ. That his legs were buckling. I've seen his legs give out against AJ where he couldn't really move it because he was kind of hurt. So he threw punches where he was standing in the 9th round, or not in the 9th round. It was actually in the 10th round he did that, and he started to control. But in this fight, I've never seen in that AJ fight. I've never seen his leg go limp on one side and then get back to normal, like slightly like buckle.
The only time I seen Usyk's leg buckle was like maybe from that one vicious uppercut, but it was usually headshots. It wasn't a body shot that made him, pause for a minute. It
was headshots and body shots. It was both of them.
Good point.
Yeah, because I didn't see the body shots might have stopped him in his tracks, but it didn't buckle him. The only thing that buckled him was like that it was a wicked uppercut, and it was another like slight temple shot that kind of got Usyk's attention. But other than that, like I said, Usyk did pretty well guarding his body against Fury. Like Fury has to bend down to punch this guy in the ribs, man. Like literally, the body shots weren't all that effective, or they wouldn't have been effective even if they did cleanly land. He doesn't, from a leverage point of view with his height and all, it just wasn't going to land like as he would want it to.
It was
his best guarded punches with his right hand. That's not on the side of the liver.
BDA wants to talk? Who said BDA wants to talk? Is Mr. BDA there at all? Is he there? What you know?
Yes.
You know what? I'm going to say, why doesn't Mr. BA do a film study on it and kind of like squash it?
Yeah, well, he'll do it. I guess we're getting the rematch when it comes around. I guess.
I think some channels already have. I think some channels already have made some videos on it.
Because I saw his, and then I saw two other film studies that clearly point out that Usyk clearly outlanded Fury and had over him 8 through 9, 8, 12.
Well, you're gonna be disappointed because I talked to BDA. I mean, the body shot thing. He agrees with me though that the body shots were serious. Body shots were having an effect. They were clean. A lot of them were clean, and so. I think he sees it also. It was a close fight up until that latter part of the fight where Usyk just started to take over.
Yeah, that's why I'm crazy. I feel crazy because I'm thinking that I watch a different fight.
I said four. Yeah, I feel like I watched a different fight because I seen Usyk. Yeah, okay. Look, Usyk turned it up. Let's give him his props. He turned it up, but he needed to. He was behind. When I'm watching the fight, the commentator is saying Usyk needs to do something. Fury's taking control.
He was behind one. He was.
I watched that shit in Spanish, dude.
He was behind.
Yeah, but behind on the zone. Is it behind on the zone?
Fight in silence.
No,
are you talking about the zone scorecards?
I mean,
everybody. It was like 114, 114.
If you watch the Sky Sports one, they had it even from the 6th round. It was 3-3.
Yeah, it was. The first 3 rounds were Usyk, and then 4, 5, and 6 was Fury.
Yep, I agree. That's how Sky Sports scored it.
Honestly, at the end of the 6th round,
even after the knockdown, going into the last 2 rounds, they had it even.
No,
everybody had it even.
No. If you remember correctly, that round where Usyk knocks him down, I believe it was the 9th round, but whichever round it was. Usyk was not only knocked him down, but he was dominating him in that round. That round was potentially a 10-8 round.
It wasn't an even round. That was a Fury round where he fucked up and then he got dropped.
That's crazy, dude.
I'm telling you right now, that's what it was. He got carried away.
So many punches. What do you mean?
Wait a minute. Rewatch it again and see how many punches he landed. I've seen it multiple times already.
He completely dominated round 9.
Who had the most effective round in the fight? Usyk. Usyk clearly hurt this man more than once.
Usyk didn't win that round. I said Usyk was losing that round up until the point where Fury fucked up and that knockdown, he punished him. He punished him. He threw too many punches that outlanded him at that point because he punished him.
That's not true. He was landing the left hand. He was landing the right and the left.
He won the 8th, but he wasn't winning the 9th.
Until he hurt
him. The 8th was competitive, and I edged it to Usyk, but the 9th was not his round, and Fury was getting too carried away, loving what he was doing, and then he fucked up. And he got
let me check real quick. He had hurt him already. He kept hurting him, and Fury kept backing up, and that's when he hurt him.
Guys.
Well, if Fury gets there, let me tell you, Don. Is it Don? If Fury was getting dominated, he wouldn't fucking leave himself wide open like that. He will be playing a much more safer game. He's not gonna. If he's not,
it was the 9th round. I just showed it is the 9th round, dude. The 9th round was a potential 10-8 round for Usyk, dude. What are you talking about?
Absolutely 10-8. No questions asked.
One at a time.
He was running out of ideas. He was feeling himself getting overwhelmed by Usyk.
He was running out of ideas. That's why he won the 11th round. He was running out of ideas. That's why I hurt him in the 12th. He made a mistake. He tried to recover off of it, and it was his fault. That's
I disagree, sir. I disagree
right now. I gotta watch it again because he wasn't winning that round. It was a competitive round, but he lost the round.
But when it's a competitive round, if it's a competitive round, it's very close. You give it a 10-10. You don't know which one to go. You give it a 10-10. Give it a 10-10 and you end the debate out there. Let's just say the 11th and the 12th.
What round was that? What round are you guys talking about?
The 11th and 12th.
The 11th round. Let me check.
Okay, they just give it a 10-10 for 11 and 12 because we can't decide who actually won those rounds. And judge the ones that are definitive and judge the ones that you think 100% one guy won and 100% the other guy won. And you'll see the score is very fucking close. It's not fucking far. It's extremely close.
Round 11, I had Usyk. Round 11, I had Usyk. 12th round, I had the swing round. I think that's the round you're talking about.
The 11th round, they were pretty even on the punches, but I think Usyk landed the more telling punches. And in the 12th, he almost outlanded him by 2-1.
No, it was the 12th round. It was about even, Jimmy.
It's even, bro. Even Frank Warren had it for
like ConcuBox and
but Alex had it 7-5, man.
Usyk clearly outgunned him in that round by ConcuBox and eye test. You got to be kidding me.
That's why he limped out of the fucking place, huh? The ring and all the way to the locker room. That makes sense.
He was also carrying 5 belts.
That's a good one, mate. He just got done fighting a giant. He just got done fighting a giant, sir.
Your head, bro. You're making things. You're making things. Oh, he was limping, so he lost that round. It's like,
bro, I'm telling you, he got hurt in that fucking round, man.
You would be limping too.
After you fought somebody in a 12-round fight, if you're not hurt after a 12-round fight, fighting a guy that outweighs you by 40 pounds, and if you're not hurt after that, I don't care about anybody.
AJ outweighed by 20 fucking pounds.
You're living in this fantasy in your head. I don't get it.
I'm not living fantasy. If I was living fantasy, I'd be saying Fury won this fight. I'm not fucking living. If I'm telling you, he fucking lost the fight.
Coping mechanism here. I don't understand what's going on.
I just saw that shit, bro. I'm not making this shit up. He got hurt somebody. He got hurt in shit. And he also got appointed in 12. I don't care what ConcuBox says that fucking Fury threw more punches than fucking Usyk. I don't believe that Fury threw more punches than Usyk. I think Usyk threw more punches than Fury. But the thing is, they were not
throwing and landing less.
Well, the first 3 rounds, I can agree with that because Fury was landing. Well, not landing. He was throwing a lot of punches, but a lot of his shots were being parried by Usyk's gloves.
No, bro, like Usyk threw a lot more punches, a shit ton more punches in the first 3 rounds than fucking Fury did. But the thing is, though, in the first,
I seen that.
The first round,
dude, no way.
First round, he was trying to outwork him. The first round,
3 rounds, no way.
No, I've got the stats here. Fury threw more, but
threw more punches, landed more punches.
Usyk more.
Bro,
Usyk landed more than punches.
I don't know what the hell you're watching.
Bro, I'm telling you, that's what I saw. I saw the first 3 rounds. Usyk threw more punches, landed more punches.
But if you start adding up all the rounds, you're saying Fury won, then but what you're saying is Fury won the fight. But that's not what happened.
I never said Fury won the fight.
You're giving him the first 3. You're giving him 5, 6, 4, 5, 6. So you're giving him the first 6.
Jimmy, I'm giving him the first 3 Usyk.
10th, 11th, and 12th.
I said first 3 Usyk. I didn't say first 3 Fury. I never said first 3.
I thought you said first 3 Fury. Okay.
No, I said Usyk out threw him and out fucking landed him in the first 3 fucking rounds. After the first round, though, it was like more of a feel out round. The second round, Fury started to land.
On the first round, because I went back and watched, because I missed the first 2 rounds live. Fury doubled, almost tripled the amount of punches than Usyk threw. Fury threw 37 punches, and Usyk threw 18. In the first round, I'm talking about just a particular first round, he out-threw him by almost 3-1. It was all jabs, but it was all jabs.
Probably numbers that you're mentioning, bro. But when I was watching, I was seeing Usyk was throwing a lot of body shots, and he was trying to get him on the belly a lot of times, and he was landing. He was landing a lot of these belly shots, and Fury was trying to catch him, and he was missing just by an inch or a millimeter here and there. But in the second one, he decided to not throw any headshots and decided to start to dig into the body, and he started to land some body shots. Even though it was a competitive round, the second round, I still edged it to Usyk. And then the third round was also Usyk's as well. It was also a competitive round. It was a swing round, but I edged it to Usyk because Usyk did the most work. He outpointed him. But the fourth round? The third round.
The third round was not a swing round. Get out of here, dude.
Well, people are saying that, bro. I thought it was kind of a swing round myself, but I picked
not a swing round, dude.
Well, I gave it to Usyk.
Just because you're landing on Usyk's gloves doesn't mean you're winning the fucking round, dude.
I didn't say he was winning the round. I said I gave it to Usyk. I thought it was.
What are you saying, bro? Like, what are you saying?
I said Usyk was competitive, and Usyk and Fury were competitive in the third round. That's what I said.
And Usyk was the one that should have got that round. If he didn't, that's a shame. But he definitely won that third round. 1, 2, and 3 was definitely Usyk. But when it came to the fourth round, things started to fucking change. It was more of a dominant performance from Fury at that point. The fourth round was Fury. The fifth round was Fury. The sixth round was Fury. It was getting to a point where I was like, he's probably going to knock him out. You know what I mean? Because this isn't looking good at all for fucking Usyk. And then the seventh round was also Fury's. Usyk had the last second of the seventh round, he had his licks in, he threw some punches, and that kind of like may have swayed some people's mind, but the entirety of the seventh round was definitely Fury's. That was Fury's, bro. Okay, the 4 rounds. So at that point, it was 3. At that point, it was 4-3 Fury. Fury was winning. What? Look, at that point, 4-3 Fury was winning. And then 8th round, Usyk came around, flipped the script. He was the one winning that round. It became 4-4 tie. 8th round was 4-4. And then it came 9th round. Fury was fucking winning. It was a back and forth. You guys didn't see this. So back and forth.
7 and 8.
And then fucking he got caught with a shot. You got caught with a shot,
bro. That is crazy.
Nah, bro.
Other commentators are saying the same exact thing I'm saying.
When you're watching these fights, dude, you gotta stop drinking.
You didn't see the same fight,
fucking
bro. I'm
crazy.
sorry, man. Like,
okay. You guys saw a one-sided beatdown. Apparently, you guys saw one-sided beatdown.
Just like
one guy
it was a competitive fight. I will say that. It was a very competitive fight.
You saw like a similar version of what Pacquiao did to Thurman. Is that what you saw?
I'm saying this is what I see. I'm gonna tell you what I saw. What I saw was Usyk winning competitive rounds, but he still won.
Bro, he still won. If you got a close round and you don't want to give it to neither guy,
I give it a swing round, but there's only one swing round.
There's no such thing as swing rounds, bro. Give it 10-10.
There is a such thing as a swing round.
No. It's called 10-10. Give it 10-10. You don't give it to neither guy.
Round. Well, okay, give it a tie round. We'll call it a tie round, right?
10-10. Just call it 10-10, bro, and end the debate. Like, that makes it so much easier because that way you don't put that subjective look over it. That you like this guy, so I think
there was only one tie round that you can argue that, and that was the 12th round.
Okay, then give the 12th round to 10-10. What about the third round? People split the third round.
The third round was clear Usyk, dude. What do you mean?
Yo,
I think it's Usyk too, but there's a lot of people that thought the third round was a flip.
Yeah, Fury fanboys.
No, not Fury fanboys. It was both sides. It was Usyk and Fury fanboys. Both fucking
where you got
fanboys.
this information, though? Where you got this info?
I got it from this fucking podcast. There was a bunch of people who said third round was fucking swing round.
Guys, have you saw the scorecards of the Brits? The Brits, especially TalkSport and Sky Sports, who are pro Fury, they gave it the first 3 rounds Usyk, and they gave 8-4 in general for the whole scorecard. So I don't know. You Americans are scoring it differently.
I had an 8-3-1. Usyk.
No, but I agree with him that it was not like a one-sided beatdown. Like, it was a clear winner. This fight looks a lot like Gervonta Davis and Isaac Cruz fight looks like. Like,
I disagree.
Yeah, but it was a hard fight, but you see a clear winner,
I see a clear winner, but I give it a 6.
Yeah, but the difference is Gervonta Davis got a gift decision. Usyk didn't.
I mean, Alex, you would think that Alex, the promoter, is the promoter of Usyk would say, "Oh, my guy won definitely 8-4 or something like that, or 9-3." He said 7-5, bro. 7-5.
But I scored
that.
No, Alex Krasius, the promoter. He said 7-5 from ringside. 7-5.
That Gervonta Davis versus Cruz fight, I scored that 6-5-1 for Cruz. There's no way Gervonta Davis should have won that fight, and at best, he could have got a draw.
Yeah.
No fucking way. Tell me what rounds.
Can we all agree that at the end of round 6, I could be pretty confident that Fury was going to steamroll Usyk after round 6. I mean, that's what it looked like to me. Those 2 shots he landed, and
It's
he
the
backed.
conditioning, bro. The conditioning was not at point. He was not completely ready for a guy of the conditioning that Usyk was
I
bringing.
know, but what I'm saying is in round 6, a couple of those shots he landed, and Usyk stopped coming forward, but Fury didn't press him, and the round ended. I'm like, okay, Fury's gonna do what he needs to now. He's gonna start pressing, but he didn't.
Yeah, but guys,
he got tired. Up in the 8th round, he got tired. You could see like big gulps of air coming out of him, but he's still like he's the type of guy that fights with his heart. When his conditioning is compromised, he starts using his heart in the fight, and that's what got him to all the way to 12. But the thing is, like, give him another fucking few more months, we'll see a different guy. Because this is how this guy is. Even though he's 36.
But Gypsy, when you don't know somebody, all we have to go on in life is past experiences. You take what they've normally done, and if you go by what Fury has normally done, it's a lot of cocaine and booze. You know what I mean? That's usually what he usually does, and I'm just being honest.
But he's always performed better in a rematch.
Beat the shit out of Daniel Cormier in the MMA. He came off okay.
Jimmy, don't forget it's a lot of booze. Jimmy, don't forget it's a lot of booze, coke, and the lady boys. All right, that's what. Don't forget about that.
Is this Benzo or Rick? What the fuck is this?
Just forget about it.
Rich team.
John Jones is scared to death.
Jimmy, when you say track record, bro, like you saying track record, I'm giving you a track record. Every fucking rematch he's had, he's the different animal. Different fucking animal, different person. It's like It's like the same thing with Canelo.
What's that record? What rematches? A Wilder?
He's talking about Wilder.
Look, no. Look at his
Chisora.
Look. They were competitive.
Chisora, God bless him. He's domestic level talent at best.
Chisora right now might even knock out Joyce right now. Domestic level.
Oh, come on, guys.
Level talent at best.
And I think Chisora is elite, but at the bottom.
He's a gatekeeper.
Derek Chisora.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A gatekeeper. Yeah, that's better.
He's a good gatekeeper. He's not a bad gatekeeper. He's a great.
Going life and death with a gatekeeper is not a good look, though.
Nah, but Derek Chisora.
If he was a gatekeeper, that was back in the day, by the way. It wasn't life and death now. It was life and death when he was just starting up. Like he was his first fight. Well, he didn't even go life and death. He actually beat him, but he didn't knock him out. The next one, he knocked him out. He schooled the shit out of him.
Derek Chisora is the heavyweight version of Gabe Rosado, though.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it.
Wow, Gabe Rosado sucks when you compare it to Chisora, bro. Realistically, I have nothing to take away from Gabe Rosado, but Gabe Rosado.
No, yeah, but Gabe Rosado outside of Triple G, you're not gonna see it like a one-way beatdown. You know what I mean?
Gabe Rosado beat Daniel Jacobs.
Exactly. So, he was competitive for a couple of rounds with Munguia. He knocked out Hector Bulli. No, like Rosado is not a bomb.
I wouldn't call him a bomb.
Outside of Triple G, bro, like can you mention somebody who dominated him like that? I don't think so.
Did David Lemieux fight him? Did David Lemieux fight him? Lemieux?
Yeah. Lemieux TKO'd him.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that
so
fight, man.
2 people then. Outside of his 15 or something losses, like only 2 guys dominated him. Like he's still a good. He's a golden gatekeeper, though. Yeah, he's a golden.
Triple G, man, diced that kid's face up. Now, what a bloodbath that fight was.
He fucked him up.
Man, they don't give Triple G his respect, man.
No, nowhere near the respect he deserves.
Nah.
It's because of the Canelo losses. That's why.
I've been boxing for the last 22 years, man.
I give him his respect. I say he knocks out Hagler if they fight in prime. How about that?
Bullshit. Nah, yeah, but that's hypothetical, bro. Let's talk about something that is reality.
I don't believe that. I think the world.
I think Triple G. Triple G beat Canelo twice.
No. Who the fuck said Triple G's gonna knock out Hagler?
I said it.
I think Triple G beat Canelo. The first and second
Gypsy
fight.
said it. Gypsy likes to fire people up.
Oh, it was
Gypsy.
Canelo. Yeah.
I think Triple G beat Canelo the first and second.
Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. No. I thought it was someone of point. It's all good.
Oh, shit.
You guys know Triple G robbed the shit out of Derevchenko, right? You guys remember
I agree.
that?
People don't want to bring that up.
Sick.
Nor do people want to bring up that Rosado was actually claiming that Triple G might have tampered his gloves.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. Go look it up. I'm not saying
They
that
said
it's
it-
true. I'm not saying that it's true or false. I lean towards bullshit, but I mean, I could be wrong.
No, the thing that they said that is because how gross that cut looked. So they were they were comparing it from that first fight between Miguel Cotto and Margarito. They were talking like similar paths and shit. Because
He was talking about how something's wrong up with his gloves, like legit.
Yeah,
Go watch that
they
interview.
Rosado fight.
Rosado saying it. Yeah, he says it straight out.
Yeah, but Rosado bleeds easily though.
No, but
Yeah, that's why he was.
he has-
That's why he was saying that,
Rosado-
because supposedly something was up with his gloves.
Now, Rosado even had to get plastic surgery like not long ago because all the scar tissue he had in his forehead. That's why he looks like
I don't
15 years younger
disagree
than he
with
is.
you, but that's what he was on.
Yeah,
that's
but
what I mean. That's what he was
I
saying.
remember when he said that, but what happened was what the claims he made were debunked because what they did was they checked his gloves because what he said, because I remember that, Mark, you're 100% right. That's a good memory because that was back in 2013, if I remember correctly. He said his gloves were suspicious. He felt padding was removed from the gloves because he hit so hard. He never felt a punch like that before. So he assumed padding was missing, and they checked his gloves, and it wasn't. He had the combination horsehair gloves.
It's the horsehair. That's all.
Then he actually said after, he said, wow, he just hits that hard, I guess.
I mean, look, with Triple G, we got to be honest. The names ain't there. I mean, his best win is Danny Jacobs. That's just honesty.
Yeah, but you got to look at the other honesty, and it's true. You look at who was the champions at the time. Look at the guys who avoided him. Guys who straight up said, no fucking way, not for any money. Guys who offered career high paydays. And they straight turned him down.
I understand that, and that's why I put him and Crawford at kind of the same thing. Is they just don't have the names. I mean, we talk about that's what we judge by his names. I mean, the accolades.
And the British guys were at least honest. Like Billy Joe Saunders was a little lick it up when he was sitting there with Eubank and Billy Joe Saunders straight up. Just imagine a professional fighter saying this, Triple G in his prime. He would beat you and me on the same night. And he was the champion of the world when he said that.
If I'm being honest, Triple G should have just gambled on himself, and he should have just took the lower.
Yeah, part of the market we talk about these guys is moving up.
Well, he didn't get into HBO. His first payday was $50,000. Tom Loeffler had to fucking pretty much say he'd fight for free anybody you want for HBO. That's how he got onto HBO. His first payday was only $50,000. He wasn't getting paid shit when he first got on there because the kid from Kazakhstan who couldn't speak English. And Tom Loeffler's like, no, listen, this kid punches like a fucking Mack truck. And it was actually the guy who sparred him, the black dude who ended up sparring Kovalev. He fought a bunch of dudes too. He's the one who went to bat for him with the HBO executives. Saying, no, man, I spotted this guy.
As far as the Eastern European guys, Lomachenko is probably, I'd put him ahead of Triple G as far as what he did, because if there wasn't a name, he just kept going up.
But that's not
up.
fair, though. That's kind of
no, you can't. I know Lomachenko is definitely over Golovkin because of what he's done.
It is. No. You motherfuckers got to look at Triple G's fucking knockout rate. You guys.
That don't matter.
Knockout rate.
I mean, that don't matter.
Against you though.
I'm saying just the names. The names.
The thing what happened with
He never moved up. Like you just have to look at it as those brass tacks.
So what?
It just is what
Lot
it
of
is.
people, yeah. I find it more impressive to dominate one division for year after year than these guys who jump. But these guys, you know what I'm saying. Then these guys, like say, they jump around weight classes, avoiding all the good guys. No, I know. I'm not directing that towards you. I'm just saying in general.
I like the conversation. That's what I'm saying.
It's not about jumping up weight. I mean, we're talking about Lomachenko, a guy that has won two-time gold. He's a two-time Olympic gold medalist.
That's my hot take. I would put Loma above Triple G just because that's the mark of greatness.
Only got a silver medal. His resume is not that good. Only lost one time in the Olympics, Lomachenko, in 400-something fights. Triple G only had like 100 something or 200, almost 200 something fights. Lost about maybe 16 or something. I heard 16, but it could be less than that. Some fights like that, and then you got he's a 3-weight division on top of that. Lomachenko, 3-weight division champion,
fastest 3-weight division champion in boxing.
You can't compare Loma to Golovkin. I think Loma actually trumps Golovkin.
Loma for skill, pound for pound skill is at his height, is excellent. I mean, clearly. It was Triple G was excellent at cutting off the ring. His balance was great, but if he got at the wrong angle, everything had to be just right for him to throw his punch, his power punch. And I think a lot of that. I honestly, this is just my opinion. I think that his trainer, I didn't like that choice of trainer from the beginning, and I didn't like this Spanish guy.
Abel Sanchez?
Yeah, I don't like Abel Sanchez. I think what he does, he focuses on the body punch. I mean, on the power punch, and he just works it to death. And he doesn't throw enough nuances.
Yeah, but Jimmy, look, man, look at Triple G's fucking resume. His fucking knockout rate was fucking astronomical.
Oh no, listen, I'm a huge Triple G fan.
Against who though?
No. That's what I'm saying. A lot of you motherfuckers start forgetting. You forget.
I'm not forgetting. That's why I'm telling you against who though.
No, that he was a fucking boogeyman.
Yo,
they called him the
forgot.
fucking boogeyman. It's like,
well, then,
no.
If no one wants to fight you in that division, then move up.
Yo, look, like Gary Russell. Like, was there Golovkin ever fought a Gary Russell type of opposition in his own weight division?
Let me.
At his best, Gary Russell, that is.
Hold up. Triple G is also a big thing of its era for a little bit, because that was like borderline of the down of HBO and like all the promotional companies had divided themselves. That and that fight between Dmitry Bivol and him never got made because of Dmitry Bivol retired young because of the back injury. You probably Jimmy knows who that is. Like, he's really underrated. That's the guy who knocked out.
Parag, he was awesome. The Czechoslovakia. He was great.
Hold up. That fight, they were trying to make it between Triple G and him.
Yeah,
like,
but his back, the kid Parag had degenerate disc problems. He had to have back surgery and shit. He just
that's why
he threw it.
Yeah, that's why in his last fight he looked like shit.
He's the one who. What's that, brother?
In his last fight, Parag looked like shit. Because of the damage.
Remember when he squat Daniel Jacobs? That was crazy. Yeah. Oh my God, he put him to sleep. That was crazy.
Honestly, technically, Parag looked better to me than Golovkin did. Technically, I don't know about his chin and all that stuff, but technically, he was a better technician in there.
Yeah, I agree.
There are a lot of people, man.
Dimitri Pirog. You guys talking about Dimitri Pirog and Jamie Jacobs?
That was a great KO.
Oh, he schooled Jacobs. He schooled him.
Yeah, schooled Jacobs and knocked him out. Yes.
No, I wouldn't say school. It was a competitive fight before the knockdown.
No.
Emmanuel,
he won majority of the rounds and then he knocked him out. Like,
he didn't. Like, he was out there. He was getting fucking schooled by Pirog, bro. He was getting schooled.
In that fight,
what he had a confused ass face, like by the end of every round, like he thought he was the shit. That's the difference between a good athlete to a good boxer. That's a great difference, bro.
You gonna get what?
He used something called the catch shift. And Emmanuel Stewart didn't even know what that was. And so what he came forward is switching with your right hand with your right punch, and you move forward. And if you take a look at that knockout, he moves forward 1, 2, 3 steps, and he knocks him out, and punching with each hand coming forward. That's the catch or shift. And that was actually in the Baranchik fight that just happened. He used it against Navarrete in the same way. Not too great as good as an effect, but he used it anyway. Emmanuel Stewart didn't even know what that technique was.
Talking about Navarrete, man, somebody who's really happy who Navarrete lost is Shakur Stevenson, man. He's really happy about that shit.
Guys, what do you think about the boxing pundits like Tim Bradley? Do you Paulie Malignaggi? Do you think he's good? Do you think they're good pundits?
See, Paulie breaks fights down good, and I think he when he doesn't have his emotional bias on something, if he's neutral on something, I think he's good. But when he has a favorite, he doesn't hide it, and it's obvious. But the thing is, he tries to say he's not biased, but it clearly is in certain things, especially when it comes to like Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, Bradley's blatantly biased.
More on point.
My problem with
more on point.
My problem with
Paulie Malignaggi, as Jimmy said, he can get emotional. He is hit and miss with Paulie, but Tim Bradley is kind of on point, I think. There's some other motherfuckers that be like, nah, Tim Bradley, BBB, this is that. They don't want to hear him on the commentary, whatever. But he does a good job. That's my thought.
Well, Paulie obviously Malignaggi obviously has a bias.
Bradley's one of the worst commentators in boxing history, bro.
What are you talking about, bro? He's like BBC lover, bro.
Exactly.
Paulie has a biased slick style.
He fucking sucks. I'll tell you the best one out of that whole bunch, I think. He's level-headed, he doesn't get emotional, and he just sticks to the point.
Who's that?
Who's this?
Really
outrageous.
No, I think Tim Bradley's a bit biased, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
He is.
No, Jimmy.
He is, absolutely.
Remember the Shakur Stevenson fight when he was he said, what of the power?
Yeah.
Look, can you be a commentator and be a fan at the same time? I would think no. But
that's what made Larry Merchant so good. Larry Merchant really didn't have much respect for a lot of the fighters, especially how they handled the output. Merchant was great because he would go 3-4 rounds without even saying a word. Because that's the best color commentators, the guys who know it's sometimes you don't need to say nothing. Like what was terrible about Max Kellerman, he'd have all these pre-written soliloquies he'd want to go in and just run fucking rampant with. He'd have a pre-written thing and he would work it in some way, and it just didn't sound organic.
No, but the thing about Max Kellerman is one of those guys who uses a lot of he's really hyperbolic, and also he's one of those guys who, because he thinks he's gonna talk a lot about any subject, they think they sound smart. You know what I mean? When reality,
you mean like that shit? You mean like that?
No, Larry knew his stuff, though. Larry knew his stuff.
No, but Max Kellerman, he's knowledgeable about the sport. He just go into this, crazy tangents, but he's knowledgeable at the very least.
He was an actual journalist, though, right? He was an actual journalist.
Yes.
Wasn't Larry Merchant an actual judge as well? Didn't he work as a judge? He had some kind of judging background as well?
Well, he was a journalist. That was his thing. And if you actually look at the most iconic boxing picture in history of, Muhammad Ali standing over Sonny Liston up in Maine, if you look between fucking Muhammad Ali's legs, the white guy standing up with his mouth kind of open, like, whoa, what just happened? That's Larry Merchant. So that goes to tell you how fucking long that guy was involved in boxing. I mean, he was ringside for so many iconic, great fights.
Larry's old.
Jimmy, about that point, that's a point that a lot of people do not understand about Larry Merchant. People thought like he had something against Mayweather, but it wasn't that. He was like, bro, I see greater than you. Like, you not impress me. You know what I mean? Like I saw Muhammad.
That's where the whole you don't know shit
somehow in his prime, dude. You're not impressing me.
Exactly. Like that was like his whole point, and people didn't get it. Like everybody thought he was, because of the new thing at the time. Like, oh no, he's like the black, blah 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 blah. The villain, blah 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 blah. Like, nah, bro. Like he actually so greater than you, bro. Like when he say you boring, bro, it's because he's boring. Like he was all the time up too, you know. Like it's not like he's a youngster trying to like compete with these guys. You know, it was just like, yo, you boring.
That's the difference. Bradley will and Shakur running from De Los Santos, but when Mayweather had a boring fight, he called him out. He said, "Don't you care about the fans?"
No, but the thing about Tim Bradley, the thing is they have a contract with ESPN. Larry Merchant, he was just there as, you know, as a commentator. You know what I mean? Like that was his job. But Bradley is a company man. You know, he has to buy any ESPN or top rank stars.
No, and I agree. And I respect
honestly,
Bradley, but I think he's biased. Like, you would never hear him talk about an American fighter, especially American black fighter, the way he does, like Navarrete. He really kind of.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, he kind of shit on him. I don't like the way. Yeah, I think it's he just cuts more slack, which is human nature, I guess. But is it really called for a good color man? You should be right down the middle. You know what I mean? Well, put it this way. This is in a nutshell, the contradiction. The last Inoue fight, he does the boxing after the show with Joe Tessitore. And literally in one breath, he says, Inoue has already cleaned out the division at 118, cleaned out the division at 122. And 45 seconds later, he says he needs to come to fight in the United States to fight the best. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, what are you talking about, dude? He just said he cleaned out the division. What the fuck is the difference? Okay, and like Inoue said, and I love his response, show me the money. I mean, nobody's going to fucking, Inoue's like, I'm making $10 million minimum before I get my fucking endorsements in Japan, and you want me to come fight here?
Jimmy, because us Americans are not lightweights. That's why. That's what he was trying to say. We're all heavy, so we're a bunch of fat asses.
No, but one breath you say he cleans out the division, then he has to come here to fight the best. What do you mean the best that you just said he cleaned out? Like
all the little guys don't count for America.
Like, he went up to 122 and fought by far the best. Who's doing that? Who goes up in the next division constantly and fights the best? You know what I mean? And he did it in every division, including 115, which he doesn't get credit for, because everybody at 115, except for Chocolatito, to his credit, was the only one with the balls enough to fucking agree to fight him. Unfortunately, he got stopped by Sir Rungvisai, and that fight got put, that was it after that. Then Inoue was like, he doesn't have a belt. This is not what I want, so I'm going to go to 118.
Yeah, Jimmy, but he's not slick, bro. He's not slick, bro.
What's that?
I think he wants.
He don't have.
I think he wants to see. I think he wants to see Inoue versus Tank. That's why. I think he wants Inoue.
Yes. I mean, let's be honest. That's what a lot of this is. You like even that fucking knucklehead Andre Ward's fucking coach, that meathead. He said the same shit. Oh, he's gonna come here and fight. He's gonna go up to 135. So he's gonna go up 7 weight divisions from the fucking weight class he started. But Gervonta Davis doesn't have. But he can't go up one.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He can't even go back to 140.
I'll tell you one guy that I wanted to see him fight that he didn't, and that was John Casimiro.
But you know, catch what they're doing, Jimmy. Like they're trying to do a little bit of a micro-racism because they're trying to compare with Pacquiao. Because I would say, yeah, but Pacquiao did it. You know what I mean? So they actually say like all Asians are the same, like low key. Because the one was going to compare him with like Pacquiao. Pacquiao did it.
Pacquiao's got a different build. He's got thicker calves. He's got thicker muscle bellies. Yeah, he's got a different type of building anyway, so he could put the weight on a little bit better.
Like, take it from me.
Yeah.
Take it from me.
Inoue's about maxed up. 126 will be his maximum.
He can keep going.
I mean, he could go all at 147, but it was too slow. It just putting all that more mass on that light frame. Started at 108, you know what I mean? He's already gone up.
I mean, he can go I'm with Jimmy until like 126, and has to be like really, really like carefully picked opponents. You know what I mean? Like not really mobile opponents or like people that can crack a lot.
Well, he said 122. He's campaigning there for the foreseeable future, and if he does go up, he's going to go up to 126. Yeah. That's it.
If he does go up there, I really want to see him against John Casimiro.
That fight will probably happen. I would imagine if he goes to 126.
It should have happened years ago. At what was it, 112? They were there together.
He fought when he was at 112, or did he skip 112?
No, he went 112. He was actually chasing him. He was actually chasing him, believe it or not. I'm not saying that he would win the fight, but he was chasing him.
I know at 115, there's a lot of people say, because he hung around he won the WBO belt, he held it for less than a year, and he bolted up to 118. No, under 2 years. He was about 18 months. And that's because he tried to fight everybody there. He sent offers to Estrada. They didn't even reach out to him. They didn't even answer nothing. They didn't even call him back, nothing. They just ignored it. At the same time, at 115, Jaffa was the champion in Britain, Eddie Hearn's guy. Eddie Hearn said, even though it's substantially more money than he's ever made in his career, the money doesn't mitigate the risk to his health. So that was pretty much on the money. So after that, it was like, forget it, because he offered first $1 million to Chocolatito at 115. And then what happened, he said, well, I got to fight Curtis first because I already said I would. So I'm going to decline it right now. What happened was Inoue flew. The first time Inoue came to the United States was to literally be in the audience for Chocolatito's fight. And then while there, he tendered him an official offer from his people for $1 million. But so what Chocolatito said, after the Curtis fight, I will fight you. So that's when they made the Superfly. That was that big 15-pound tournament Tom McLaughlin 360 Promotions put on in 2017. I think the best card of the year. Inoue fought on the undercard for that. And they were supposed to announce Chocolatito versus Inoue after that, but when unfortunately, again, Chocolatito got knocked out by Sarang Vasai. And then after that, there was only Estrada and Jaffa. That was the only two champions left. Estrada never even responded to a contract offer, and Jaffa turned down $400,000 more than he made in his highest payday. So he said, all right, I'm going to 118.
That would have been nice, Chocolatito against Inoue. They did Chocolatito fucking wrong, bro.
Chocolatito agreed to fight him. To his credit, he said, I will fight you, and they were supposed to announce it. But when he got knocked out, it was like, well, now you don't have a belt. So
yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the chat. Shout out to BDA. Want to bless the chat in the nombre del Padre, del Hijo, Espíritu Santo. You know, I'm here.
Gracias.
What's going on? You know, I just came in. I was over here doing something.
Oh, good, brother.
Sounds like you're on an Obama phone, but fuck it.
Yeah, because I'm driving home from work, and I was hearing that, and I just wanted to get a little input because I'm about to go upstairs. Listen, with that fight with Chocolatito, it would have been good, but if the dude got knocked out by that other dude, what would make you think we knew he would have never knocked him out?
That's another conversation. That's the reason it didn't happen, bro.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You guys talking about Chocolatito, that you guys wanted to see him fight Inouye, right?
Because he came off a loss and fuck with his confidence, he should have won that fight. I think the first fight they had, he should have won it. Fuck with his confidence, and he kind of mentally gave out in that fight and got knocked out. That's my opinion.
You know,
Wait. Did you make another account?
No, I'm on the Discord.
Nah, you made it another account. Your avatar was orange last time I remember.
Well, yeah, and I brought up Chocolatito because there's been people who thought that he ducked Chocolatito or basically ducked the 115 division, and nothing could be further from the truth. He tried to make the fight with everybody there, and Chocolatito was the only one who agreed to fight him, but he ended up getting stopped. So that fight never happened. I didn't say that Chocolatito would beat him. I mean, and again, Chocolatito is one of my all-time favorites. The kid was such a and just the story behind it, walks into the gym the first day, and he gets fucking one of the, my all-time favorite fighters to start training right off the street. But I like to, oops, sorry.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no. I was just saying, so I like Chocolatito. I like the way he handles himself. I love his activity. His combinations were fucking a thing of beauty. I just think I think Inoue would have been too young and too strong at that particular time. You know what I mean? And that's not a knock on Chocolatito either.
I know, even Inoue,
that he's universally respected by hardcore fans, bro.
Yeah, Chocolatito's great.
Yeah. Even Inoue, like right now, after taking that shot, You know what I mean? That dude, like, even though he won the fight, yes, I get that he won the fight. But after taking a shot like that right there speaks volumes to me. That right there is like, if he does move up to 126, and then somebody goes and rehydrates to like a 135, you know what I mean? He can't be taking shots like that with that little frame, as like this guy said. That frame is too small.
Good point.
His whole body,
That's
his
a
whole
good point,
body. He almost did a side flip. I never even seen somebody fall like that before. Like the dude hit him. This dude did like a cartwheel, like sideways and shit when he landed.
No, Neri, to me, Neri is a bum. I don't know how I guess he wasn't paying attention. Neri got punch power, but he's a bum. He's got no real technique. I mean, like, he's a fucking more of a, what do you call it, a haymaker puncher than anything else.
He's a brawler.
Yeah, brawler, bro. And crap. That first shot, it wasn't like he caught him with like the third shot or the fourth shot. He caught him with the first.
The key is how somebody responds to get, but like, if you look at his eyes, there was no fucking, they weren't dazed, they weren't looking all over the place. He didn't have to try to tie him up. In fact, he went on to dominate the rest of the round.
No, yeah.
You know what I mean? He wasn't cloudy. He didn't get up. I mean, he was literally looking up through the tops of his eyes, ducking under his punches. Because Neri came charging, but
at the same time, you got to look at it like this: if that was another fighter with a little bit more pep in his punch, we would have just saw Nui get knocked out in the first round.
And like anyway said, I've been punched a lot harder, and he said by Donaire that was the hardest he was ever hit, and it broke his cervical bone. And he
I never seen his body.
Hello.
I don't know, but I called
sideways like that.
I don't know. I didn't get to make my prediction for that fight on you guys streamed it, but I knew that Neri was going to eventually drop him, but get stopped somewhere in the middle of the fight.
On speaker, hold on.
What's the round 5 topic? I was thinking round 5 topic for that one.
Honestly, I was kind of expecting another knockdown because I was going 1 or 2, but I was kind of leaning towards 2 knockdowns for Neri.
Hey, real quick, hey Jimmy, I took you on a video that I just found about, like, it's a little documentary that some dude like did about Devin Haney, like breaking rules about like over rehydrating and shit like that. He's been on his tail like for a while. Like he said, his last 7 fights, he broke the rehydration rules and things like that.
Oh yeah, he's gonna soon put Graves or some shit.
Yeah. The California Commission just literally named him.
Yeah.
Right. Then they just name him as someone who abuses it. I mean, he fought fucking Lomachenko at 160 something. I mean, either 154 or 160. Yeah, the lightest he was 154. Lomachenko, the night of the fight, supposedly weighed in at 146 and a half, and Haney came in somewhere between 154 and 163.
And I think that's the heaviest, and it's because of his age.
I don't know if you guys heard that Ryan's hair sample came negative. I don't know if anybody mentioned that.
I thought this B sample came back dirty.
Yeah, his B sample came back dirty, but his hair came out negative. So he's
his hair follicle.
Who ran the hair follicle? I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm asking because I didn't hear anything about that.
I mean,
that's right, baby.
I heard
that would have to be Vada.
It came out negative. I have not. I can't pull out the article origin, but
they would have to. If he did a private firm to do it, because I don't think any the VOD or
I think Victor Conte has some kind of something to do with that. I'm not sure exactly what, but I heard something of that nature. Something of that nature. That's all I can say. That's all I know.
If you really want to know somebody's dirty, I mean, there is shampoos and stuff that can somewhat mask certain.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, Jimmy.
Yeah, there's certain, and they're making inroads into that. But if you get a good guy who knows what they're looking for, they can find it. But here's the thing: EPO is almost impossible to fucking trace, and I don't even think EPO shows up in the hair. So EPO is one of the best things you can take. No, I'm not saying Ryan was. I'm not saying that. We're talking drugs in general. This has nothing to do with Ryan Garcia.
Well, I don't know if you heard of this, Jimmy.
I'm saying if Ryan was on EPOs, that was a piss poor conditioning that he had against Haney.
Yeah, I don't think he was on EPOs. I don't believe that. No. Also, blood doping. That was the thing everybody used to do back in the day. You start freezing your own blood. Man,
Yeah,
I had friends who were professional fighters that go in their freezer and there's their blood. Like, dude, fucking 5-6 pints of their blood frozen next to the vanilla ice cream. Oh yeah, no, this test they can check it now because what happens? Mark, you're in the medical.
Yeah, the low body count for red and white cells.
Yeah, it's too different. Like you shouldn't have your blood cells shouldn't be that large. Your red blood cell because that's what happens.
No, it gets depleted basically.
Exactly. Yeah, and it becomes so big. Obviously, the bigger the red blood cells, same thing EPO does to you, which helps you carry oxygen. Like the two best things you could do to cheat in boxing is rehydrate on an intravenous on an IV and take EPOs. That's probably the two best things a boxer can do because it's all about stamina and recovery.
Why don't they just allow everybody to do it, bro? Just
honestly, the reason probably why, because then it would just be the same thing. Like, think about it. If it was equal, right? Think about Canelo, and I'm not saying Canelo does. I'll be real quick with this. But you know what I'm saying? He's got so much money. That motherfucker's on a private jet to Germany and having the best genetic doctors make up a batch for him, specifically made from his blood. You know what I mean? Like, nobody else can afford shit like that. That'd be crazy money. So the wealthier fighters would be able to afford, and again, that's the biggest thing about Canelo. And people say he took Canelo, call him cheat Nello and shit because of fucking clenbuterol. That drives me crazy. Canelo Alvarez would not take fucking clenbuterol for a diuretic. He would take legitimate diuretics, like real shit, good shit.
Well, there's an epidemic of their cows being positive for clenbuterol. I even saw an article since 2011 that they've been having this issue.
Oh, dude, I have a bunch of them. I can post them, dude. I have so many. The NFL put out in 2016, the NFL 2 years in a row put out a thing telling their players, if you vacation in Mexico, do not eat red meat because we're not going to take that as an excuse. Basically telling them in 2021, the fucking Mexican government passed a law that now they can no longer use clenbuterol to build up their cows. And here's the thing. The company that found the trace amounts of clenbuterol in Canelo's hair, the scientist who found it, literally wrote a paper to Canelo's defense, which Golden Boy used during his hearing, that they said this sample is conducive with contaminated meat, which makes complete sense.
They also said that, if you guys remember, that his when he tested positive, it was actually a marginal amount. What other people?
Yeah, it was absolute trace amounts that would be conducive with contaminated meat. And it's clenbuterol is an asthma medication. That's just shit like fat chicks in New Jersey take. You know what I mean? Like it's a chick drug. It's just there's so many better diuretics and things that don't show up. It's also a very dirty drug.
I got a question about that, Jimmy, and this might sound weird, but. I don't know if you ever heard the term called boofing.
Boofing? No. What's that consist of?
It's when you basically stick stuff in your rectum.
Oh yeah. I didn't know that was the nickname for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to know, like, did you ever know anybody?
Yes, a bunch of college girls I used to stick ecstasy up their ass.
No, I'm talking about like performance enhancing drugs. And boofing.
What's this conversation, bro?
Boofing with performance enhancing drugs. I'm just curious.
It would depend on what it would be. A steroid that have to be like sublingual, meaning you have to put under your tongue. It's the same type of thing. The absorption, to the body is the same as if you put it under your tongue as you put it up in your ass.
No, it's not the same. It'll actually last longer because there's nowhere it goes.
But the material, I'm sure you've been inside a chick's ass. The underneath your tongue, it's the same type of membrane, right? I mean, you put your family shove the finger up a chick's. It's the same membranes. I mean, it's the membranes that absorb sublingually into the body. So that's the reason why, for instance, just a little fucking helpful hint. If you ever stuck out somewhere, ever caught somewhere, in a life or death situation, and you come across dirty water that if you drink would give you a Giardi or beaver fever and all this other shit, you can literally, if you can fasten something You could literally pour it up your ass, get on your back, and it would keep you from dying of thirst. It would actually rehydrate your body, but it doesn't go in your abdominal area, so you don't get all the diseases.
Jimmy, sounds like you've experienced this.
No, in World War II, guys who were stuck, who after like a ship went down, and they're stuck, like, you know, they don't have any rations and they're in a boat, and you don't die of hunger, you always die of thirst. But say if it rained, after a day, that water sitting on the bottom of that fucking boat is nasty. If you drank it, you would die. So what they did was poured it down your ass. That was how they stayed alive.
Duly noted. Duly noted.
So, but I'm just saying that's how the absorption is the same effect as putting it under your tongue.
Gotcha. I thought I was gonna hear some prison love stories.
The half-life is gonna be different, though. That's basically what I'm getting at.
I think your ass actually absorbs it better than sublingual because you swallow it.
It does, and it'll last longer.
So,
I also get fucked up through the anus.
Guys, are you talking about boxing or what?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about hypotheticals. If someone were to take,
the thing is, it would still show, regardless how you ingest it, it would still show up the same, especially in the hair follicle test. There's a reason why boxing, NFL, nobody uses hair follicle tests, because it would actually clean up the sport, and nobody really wants to. They want a virtue signal about it, but they don't really want to clean it up. Let's be honest. If they wanted to, they could make it a lot more strict. For instance, you get caught, suspended for fucking 2 years. People would be less apt to fucking break the law if they realize it's real punishment.
So did Canelo cheat or not? So what's the conclusion?
Did he take something? I'm going to tell you my own personal opinion. I think he took growth hormone after the first Triple G fight because his body changed so much. And he did go to Germany within 2 weeks of the loss. He flew to Germany. He was there for 10 days. And I know next time you saw him, his whole body did like a physical change. And that's, you know, usually what you get from growth. I'd like to see pictures of his teeth. Like, that's the best way to tell. If somebody takes good amount of growth hormone, you'll see spreading in their teeth, in their elbow joints and all.
Just look at their skull. Like, just look at the difference in their head. That's all.
I think he got. It's
not though.
HGH gave him. I think HGH gave him herpes.
Yeah, but the thing is, when people start gaining excessive mass, their head can grow.
She gave him herpes, bro. His neck fucking grew. His fucking neck grew, and his fucking torso grew. Like everything, like grew. Like he was.
Well, yeah, he has excessive mass. Of course, that.
Yeah. Yo, he looks like a pit bull with boxers.
But did he actually get caught? But did he actually get caught? No. And that computer shit is a joke. That really was trace amounts, and even like I said, the company who found it even wrote it in a letter to his defense, saying it's conducive with eating contaminated meat.
Didn't he take a hair and nail test too? And they
yes, he a hair follicle test.
Yeah.
Yep. And I can't tell you how much drugs you've taken. What they can do is just tell you. They'll tell you at that time. You know what I mean? You know, they'll just look through it and they can say, okay, did drugs here, did drugs there.
He was probably on that Russian treatment. Honestly.
Well, growth hormone, the best thing would be growth hormone, a little insulin. It would be the best. But see, with insulin, you fuck around too much, you become a diabetic. But it's the best, absolute best thing. Just like a diabetic, you go buy a fucking, you know, some insulin at CVS, grab that little 1 gauge needle and stab it in your belly. You'll get the biggest pump you've ever had in your life because it's basic sugar. You're blasting glycogen into yourself. And the gains you get along with HGH, you keep. Steroids, you lose it. Steroid just takes a muscle cell and swells it up.
Would it be better?
Whereas human growth makes. What's that, brother?
Would it be better just to use HGH?
No, just HGH by itself is good. In fact, in New York, California, Texas, these states allow people at a certain age to go get a shot once a week if you can afford it, because it's like a fucking youth. It's like the fountain of youth. Your wrinkles go away, your hair starts coming back. But the thing with HGH, you have to have a blood screen first, because if you have any tumors, HGH is non-discriminant. I mean, it doesn't just make muscle grows, it makes everything grow. Like you see a lot of professional bodybuilders, when they not sucking in their stomach, all of a sudden, even though they have abs, their stomach sticks way out. It's because their intestines have now grown, because your intestines grow in HGH, your joints grow in HGH, your skull, your fucking teeth spreads apart. Just look at pictures of Arnold Schwarzenegger smiling at 16 and again at fucking 30.
Yo, Victor Conte apparently doesn't. Victor Conte apparently believes Ryan Garcia now. He's thinking that Ryan Garcia is innocent and all this shit. You guys hearing this shit?
Well, how is he really
man.
guilty? Think about it. How is he really guilty? Because he took something that was laced with something, or we're looking at a lab that should have been under investigation.
No, but he was shitting on him. If you remember, Quex, he was shitting. He was saying he was 60 times over the limit and all this fucking shit. Now he's did a complete 180. He's like, I think Ryan is innocent. Like we've been all saying that Ryan we think is innocent. We suspect it's a foul play.
He took the hair nail test, the follicle test, and that cleared him.
Right. I was about to say, was it after he saw that maybe? Because he might have conclusions. You know, everybody does that.
New York, well, I can tell you what New York is going to do is now that the second one has come back positive, he's going to have to give the supplement that he took. That say he took, if his defense is I took something must have estrogen in it, he's going to have to show it. He's going to have to find what he took. And what they do is they get the lot number off that bottle, and what they do is they take yours and they go find another one of that lot number and they test it. And that has to also be positive. So it's actually very hard to prove your innocence once you've been tested positive. But to be honest, I don't think Garcia really gives a shit about the belts. I think he's in it for just the money. You know what I mean? I don't think he really cares.
Why would you test the lab though? But you have to place the lab under investigation just to make sure they're up to protocol. I don't get it. They have to do due diligence on both sides.
Well, there's also this whole thing about New York State Athletic Commission has this rule that no second party can ever determine punishment or whether you failed or not. You know what I'm saying? Like they have to do their own. They have to do their own testing and their own conclusions. So in other words, then VADA or any other entity cannot overturn this this decision. It has to come through. It has to be through the New York State Athletic Commission.
You look scary.
Oh, I'm sorry to scare you. We got a girl on? I didn't mean to scare you.
There's background noise.
Oh, sorry.
You a butt ugly ass motherfucker. He's gonna scare everybody.
Didn't they already gave Haney back his belt? I know that.
No, Haney never lost his belt. People who don't understand. I think a lot of people like they don't understand. First of all, Ryan Garcia was not eligible for the belt.
Yes,
Ryan
right.
was not right. He was not eligible for the belt. Okay.
But usually, if the champ loses, he loses the belt too.
No, Jimmy, because he missed weight. He was not eligible as.
Yes, Garcia's not eligible to win it, but Haney can still lose it.
No, but you know what happens?
No, but hold on. Let me finish. Guys, let me just say this real quick. I think a lot of people are under the impression that they don't realize that Devin Haney also agreed to the payments for him gaining the 3 pounds.
Yes, $1.5 million supposedly he paid him.
So he's trying to sue him now. One of those stipulations in the lawsuit is because he came in 3 pounds overweight.
Which is ridiculous. That'll be thrown out on its face.
Yeah,
the judge will throw that out.
Yeah.
Well, he'd have to give the money back. So it's one or the other.
I know where that crack is. I know where you're living at, bro. That crack on the pavement, I saw it. I know where you're at.
The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but like, you know what, man? It don't make
bro. I know exactly where that.
It don't make a motherfucking difference, man. That Haney Ryan Garcia dance, man, it made its effect. So, as one of my other brothers said in another live, and it was funny as fuck, that belt might as well be as good as Adrian Broner's Gucci belt, man, because they don't mean shit now, man.
Yeah. The only way to make it mean something is if they really get it turned over into a no contest. Then that would mean like the fight never happened, technically. And so I guess in that context, he is still champ.
That's what Haney's suing for. He's trying to sue for making a no contest.
But that's why you're right though, Jimmy, because technically he lost that fight too. He should be stripped. The belt should be up for grabs.
Yeah, it should be a vacant belt. It should be a vacant belt right now.
Now there's some controversy on Devin Haney. Devin Haney, according to the California State Athletic Commission, should have not been allowed to fight Regis Prograis, who met the deadline. Yeah, who met the deadline of rehydration. In other words, so Regis Prograis, if this is true, Regis Prograis followed the. In other words, he held to a standard of not going over the rehydration limit.
The threshold.
Devin Haney, right, the threshold. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So,
what is that noise? Who has a hot mic right now?
Yeah, girl talking in the background.
Which I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. But
that's recognized. He's scaring people. He's scaring people. He's scaring people left and right. Get that man out of there.
Who's got the girl talking?
Shit's about to hit the fan, boys. I mean, if Haney's trying to go all out, shit's about to hit the fan with these.
Hang on for a second. Hang on for a second. Not to cut you off, but technically, if Prograis does get what he wants, is that a no contest too? Does that mean the belts really go back like two steps? Would he get his belt back?
I think he's going to swing it for money though.
Oh. Okay. So I was wondering if that gets drawn a no contest, that means he gets his belt back retroactively, right?
Nah, the thing Devin Haney's trying to do is like overturn it to a disqualification loss to.
Yeah,
that's right. He should definitely get his belt back.
If it was never on the line.
Can one of you guys answer a question for me? I don't know the contents and how this happens, or why that was with him. Why did Garcia have a orangutan in his car? I mean, I think it's cool. I like orangutans.
No. There's no racism behind it, bro.
I didn't say there was. I was asking. No, the reason why I was asking because he claims to be an animal lover, right? I like orangutans. If I had an orangutan, I'd have it in my car as a joke, but.
I think there was I think there was a subliminal message there.
Well, listen, you don't have to worry about that because that's how it was taken. The LDBC is making videos talking about how that was a subliminal or a dog whistle to all his supporters.
Jimmy, you want to go back to remembering Eastwood in his movie with the orangutan, man. So,
any which way you can. Any which way with loose. So, those are great movies.
So Ryan's old man, Ryan's papa, he probably told him about that movie and goes, "You gotta watch this shit," and then he got excited about that shit. That's
Black Widows, remember? Bike again.
Jimmy, I don't think it's anything race baited wise. I think they all I don't know what it is with these boys. They like monkeys. I think Shakur, Haney, and now Ryan, and I think Tank had something to do with monkeys. Southpaw was the guy that fucking put it out there. He's like, all these guys are they have something with monkeys. They're keeping monkeys around. And Ryan decided to take an orangutan.
Davis calls himself
was
the
it
real
racist?
gorilla.
Was it racist when Devin Haney was dancing with the monkey?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Southpaw had a good Southpaw.
Devin Haney
is a star loser.
Stop saying that dude. Stop saying that guy's name and then saying good behind it, bro. Chill.
Devin Haney is a star loser. I'm just saying. I mean, he's defending Ryan properly. He's actually got his back, and you got to commend him for that. I don't know for his past. You can shit on his past, but Southpaw has defended Ryan properly. I didn't believe Ryan was fucking.
Now you love his dick or what?
I don't love Southpaw. I'm stating the facts. I like justice.
Southpaw saying Devin Haney is a sore loser. Is he doing that?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I mean, he admits that Haney is bad for boxing, bro. Also, he says a lot of shit that makes sense. You know, when you look at the whole picture, and he made the monkey thing. He talked about it, like this guy had the monkey too, that guy had the monkey too, and now what? What's wrong with Ryan having a monkey? But apparently they're looking at it as a race thing. Like, I mean, it kind of does look like Haney, but that's a different story.
That's fucked up, man.
Fucking around.
You know what? I don't think there's anyone here who doubts if he got a rematch.
I mean, even if he was, I don't think that's racist.
Fuck out. Fuck him.
There is a difference between a rude comment to racism. That this guy takes everything as racist.
Who does? Who does?
Haney.
Not like these guys on the internet, like the LDBC guys. Like they take everything as racist. Like there's a difference between a rude comment or a and racism. You know what I mean? Like.
No,
So
I got all black people are like, it's not like that. Black, I mean, there's fucking white people that look like fucking monkeys. Let's be real, okay?
Yeah,
so,
I'm kind of
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Haney does look like a fucking monkey, man. Tank does not look like a monkey. Haney looks like a fucking monkey. He's straight up like a
All right, guys. Fucking YouTube's gonna fuck us up.
Recognize, man. You gotta put it back into first gear, man.
No, that wasn't recognized.
That wasn't recognized.
That was Gypsy.
Jesus. Oh, was it? Back in the first gear, man. Hey, listen, I gotta say, man, after this whole Devin Haney fiasco,
dude, who in the fuck's mic is that? Mute.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, whatever, man.
Stupid or retarded.
Hey, who is that? Who is that?
We're gonna talk with Bob Boxing with that female. Listen, Devin, I'm still super intrigued about how Devin Haney is gonna look in his next fight because we'll see where his is he going to be suffering from PTSD or not? Do you know what I'm saying?
I think he is.
Is this motherfucker going to be gun shy or what? Do you know what I'm saying?
CTE. It's CTE. I think he
yeah. And that's going. He has to fight. He has to fight Sandor Martin now.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Like that, dude, listen to me. After a loss like Haney took, he's changed forever. He will never be the same. It's impossible.
I agree. Who's talking?
Jack,
man, I agree, man. You on point. I'm one of those only other motherfuckers who are out here saying this is what's happening to this guy. He's done. His old man, dollar bill's gonna have to be counting whatever's left in the. He got a lot of change in the purse, so it don't matter, man. But he's gonna have to invest it somehow because I think his boxing career, unless they start to do zigzag and shit, doing bullshit fights for like semi-okay money, that's a different story, man. But like, I don't know. What's your take on that, Jack?
I think something like he should drop the belt honestly, at least for a minute, and
he's gonna have to take lesser fights.
Get another trainer.
He's gonna have to take lesser fights, and I really do think that if he takes a rematch with Loma knocks him out, guaranteed.
I agree. Whoever said that initially, you're spot on. They need to really baby his ass for at least 2 to 3 fights.
Haney will never take the Loma fight.
Haney will never take Shakur Stevenson, man. They're both pillow fisted. They're both afraid to get hit. It's gonna be a great fight, amazing fight.
That's a stylistic nightmare.
I hate how so many of these pundits blow this kid Shakur, but he's so unentertaining to watch. Nobody wants to see that.
Let's have the Haney and Shakur. Let's it's when it's hot. Like you strike with iron's hot, man. You know, like
it's just a bad stylistic matchup, Gypsy. It's like that'd be horrible.
I wonder.
I don't know. I mean, who is he gonna fight that's gonna give us any kind of interest? Like, come on, he's gonna get knocked the fuck out.
If Devin Haney touches up Shakur, will Shakur start running the way he did against De Los Santos?
Oh, 100%, bro. He probably would. He probably would. He's just scared.
I think I take Haney over Shakur, honestly.
Haney beat Shakur.
Yeah, I think I would too.
Yeah, from that from the De Los Santos fight, Jesus Christ, man. Shakur has to be. He should be on the Ryan Peds, man. That motherfucker should be on the Ryan Peds. Straight up.
Whatever Ryan said,
straight up.
Edwin Del Santos' left hand. He's still having nightmares. He wakes up from it.
Dude, Shakur shot the bed, man. No one wants to buy tickets for that shit for his next fights. No one wants to fucking pay money for a pay-per-view for his motherfucking fights no more.
Hell no.
Imagine having the audacity then to turn around and fucking turn down $3 million a fight after stinking up the joint.
Yeah, but Jimmy, that's
he's insane.
And then call him racist too, and then call Top Rank racist on top of that.
Yeah, but Jimmy, whoever his advisor podcast, they should be fucking hung because if he
James Prince.
No, straight up. Listen, Shakur even said he's still a kid in the mind. He's playing Call of Duty with fucking Gypsy till 4 a.m. Like he don't give a fuck. And then he goes to the gym, he boxes, he trains a bit, but he doesn't get any proper advice. He doesn't get any proper advice. And when he went after, like, I fucking walked out of that Del Santos after the 7th round, man. I was like, fuck that noise. But then afterwards, I went to watch the rest of the shit. And in the end, you see how dejected that kid was? He knew in his heart, man, that he put the most shittiest fucking show on for the history of fucking boxing, bro. And no one's gonna fucking accept him now.
Are you sure about that?
He also sucks at Call of Duty too, man. He's horrible at it.
Well,
he runs with every single fucking fight. Yeah, man, every single fight.
Shakur Stevenson, he talks shit about people. Shakur Stevenson always going to talk shit about people.
And he was talking about how people are afraid of him, right? He was like, oh, they're afraid to box him. And so one of the dudes, I guess he knows who Tank is. He said, it's a hip hop podcast. He said, Tank said that nobody's afraid to fight you, is that you're boring.
Oh yeah, I saw that shit.
You know that hurt his feelings.
Right on the fucking money. He ain't lying.
Yeah, nobody's afraid to fight you. You're just boring.
Brought that Olympic crying over.
Recognize you're not talking about Gillian Wallow. Who? Were you talking about what hip hop podcast?
I don't know. I know it's definitely like 2 black dudes.
Gillian Wallow?
Could be
from million dollar worth of game.
Yeah,
it's gotta be. Yeah. Those guys are fucking great. That's funny as fuck though.
They're funny as fuck. Yeah, they're funny as fuck, man.
Yes,
but Shakur Stevenson, bro, Shakur Stevenson is not funny because he's calling out people he knows he's not gonna get the fight. So he's gonna call Tanks just to avoid like the people he actually has to fight for his belt. Like the guy he's supposed to call it be, trying to fight, or whenever, that fights bring up is Keyshawn Davis. But he don't have the same energy for Keyshawn Davis.
Keyshawn probably could beat him.
You think so? Now, there's the thing too. All the guys that he needs to fight, right, and wants to fight, is signed with Bob. So there's 3 major outfits really. You could go to. You go to Golden Boy or in Matchroom or PBC. That's it. You go to PBC. There's nobody there for you to fight. Okay, Tank ain't gonna fight you. That just isn't gonna happen at 135. So all the guys basically. So you would sit back saying, okay, I got a promoter who, even though I've already put out 2 in the last 4 fights, have been like the kind of thing that promoters like shut down, ruin their promotion. Like if that was a new promoter who put all his money into that like destroys you. I mean, Bob was probably fucking fit to be tied after that performance. When you have guys chanting out Navarrete, the guy who fought before you, that was such an embarrassment. And then to turn around after all that, instead of being humble and saying, I'll take whatever you offer me, I got to fight my way back and earn it, right? Nope, $3 million ain't enough, and fucking you're racist if you don't make these fights. It's like, first off, Kambosos and Lomachenko's people reached out to each other, and then they brought the proposed fight to Top Rank, okay? And they took it. That had nothing to do with Bob. So, and Haney and Shakur knows that. So that was a drunken tweet. But if I was Bob, just be honest with you, just my opinion, I'd tell him to go fuck his fist. I'd be going, get the fuck out of here. You ain't fighting on another Top Rank card again. You prick.
One of the issues is, Jimmy? Here's the thing. Like, I'm from the Jersey area. I train at the WBC gym, so I know like a lot of Shakur Stevenson people. And the thing about him is the thing is that guy's gone behind, chasing his little girl, his R&B singer or something like that. Like he's just like like he's actually following like all of her advices, like the way he talks, you know what I mean? Like all that shit he's taking it from his girl and like that type of people. Like all of the sudden he's singing along with rappers. He's now like talking with a street edge, you know what I mean? Like that guy who used to pretend to be good kid, you remember that? Now he's like this street edge. Now he's talking shirtless in camera, like, "Oh, Tank, come fight me." Like he's calling out people he knows he's not gonna get the fight. You know what I mean? Like, you don't fight people in your division, bro. Like, in your own side of the stadium. Like, worry about that. Like, Tank is not going to fight you, bro.
I mean, you look at everything. They do pieces up, fucking sexually, verbally assaults two women and it was with one guy. Just the fact that two professional boxers, like, started a fucking fight with two girls and one guy and then beat the fuck out of the guy who tries to prevent your boxer buddy from putting hands on a female. Like, let's be honest. I mean, if that was any other sport, that dude, you would never see him again. I don't give a fuck what sport it was. He would be gone. Only boxing allows someone like that to continue.
And Shakur, he's some... listen, I'm going to go to his fight here in North. I'm going to go to his fight. And, because, like, I like going to fights, And the undercard is really good. You're going to have consensus, I think. It's gonna be a good undercard. What's this kid's name? This will be Consenso and what's this guy who fought Nova last time? His nickname is the Shark, something like that. Shakur Foster, Shakur Foster against Consenso. Yeah. That will be a good fight though. So let's see what happens. And I think this fight, and I think they did this on purpose. I think they put this guy, the guy who fought Frank Martin last. Humanitarian, whatever. Like he's really sleeping on this kid, man. Like he already like talking like he already beat him, But this kid gave fist to Frank Martin, and I think Frank Martin has a similar style to Shakur Stevenson. That one punch at a time type thing. If Frank Martin didn't knock him down, he would have lost that fight.
I think Frank Martin. I think Frank Martin is good, man. Frank Martin is good.
Shakur Stevenson, Montana Love, and Frank Martin, they all fight the same style. One punch at a time. Hands down.
Montana Love's not that bro. Montana Love's ain't that good, bro. He's garbage. Wasn't that the same guy?
Yeah, but these other dudes ain't that good either.
Shakur, he's trying to tell you that Shakur is the same way, bro. That's what he's trying to say.
Exactly.
I ain't trying to compare, but
I'm not saying they're the same level. I'm just saying but they fight on the same approach. One punch at a time, step back, when the guy gets tough, get on your bicycle, I'm not saying he's better or worse. I'm just saying they have the same approach, like one punch at a time.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but like Frank doesn't run as much, bro. He's there to fight.
True, but he's a counter puncher too, so he has to like wait to throw.
That fool runs, bro. He takes not one step back. He takes 5 steps back. That's just
he actually runs, man. I like the VBA made about him. Like you actually can see him run.
Yeah, but this whole defensive boxing shit, man. That Floyd Mayweather, he did his shit to spoil the sport in his own context.
Listen, I don't really think it was Floyd Mayweather because these guys didn't copy Floyd Mayweather when he was younger. They copied Floyd Mayweather as he was older because they find like they're like 40 years old, and he's embarrassing, bro. Like they look like 40. They look like kids trying to fight a 40-year-old man.
That's what I'm saying, dog.
That's the problem. It's not because of Mayweather.
Mayweather when he was 20.
Yeah, no. The
30s.
thing is, they don't have the talent to fight like Mayweather when he was younger. That's the thing. Like they're not as talented.
Look,
so they only can.
I wouldn't say they don't have the talent.
All of us on the panel are boxing enthusiasts. Period. We want to see as close to a 50-50 fight as possible. We all want to see motherfuckers that brutalize each other as close to as we can get to a gladiator fucking coliseum, right? But when motherfuckers get on the bike and start fucking pedaling away and doing all this defensive, I
mean, listen.
Oh, look how fucking slick I am. Look how slick I am. That's slick shit, man. We don't buy tickets for that shit. Do you know what I'm saying?
Like, listen, I don't mind if it's a technical fight. Like, you don't really have to give me knockouts every fight, but at the very least, I want to see you some skill. Like, for example, this kid is going to fight, I think on the 8th on the Madison Square Garden, the Puerto Rican Sayas. I like him. I love his style of boxing. You know, even if you don't get the knockout, like I like to see skills. You know, I like to see that. Like
no skills. Yeah, okay, skill set. Agreed. Fine, but you got to be throwing some punches in that motherfucker. This is a boxing match.
I agree. Yes.
This is a fucking boxing match. You know, I dare not bring up
the point, though. You're missing the point because when somebody backpedals and it looks like what you're calling they're running or they're, getting away from the guy, it's up to the other guy to cut the ring off and catch him. You saw what Usyk was doing against Fury. He was trying to get away, but Usyk was on him, cutting the ring off very, very efficiently. No, but Andy Ruiz could have
but when you jump 5 feet from me, man, like
Fury is more like a.
I would say the thing is, when I get to you,
the guy said that it's up to the
but
fighter.
Whenever I get to you, you clinch.
But if the guy's actually running from you, he's running. There's not, unless you're gonna start chasing him, you're not cutting off that ring.
Bro, there's an image of Shakur Stevenson showing his back.
Shakur Stevenson. There's no way. There's no that the other guy. I forgot his name. Whatever. There's no way he was gonna catch him.
Butcher, you sound
bad. Yeah.
Bucho, I know where you're at. I've seen that sidewalk before. There's a crack on it. I know where you're at exactly.
Keeps tracking you down, man. Because kick.
You hear me now?
Yeah, I know.
I think Shakur Stevenson was running. There's no way this other guy, I forgot his fucking name, there was no way he was going to catch him.
Yeah.
And we're talking about lightweight here. I mean, yeah, sure, Fury can try to run. I don't think he really did want to run that much. He's so fucking big. You're going to fucking corner that fucking guy. And by the way, Fury wanted to get corner. He actually put himself in the corner. Like, he didn't give a fuck, But when you have a guy like Shakur Stevenson that wants to run away, he will run away. You won't catch him.
Yeah, it's obvious to see what he's doing. He's running away from confrontation.
Listen,
boxing is about confrontation. That's what it's about. You could avoid incoming punches, right? You could avoid them by good defense, but you don't get credit for running away from. So you're holding on or running to avoid a fight. How are you winning?
It's a very simple solution. All the other guy had to do was stand his ground, and Shakur would have kept running, and the ref would have been like, "Come on, you guys got to fight." And that's the simple solution right there.
It's an automatic DQ for Shakur Stevenson. That's how it's supposed to be. That guy literally, I was telling everybody when that fight happened. Me and Gonzalo's were the only ones that actually picked fucking Edwin to, well, not maybe Mirage probably too. Mirage was one of those guys that I fucking picked it too. And he was going to knock Shakur out.
Well, you know who agree with you? Shakur Stevenson, by the way he ran.
Yeah, I know.
That he was going to get knocked out too. Listen, this is very easy to explain. When a man runs from you, he backfoots it. He's afraid of you. He's nervous. And all this other, he could have stood his ground. Then he didn't do it. There's a reason why. You're telling me if he felt confident he could knock him out, he wouldn't try to do that? No, of course he would.
Recognize
right?
he didn't do it because he couldn't, because he don't know how to.
Exactly.
He couldn't even box it, bro. He couldn't even box it because he couldn't even get close to it.
The thing is, Shakur Stevenson, he already and his weight limit already. 135 is his limit, and he actually fought somebody who's around the same size, just like Devin Haney. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. He couldn't get away with his unorthodox style of fighting, of hands down, like pull back on a straight line, like a ding dong, and come back and hit you, because you can get away like he did with Pitufo Diaz, and he was still getting caught by Pitufo Diaz.
There was a guy named back in the days, I'd say early 2000, named Panchito Bajado. I don't know if you guys remember him, right? He was up and coming.
Yeah. He was an Olympian. Yeah, he was Alex Vargas.
That kid in the beginning, he used to stay right in the middle, coming at you, like come in and out a little bit, avoid punches, and catch you in combination punching. Like that's skill boxing. Now his career went south. I think he had a lot of outside problems, but the kid actually coming up in boxing. He actually has skill. These dudes, that's not skills, bro. That's just.
I'm gonna give you an example.
He's just an
I'm gonna give you an
athlete.
example.
He's just an athlete. That's what he is.
I'm gonna give you an example. A master of a lateral movement and moving as well, but he didn't see like running. Finito Lopez. He was a master of the lateral traps and movement, but he was not running. Like he used to knock dudes out. Like
we've talked about. I mean, it's the American style now, the back footing, and this is enabled by the judges because they give fights to some of these guys who are on the back foot, who are out of range. If you're out of range on purpose, then you don't want to fight.
You don't want to engage. Yeah, you don't fight.
You don't want to engage. Yeah.
You know what it is? In today's time, guys that fight like that, a lot of them are soft. They don't want to get hit. That it's not like they don't got skill. It's not like Shakur doesn't have skill. He does have skill, and it's not like who else fights like similar to that. Haney, not really. Haney's still there, but he's still kind of a runner. He's still a runner. They just afraid to
Devin Haney. I think Shakur Stevenson got knocked out or something in sparring or something. His chin. He knows he doesn't have a good chin. I think that's my. That's what I believe.
I think Devin Haney. I think he's boxing. He's just ugly, man. Like he just boxes ugly. And the thing about Devin Haney, I don't really think he's as a backpedaling as much as Shakur. I think he's more of a. I think he's more of a retriever because he's always trying to like step back with his back foot. If you pay attention, when he throws his jab, his foot is on the air. When he throws his right hand, his foot is on the air was or flopping around. Because he always want to like give that step back before he even hit you. He want to get out of the way of harm's way. But Shakur does like those type of track type jumps, man. Like
he's not putting his weight over his front foot. Instead, while throwing offense, he's actually performing defense. He's actually pulling himself out of the way.
Exactly. To me, he's just a big athlete. Like he's an athlete, not a boxer.
The punching technique also is it's so fucked up these days with these guys. They like Jimmy was saying, they slap a lot of them. If you look Andre Ward, he wasn't really turning he wasn't turning off the punches. His elbow wasn't elevated enough, so it's like a slap. So I think some of these guys don't know how to throw punches properly because they don't want to go for the stuff.
Jermaine Ortiz was the same exact thing against Teofimo Lopez, and they're saying, "Oh, Teo didn't know how to cut off the ring." And same way they went, bro, if the guy is running, what are you talking about? You try cutting the ring off while I'm running away from you, you ain't going to be able to catch me, bro. I'm just going to be like, whoa, whoop, whoop, whoop. There you go, I'm out of here. Well, I'll just tap you once and move to the other side. You're not going to do anything to me. You're not going to touch me. If I'm running, you're not going to touch me. But if I stand still and try to duke it out, you're going to touch me. That's how it works.
But Lopez, there was things Lopez could have did to help his game. I mean, he kept following him around. He never. Lopez wasn't going to where he wasn't going to where Ortiz was gonna be. He was following him. He was being reactionary. So he was getting frustrated and throwing his hands in the air and shit.
I agree with you, Jimmy. He wasn't punching where Jermaine Ortiz was going. He was just following around, and he was
actually. He actually, even with Jermaine running, he was still touching him to the solar plexus. He was still outpointing him in a lot of parts of the fight. I don't remember the scoring of that fight because I forgot. Maybe like I gave it to 8-4 to Tio or something like that. I don't remember the exact scoring. 8-4. But he's clearly won in my eyes. Lopez won that fight. Jermaine was there to survive because he knew he was gonna get, if he exchanged anyway, he was gonna get fucking dropped.
That's the thing, though. Like a lot of these guys, they just give him brownie points because they survive.
Yeah, I disagree when people are like, "Oh, I thought Jermaine won the fight." I'm like, really? He was running.
Wow.
Yeah, he was running away from. You giving him credit for surviving? Is that what we're doing? Like, what about the guy who's actually trying to make the fight happen? What about him?
I mean, listen, I don't even go and call that the American style because Bruce Harrington, he fights. He don't fight.
Man, this fight, if it was called tag, okay, then Jermaine he wins. But this is a boxing fight, bro. That's why to me, Shakur didn't beat De Los Santos. De Los Santos should have. Yeah, he should have won that fight.
It didn't win that fight. Here's the thing. Shakur Stevenson, he only landed jabs. He didn't land a single left hand. And when De Los Santos asked to crowd him, Shakur Stevenson didn't know what to do. he just puts his hands in front of his face and then clinch him. Like he didn't do really much in that fight. I think he won because of the biased commentary of Timothy Bradley. Man, he's a one of the power. Like
he won because of the politics. Because exactly like if De Los Santos doesn't knock him out, he doesn't win the fight, or he doesn't.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. Shakur Stevenson, he fights knowing that. That's the fucking problem. Like he fights knowing that. So I wonder if Top Rank is gonna do like is gonna do like they used to do Manny Pacquiao when he used to rebuild. He used to rub his ass a couple of times, like or put him in there with somebody who's gonna really struggle. And I think that his next fight he's gonna struggle, man, because this guy he throws a lot of punches, and he's a bronze medal himself. So he's not gonna be there to lay down, bro. And this kid, he feels he got robbed against Frank Martin, so he's there with a purpose, man. I think they set him up with this fight, man, at least to look bad. I'm not saying he's gonna lose, but he's really gonna look bad.
Is he fighting an Armenian? Is that what it is?
Yeah, the guy who fought Frank Martin. Like if you ever watch the fight, that guy's a bona fide pressure fighter. And
I haven't seen that fight. I just watched the highlights of Frank Martin. I was like, you got decent skill.
Yeah, that's all. The thing is, he fights on the same approach as him, like one punch at a time, step back.
Frank Martin is actually not bad. He's actually a pretty decent fighter. But I think that last fight, and that I think you're saying that Shakur's fighting the guy that Frank Martin fought last.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy could have won that fight, bro. You could have scored it for him against
Frank
Martin.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think they're sleeping on this guy, man. I think they are, because the thing is, he gave a hard fight. If it wasn't for the knockdown, you wouldn't argue like Frank won that fight. No way in hell. And Frank Martin has like the same approach as Shakur Stevenson, like pure boxer, but not really. Like one punch at a time, trying to counter, but not really. You know what I mean? He's more like a finesse fighter. I don't want to call it like a counter puncher. More like a finesse fighter. And this guy, he's also bronze medalist. He's not a bum. So I think that's a step up to Shakur Stevenson, in my opinion.
I mean, Errol had like high praises for Frank Martin. I don't know if he's still being promoted by Errol Spence.
Yeah, he does. He still does.
Okay.
He was the one who told Tank Davis to put his hydration gloves up his ass. Like,
yeah, Frank is gonna give Tank a lot of problems up until he gets KO'd in the late. I think.
I mean, that's it though. Listen, I like Tank, but the fact that at lightweight you only was able to knock out who? Jurassic Gamboa in the 12th round. Stupid ass Rolly. Like you have to give him more than that, bro. And Ryan 136.
I know from far Tank that Tank is a beast. He genuinely is a beast.
Listen, he's a beast at 130, but at 135, bro, what happened with the last guy he couldn't drain? He couldn't knock him out. Gamboa, he couldn't drain, and he couldn't knock him out to a 12. And
So you think
his shoe was back punching.
Gamboa was a one-footed fighter too. Remember, he blew his ankle out in the second round.
Great point, Jimmy. Great point, Jimmy. Here's the thing, Gamboa, he's not a natural 135 pounder. If you remember correctly, he's a 126. He got locked up because he whooped his wife's ass, and then he blew up a weight. But he's not a 135 pounder.
Well, almost everybody. That's almost everybody he fights. He dragged up Leo Santa Cruz. He dragged up Hector Garcia.
My countryman Hector Garcia. He was a 126 pounder who he won a belt as a cherry pick at 130, going wrong, and because he beat Colbert and then he beat the other guy, the dude went down with COVID. What's his name? And then he went up one weight class to fight Tank.
Yep.
And it was like the whole thing, like, oh, I can see from my eye, and then all of a sudden, oh, I can see again.
Yeah, that was the most bizarre thing.
And the fight in the crowd, Jimmy, remember that shit? Like they
It's
stopped the
crazy.
fight, and Tank was losing, man. He was whooping Tank's ass.
They stopped the fight to watch the fight in the crowd. Remember that? It was the most bizarre thing. They literally stopped the fight in the fight, and the ref was watching the fucking fight in the crowd. At least that's one thing about a tag fight is guaranteed fight in the crowd. It's that's a Mark making fun of someone who calls in.
No, but yeah, like
sorry, Jimmy, my alter ego is kicking in.
I think Tank, bro. I think Tank is overrated, bro. Like at 135, he's overrated, man.
He throws the same amount of punches as a fucking light heavyweight. He doesn't even, and he loses rounds. If you, I mean, he lost probably at least 3 rounds to Rolly fucking short bus Romalo.
No, Jimmy, he's lost 5 rounds, bro. 5 rounds. I count him on. I like the fight I used to prove he's overrated is that fight specifically.
No shit, I didn't even watch that fight. I didn't even bother.
Well, to be fair, Rolly had a fight IQ because he's very athletic. If he had a fight IQ, he would be a lot more successful.
Cool.
I mean, Rolly did really hurt Tank Davis. That's the only guy that genuinely fucking hurt him. Like, he had a long
if you fighting Rolly, bro, like Rolly's a guy, bro, he's gonna hurt you. That's the thing. Like Rolly, he's strong as an ox. He just dumb in the ring, but he has a lot of natural tools. He just dumb. And
Did you see
his new trainer that he has, Salas? I think if he gets a couple of fights with him, bro, like, you know, because the thing is, he has to, all that dumb shit out of his brain has to be, you know, moved out. Because back then he was doing like whatever he wanted. Because if you see his punch, how we lost his fights against what's his name, Isaac Cruz, he was throwing his punches correctly. He just Isaac Cruz is a beast, but
he lost that fight.
He was, of course he did. He got knocked out. But my point is,
no, I'm talking about. Oh, you're talking about Leo Santa Cruz?
No, we're talking about.
He's talking about Rolly, I think. Who are you talking about?
You know, that even his wins don't age well. I mean, his biggest win is fucking his only really legitimate opponent. Was when he won the belt against Pedraza. But Pedraza's gone to lose 4. Yeah, but he's lost lost 4 of his next 6 fights, and he was weight trained as a motherfucker. That was his last time at 130. Went up right after that. But look at all his fights; they don't age well. None of them. Garcia is kind of blown up.
Well, his controversial win aged well.
Yeah, the thing is, when you say Jimmy, when you say these things about not age well, maybe he punished them so bad that they don't look good anymore. How about you think about that? That's also a thing.
No.
Well, you beat the guy so bad that his performances later on don't really.
Who? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't know boxing or something, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I might say, but these are just overrated dudes.
Mario Barrios was drained, bro. He even
I know they're all drained, man. I know Rolly was drained, but that's the thing, though. I think even with Barrios, I think he might have still beat him, but he wouldn't have beat him that way.
It's no coincidence that Rolly Romero was his last fight at lightweight when he fought Tank Davis. It's not a coincidence, bro.
Plus, Rolly,
it's no coincidence that Ryan Garcia looked like a damn skeleton, bro. It was embarrassing. He looked like a damn.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia. I gotta admit, man, Ryan Garcia was also compromised going into that fight. He had a body injury.
He looked like a damn skeleton, man.
Yeah, he did look pretty bad, man.
Yeah, like if you hit somebody in the body,
he definitely looked unhealthy in that way.
If you hit somebody in the if you hit somebody in the stomach when they drain, bro, that shit hurts. I know
the feeling.
Like last time for my last amateur fight, bro, I couldn't make it anymore. They didn't knock me out, but every time they hit me, like every simple shit, like I felt like it wasn't my back, man. Like it wasn't my stomach.
You're forgetting that Ryan had a mole in his cap. Ryan had the mole in his cap. Remember the Asian guy? I forgot what his name was. The fighter.
Yeah,
that's the Asian guy that hurt him.
Ryan's biggest problem is he doesn't listen to anybody. If he listened to the people, the fucking Hall of Famers around him, like Oscar and the second in command there, fucking Hopkins, they all told him, "Don't take this fight. This is stupid. Don't take a weight train. It has to be at 140, and now you're going to do a stipulation too." And he said, "Nah," because he just wanted to make it.
Jimmy, you got to understand that there was a good portion of fans, that are led by a certain toxic community, obviously, that were misclaiming that Ryan was ducking Davis. If you remember,
Jimmy, this fight was never going to take place. Tank would have never ever fought Ryan unless that stipulations were there. So
of course, he should tell him to fuck off. He needed Tank. Tank needed him more than he needed Tank.
That's true, but Tank's coward ass will never ever fight Ryan at his fullest. He will never have done that shit because of the fact, he's a shitless motherfucker. Even though he's going to get a lot of millions, so Ryan decided, you know what? I'll go with your stipulations. I'll take whatever. I'll give you whatever you want. And plus, he made $30 million out of that, according to what I heard.
I mean also at the time, like nobody wanted to fight around, and but the thing is, at the time, like they was trying to like spark something, especially Ryan. Because he wanted to because at the time it was like the Terrence Crawford and like these other guys, and I think they fought first before those guys too, if I remember correctly.
You guys see this narrative that people are saying that, like Tank said that Rolly's the hardest puncher he's ever faced. So they flipped around.
I think he said Ryan.
Retards have crazy strength.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, just like how Jimmy said it. He said Rolly is the hardest puncher, but they flipped the script and they say that he meant it for Ryan. He didn't mean it for Ryan. He meant it for Rolly, and I know for a fact that was true because when he came off that fight, he had the biggest fucking hematoma on the side of his head that I've ever seen. Any boxer have, probably. Like, he had a fucking lump on one of his side getting hit by fucking this guy. But after that, I don't know what happened to Mr. Rolly Romero. He, lost his ways.
I think he meant like he's the stronger fighter here for Rolly Romero.
No. It was definitely. I've saw the podcast, the interview. I forgot who the guy was doing the interview, and he asked him that question: who hits harder, Rolly or Ryan? It's like Rolly for sure, and something like that. And then he definitely hits the hardest, and then Ryan was like second to that shit. That's what it was. Ryan was second to that. Rolly was carrying pop, bro. Like. And you said, Rolly was winning rounds up until he fucked up.
Yeah, he fucked up, man.
Well, he was winning off athleticism. Yeah. If you sit and think about it, and remember,
he was. Bruh, thank David who couldn't pass his jab. He couldn't pass his jab, my guy. Like that 1-2 was giving Tank problems. Like, and when he got near and Rolly was do like the dumb shit and Tank was trying to clinch, he couldn't. Like I remember he carried like a little baby.
So Seven,
Rolly, if he learns how to box, bro, he will be a scary dude, my guy. He will be a scary.
I know, bro. That's what I was hoping for, but I don't know, man. He's not fucking doing shit.
No, I think he will. I think he will eventually will be like a good to meet boxer under Salas boxing, because back then he used to have this dude. What's his name? A horrible trainer. Like he pretty much had him doing like MMA drills.
He was doing judo. Yeah, he was a grappler before he became a striker. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But his trainer before, he wasn't like a real trainer. He was more like an MMA trainer.
His trainer, from what I remember, was a real trainer, but he wasn't. He's a real trainer, but for a different combat sport.
He was a kickboxer, wasn't he?
But this is boxing. Yeah, but this is boxing. And I think he's with Salas now. And I was impressed. I didn't know Roy Romero spoke Spanish fluently. Like, he actually speaks fluently.
He's Cuban, isn't he?
Yeah, but still, like, he was raised here, and like his mom, is from over here, and you know how like these Jono Sabos are, like, I thought he was a Jono Sabo, like just like Ryan Garcia, but I was wrong.
He's grown from from what I know, he's coming from a harsh background, like how they came to America and all that kind of stuff. But that's beside the point, bro.
It was his dad who came from Cuba. But the thing is, he lived a portion of his life like in Las Vegas. That's what I thought. He didn't speak Spanish, but he was speaking like fluent Spanish. Like, I always understand this motherfucker. He actually speaks better Spanish than English. I'm impressed.
So you're saying
when he's speaking, bro, he sounds like he's biting on the cheese. Like,
I want to hear your point. You think Frank has a shot against Tank? You think Frank can actually pull it off?
Wait, what happened?
You think Frank
Hell fucking no. Frank Martin got a give decision against Artem, dude. That guy is a...
Yo, let me hear the question. What was the question?
I'm asking him, bro. I'm asking, do you think Frank has a shot against Tank, like to win? Because
I mean, he has a puncher's chance, but I don't want to give him more.
You don't
than
even
that.
have that, dude. Come on now.
I don't think he has a puncher's chance, but I think like he could outbox him and probably win.
Bro, what?
I mean, I feel like he win rounds, but I don't know if he's gonna make it to the
outbox him. He don't have the power. Like
he don't have the power, Mark. I believe that shit for sure.
You don't have the fight IQ. You don't have any of that.
I think he has enough fight IQ to win some rounds, though.
That's if Gervonta Davis is studying.
Rolly Romero was
reading him
rounds
through the
against
rounds.
these dudes, man. Come on.
Frank Martin's not that good, bro. Let's be real here.
Tank is overrated.
Ryan Garcia was winning rounds against these dudes, bro.
Yeah, Tank is overrated. Let's get come on, like the guy. Look at the second round against Ryan Garcia. That guy was
I hear you, Butcho. I hear you that he's overrated. But if Davis is overrated, then what's Frank Martin losing to some random ass dude from who knows where?
These random, this random arms dude, it's a bronze medalist. It's a bronze medalist. That's the medal, man. That's the medal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. To be honest, all these medalists now are shit.
Yeah, I was gonna get there.
It's not like before we used to like look up to gold medalists. Now we're like, oh, he's a bronze, and you don't win bronze, you earn it. Like,
let me tell you something,
No, hold on. Where are all the American medalists these days? There's the last guy who won a gold medal, I think, was Andre fucking Ward. Like, let that sink in. 2004. So, bronze. Now it's like, oh, he was a bronze man. Like, no, man, they're all garbage. They're all overrated, man. They're all gonna get exposed.
Okay, but my issue is that we're giving Frank Martin credit for losing to that guy, a guy that's untested.
You must be French, man. We?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not giving him any credit. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Frank Martin's not that good.
No.
No, we're not saying he's good. We're not saying he's good. We just said, I think Gypsy was saying that if he has like a chance, you know.
Bro, I would pick fucking Rolly to beat that guy, man. Like, that guy's not that good.
No, bro, no.
I'm dead ass serious. If you think Frank Martin's that good, you're crazy. I don't know what you're smoking or what you're looking at. I'm starting to question if you even seen the guy fight.
I saw the highlights, and I'm telling you right now, I didn't see the full fight. Maybe the full fight you might be right about, but based on what I've seen, his highlights and how he moves, I think Rolly gets outboxed by Frank Martin. Realistically,
that dude gets rocked. Nah, way. I see.
He might be rocked. You might be right about those type of things, but I think he outboxes him because he got better balance. He got a lot of things that are better than Rolly is. A lot of things, man. I'm telling you, he showed a lot of things. Even though I do believe your assessment on Artem fighter, maybe he just was trash against him. Might have a bad night. That's also a thing too.
Well, if it's a fair fight, I wouldn't lean towards Rolly. But since it's not a perfect world, kind of hard to pick who would win because both have gift positions. You know, one has a gift stoppage, the other one gift decision. It's kind of up in the air for the PB favorite. What I'm getting at.
I feel like with Tank, Frank is gonna win like the beginning few rounds. I don't know how many though, but eventually, like, because of the power, I don't know whether the power is for real or not, but I've been hearing from the sparring the power is for real, bro. Like, Tank, you know, and if I know the fight, you know, the dehydration shit that he pulled off on these guys, I also hear that too. Based off of that, I feel like Frank would win majority of the fight, just like how Rolly won majority of the rounds, and he gets caught with some shit, and then next thing you know, Frank is on clear streak and he's getting stopped. That's what I feel like might happen. But it could happen the other way. Frank might outpoint him and win.
Frank Martin's best wins are the Armenian guy, Michel Rivera, and Marinians, I would say, right? yeah, you can tell this guy's a little bit overrated. But to his credit, he might have some elements. I think he's a far gone conclusion that he's going to lose, but he has some elements that he might be able to expose some things about Tank. Like Tank, he haven't fight in a minute either. So haven't fight what in a year? Yeah, a year and a month or so.
I'm gonna have to look at more Frank Martin's fight to come up with a better.
I'm watching. I'm gonna watch his last 3 fights. See, because I haven't seen other than like the Michelle Rivera and the Armenian guy. I haven't seen like any other fight. I think he stopped Marinas, but I didn't see that fight.
All these guys are overrated, man. I'm telling you, like, which boxer right now do you like think is demonstrating like really good skills?
What division?
Like from this generation, Busho?
Yeah.
I would say Keyshawn Davis, Bruce Carrington. I like Bruce Carrington.
See, these are all up and comers. I understand.
The
like,
middleweight.
they haven't even tested, bro.
The middleweight from Kazakhstan,
Jesse
Janabek looks good. Janabek looks good to me.
Moses Atama from the heavyweights. That guy looks good.
Moses Atama. Jesse Bam Rodriguez is good.
No, like seriously, it's like it's dry, man.
Caballo.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Bucho. Like this crop of I would say like 130 and up, between 130 and 160. They're not. Yeah, there's not much to look for. Like it's not that many people 160. It's not that many people. Well, 154 is kind of getting hot, but not that many. 147. Other than Boots and a couple more guys, you don't really have much. 140, you have a couple of frauds. 135. I mean, you got guys. The thing is, you have Cepeda, you have Shakur, you have Lomachenko still. I mean, I think 135 is gonna be good, but the thing is, the guys we really want to see fight, I don't really think they're gonna fight though. Like, I think Lomachenko is gonna make a couple of fights because I don't think he has another option.
The real hot division is 140 right now. 140. 135. It's kind of stale because of Tank not trying to fight anybody of note. That like he should be fighting Lomachenko by now, bro. Like, how old do you need Lomachenko to be to finally fight him?
It's just ridiculous. Never gonna fight him. They were never gonna fight him. Like, it's a bad matchup for him regardless of the age. Like, it's just a bad matchup. Like that hip hop style is not gonna work with Lomachenko. Like, whatever stage is that. Like their style is just bad for you. And
I mean,
he doesn't have like the best conditioning. And the thing about Tank, if you bring him after 6, bro, his neck is gonna be pretty much gone, and Lomachenko is gonna tire him out. I don't want to say Lomachenko wins, like for sure, because he can still get caught with something, but that will be like a really, really bad matchup for him. Anybody who has a lot of stamina and throws a lot of punches with Tank, like that's a bad matchup for him.
Yeah, I feel like Loma will still beat him, but it'll be Tank has a puncher's chance, but the guy's not even taking a fucking shot at him, bro. Like, it's ridiculous.
Tank, I don't really think he can knock out Lomachenko. I'm sorry.
If he catches, I don't think so neither. But if he catches him, he might give him a couple of flash knockdowns.
Yeah, but you can say the same, backwards. Lomachenko can catch him with a couple of body shots and throw him to the ground too. Like remember, Isa Cruz hurt him to the body. He put him to the ropes.
I could see it happening, but he might survive a drop, being dropped.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying he's gonna knock him out, but I'm just saying like it can happen to his ass as well because Tank is not really that technical. Also, he gets slappy,
He cuts
he's
a lot
really
of weight
patient.
too.
He's really patient, but he's really sloppy though. And the thing is, his skill has been decreasing for the latter part of his career. Like the dude's almost 30, and the bad lifestyle and things. In reality, to me, he's like 34. If you think about it.
Might be true. Small guys age a little bit quicker once they lose the speed. But he's kind of
he doesn't. Different. Yeah, but he doesn't have the best disciplined lifestyle, if you know what I mean. Like he's always drinking, baby mama drama, hanging out, all night, putting shit in his toothbrushes,
We're gonna see how old he got against Frank Martin.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's gonna try to make this guy, go away fast. But also, I want to see it, the pay-per-view numbers. That's going to tell that this pay-per-view is going to frustrate a lot of his fans, though. Because when they see he's not selling much without Ryan, bro.
He's fucked.
Yeah, bro. He's the last chance that PBC has with Amazon. Like, he's the last fight. And I think that shit is about to get canceled or something. Like, then he think.
It don't matter now. They'll have to make him do something immediately.
I think I've heard your voice.
I wish. I wish it flops. So he be forced to make good fights. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have any other option.
Yo, I think I've heard your voice in Boxing Gems. Have you been on Boxing Gems?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel how they're writing on Tank Davis's nutsack? They're really riding Tank Davis's nutsack. They're calling him like a complete fighter and all this stuff.
I mean, they have their own opinions. I respect everybody's opinion.
Yeah.
The thing is, Tank.
I'm not saying you have to distract him, bro. But I know what you're going with. You have to distract him. I'm just saying, like they're riding him like really hard. Like they're thinking that he's a complete fighter. That he's got everything.
Oh no, yeah. Like I think. That's something like I don't want to like argue like back and forth because but the thing is like you can say that because the thing is I have seen Tank going back box backwards and forward, not like not with mastery, but I haven't seen done it. But comparing him to like the other lightweights, I can see that. Like he's more complete than Devin Haney, definitely. He's more complete than Ryan Garcia. Then I don't want to say Teofimo now.
No, Teofimo's better.
No, I will say yes because Teofimo to me is just more dynamic.
Teofimo
is just more dynamic. Like I think Teofimo to me is more dynamic and smarter. Like Teofimo actually can. Well, we're a different trainer, I guess, but I think Teofimo is kind of smart in the ring.
Teo at his sharpest, he'll knock out Tank. Honestly, if he at his sharpest, he'll knock.
So. Nah, if they fight any point, I think Teofimo would have beat him because I think Teofimo he already has more experience and he have harder competition. Who Tank Davis have fought on the level of Josh Taylor?
Nobody.
Who has fought Tank at the level of Lomachenko?
Nobody, bro. None of those guys. Nobody.
Maybe Pedro's can fight.
I think the best guy on his resume, and it's not even Ryan because Ryan was fucked up, is Barrios. Yeah, Barrios put up the best fight.
It's not even that. It's just Barrios. It's a legit boxer, man. Like that kid was, he cracks and stuff. And the funny thing is, he was losing that fight up on the knockout. Like he was losing, even with the knockdowns and shit. He was losing.
That's what I'm saying. When it comes down to his power, I don't know whether it's real or not, bro. Like I know Barrios was dehydrated, but he did clip him with some shots that he fucking, they're kind of.
Listen, Barrios is not coincidence that was his last fight at 140. Like it's not coincidence. And he was struggling to make weight. Like he struggled on the previous fight with the Russian dude that everybody said he lost, even me. But he was drained, and he also put a rehydration clause on his ass. That Mario Barrios admitted him on a tweet, and he was like, "Yeah, I didn't care. I just wanted to fight."
Man, I don't know.
Like,
I don't know
bro,
about
like,
Yo, homies,
like,
what we gotta really fucking talk about is fucking Mirage's girlfriend. Because how the fuck is David Benavidez gonna do against our Ukrainian brother, Vazdik? Because Vazdik, hey man, he old and shit, but I don't know how. A lot of some of these folks are saying, yeah, David.
He's
He
gonna
might
get
struggle
killed.
with that guy. He might struggle.
He ain't gonna struggle. He's gonna get fucked up.
He might struggle. Who's gonna get fucked up?
I say he's gonna get fucked up.
I think David
see the
Benavidez will
odds.
win.
Does anybody know the odds?
I think Benavidez will get fucked up by Grozny.
I wouldn't be
I think he
surprised.
will win. I think Benavidez will win. Like, Benavidez
he will win,
he's
though.
an actually good boxer, man. He's an actually good boxer.
Yeah, I don't know when the bets were like plus 500 for Grozny. Maybe they might have changed, but I should have put fucking money on that shit.
I want to see Benavidez fight somebody that's big, bro. And,
That's the guy that he should fight. He should have warmed himself up, bro. That's a horrible choice to pick him because he's coming off of come on, bro. That guy is big, powerful. 50% of Grozny still beats him. 50% of Grozny, close to
I
fight.
don't know, but the guy, Gypsy,
If he was
37, 38 years old, bro. Come on, like.
if you rewind this fight to the
Look,
I think
Lonnie B. I think Lonnie B is one guy that sparred all three guys. He sparred Bierbev, and he sparred David, and he sparred Grozny. He sparred all three of them, and he said that Bierbev obviously hits harder than all of them, but Grozny also is not too far away from Bierbev's punching pop. And when it came down to David Benavidez, it's like, nah, David don't really punch hard. He don't really punch hard. He just throws a lot of he does a lot of punches. He just overwhelms you. And when they asked him who you think is gonna win that fight when it's coming up, Grozny, he's like, no question, man, Grozny, bro. Grozny loves pressure fighters just like that. That's his thing. He said that he enjoys shit like that, bro. That's man, come on, bro. Like this is gonna be a walk in the park. I won't say complete walk in the park, but like. It's gonna be what Grozny wants. When I said Grozny cherry picked, and I didn't even heard about Lonnie B talking about this shit. I heard him say it. It made me more confident that Grozny is going to possibly even stop him, because that's what Lonnie B said. He's probably gonna stop him.
Yeah, I don't know. Come on.
He's been out of the ring kind of for a bit. Well, not out of the ring necessarily, but he's been kind of inactive, obviously. But the version of him, let's just say, of like the better before he fought Beterbiev, I think I almost agree with you. That version of him would beat Benavidez. That was a tough dude, and he had actually an extensive amateur career as well. So he has a ton of skill.
What about 50% of that version, bro? Quack, so 50% of that. Only 50% of that, maybe 55% of that shit, bro. It still probably beat him, bro. Like I just don't see that fool, and he hits harder than him. He's like, they asked him about a lot harder. Like the way Lonnie B was saying, is like significant. Like he has pop. Like when they asked him, like, who'd you rather get hit numerously by, either Grozny or David? He's like. He's like, David, I'd rather get hit by David than fucking Grozny. Grozny hits like a fucking mule. Guy put the fucking Adonis Stevenson in a coma, bro.
Yeah, that was nasty.
You forgot about that shit, man.
That was nasty shit.
Fucking a coma. That guy's scary pop, man. I don't know what David is thinking. That's not a good choice. I think David, I'll probably fight like maybe Anthony Yard, and not even Anthony Yard is a good choice. For some Liam Smith, the guy that
hold on.
Or like Joe Smith, maybe.
Is David Benavidez a one-punch knockout artist? No, he's not. Right? He overwhelms you with punches. Now, he did look like Mike Tyson against Andre. But Andre, he used to fight at 154. Right? And then, let's look at that Taylor Plant fight. Like, he stopped Taylor Plant, but how long did that fucking take? And how did he look in the first part of the fight? He wasn't a whitewash, So, against a light heavyweight that has skills, it's going to be pretty interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think the edge that Benavidez will have will be his hand speed. And I'm that wall up.
Hey, listen. Yeah, he might be pretty good at 175 though. We don't know that, right? Like maybe now he doesn't have to worry about making weight, so he's gonna come in.
I think Benavides is a good boxer, man. Like, I think he would. I don't say he's gonna like look like a superstar against Usyk, but I think he's gonna look decent enough to he can compete at his weight and stuff.
I think you guys are gonna see a pedigree. You're gonna see a difference of pedigree. It ain't just gonna be the punching power of Gosnick only. That's just power and strength. That's other stories. Are you gonna see a pedigree? You're gonna see a real Olympian pedigree.
I mean, can he show something else? If he's struggling in the fight, can he show something else? Can he do something different? Seems like
we're gonna see a difference between an Olympian and a guy that picked up fighting and became professional.
Counter punching off at work. What is he gonna do? Like, he squares up. Like he's gonna get into I don't know. Maybe he doesn't take Usyk punching pretty well. I mean, who knows? He's fighting a light heavyweight now. So,
I mean, Plant punched him anyway, sent him to the ropes. Even though Plant, I mean, people said Plant was hitting harder than he was, but I don't know about that. But there were some people who were saying that Plant actually punches harder than Benavides, but Benavides throws so many punches that overwhelms you eventually. And when Plant was touching him, he would when Plant was touching Canelo, he barely budged Canelo, bro. Canelo was like, get this shit out of me.
And by the way, a lot of these guys that fight Benavides, they're scared of Benavides. Like they throw a good combination, they land, and they instead of continuing with the combination, they back off, they back away. Like why did you stay there? Like keep doing it. No, they're too afraid. So they land a few punches and they back away. That's circling. And that's why I think Canelo beats Benavides. He's not gonna be afraid of Benavides.
Exactly, and I think Canelo, if Canelo, let's say, fought Gvozdyk, I know you guys are gonna say what he came off of left. I think Gvozdyk would probably beat Canelo. Just my opinion. That's how I feel like, because Gvozdyk is a big guy, long ass reach, hell of a fucking pedigree in Olympia. He's fought all kinds of guys, Kovalev, Bierderbev, fucking you name it. He might have fought
Usyk too.
Yeah, Usyk too. He's got a huge, extensive amateur background and an Olympian. I don't know what he won. He won bronze, I think, at some point. I forgot. I think he won bronze or silver. Some one or two. And bronze? I heard bronze from somebody. But anyways, silver, yeah, he won silver. This guy got Canelo. I don't think Canelo loses against a dude like that, and he's fighting him. I know he's coming off a level, but this for me, I feel like it's the other way. If David's thinking this is a cherry pick, no, it's a cherry pick for Gosnick. It's not the other way around. That's how I feel like. It's a warm up for Gosnick to get his rematch. Hopefully, that's what Bierderbev again. That's what he wants. It's like a warm up for him.
He's gonna fight Usyk or Boston.
What's up?
He's gonna fight. What's the guy he's gonna fight? Boston.
He's gonna fight Gvozdyk. Benavides.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, I think Benavides wins. Not easy, but he wins.
I don't know, man. I have a hard time thinking that Benavides is going to win that fight. I mean, he could keep him away. He could keep him away, and then he makes one mistake, kalak. He overreaches, kalak. And it's just going to be it.
It's all about the age.
Fight a lot like Pacheco. He's going to fight a lot like Pacheco. The older guy his father trained.
He overdoes it, he gets dropped. If Devin Benavides overdoes it, he gets dropped.
I was about to say that, like, he cannot get the chance to cross his feet like he likes to. Like, I think he used to do that at 168 because he was not worried really what's coming from the other side. But he cannot get away with this at this division. Like, everybody here is above 6'1", 6 foot, like actually with big bodies. Because these guys, like, actually, some of these guys, they're ready to move up to like cruiserweight. So they're big dudes as well.
He's not only bigger, bro. He's not only taller, he's also wider than him too. He's both. He's taller and he's wider. He's just like
some type of fake stare down that they did, and they look about the same size.
No, bro. No, they're not. They're definitely not. It's you can see that he's a huge.
Benavides is tall, but his shoulders are not even wide.
No, yeah, he doesn't have big shoulders though. He doesn't have big shoulders. Like you can tell something. You can tell something. You can tell something went wrong when he was a teenager, like his hormone side, because he doesn't have big shoulders.
Yeah.
He's like a weird shaped dude, like slim shoulders, big frame, big hands.
I mean, I guess that works at 168. Like
he looks like a Yeti.
He's fighting a 38-year-old or something like that stuff. I mean, it's a test, but it's not a full-on test for like heavyweight. It's not like what Canelo did. I mean, when he fought Vivo. I mean, that's the ultimate test at 175. This guy's thinking on a 38-year-old. Still, though, Benavides has to impress us, though, because there's all this talk about how good Benavides is, though. So just winning a decision, I don't think it's enough. I think he needs to go and stop this guy.
I mean, yeah, he's what, 12 years his junior?
Exactly. And if he's supposed to be this fucking monster, so he might show us that he's a monster. Who knows? I'm just saying that.
He's a PVC monster. I mean, it's a PVC monster. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
like all these guys, they monsters from the PVC. You know, all of a sudden.
The bad thing about it is that Groznik is gonna take care of business with Benavides before Canelo does, man. Canelo, I mean, they're gonna go like, well, Canelo ducked him. Well, he kind of did technically.
I got the feeling that like Canelo will be like in the crowd or something.
Yeah, but bro, he's not like that. Look, man, he's gonna beat him up bad, and nobody's gonna want to watch unless Benavides decides to cut down weight and go back to 168. But even then, the fight's gonna lose that. That's that
stance. Because everybody wants to see that Benavides fight, and I think I agree with you. We'll some esteem. I don't really think it will be like a great gigantic fight. To me, that has to be like the last Canelo fight or something. Before he's running to the sunset.
They're gonna shit on it, bro. They're gonna say he got beat up by Groznik, and then he came down and fought him, and he got his ass kicked. That's not. They're gonna shit on him. That's gonna shit on his win over Benavides, and reasonably so, because Groznik's gonna give him a beating.
Oh yeah, but at that particular point of Canelo's career, like that doesn't really blemish his career at all. Like they're probably gonna shit on him.
It's just an icing.
Yeah, it will just, because at the end of the day, he's a younger, hungry guy, As he's telling you, he was talking shit about you for years. So,
I guess you put him in his place at that point.
Exactly. Like the thing is, because the thing about Canelo, he's moving more he's moving more of a legendary status. You know what I mean? Like when Pacquiao and Mayweather was like in the total story, like they only feel like guys that will kind of sort of worth it in their point. Even though I think Benavides has earned his shot.
Yeah,
I think Canelo beats him for like a body shot or something. Because I could be wrong, but because I'm not like the biggest Benavides fan. I like him. See the kids fight, I like his combination, I like his his ferocity, his hand speed, and some of his movement, but. I don't really think he has faced a puncher before. I could be wrong, but
he has, but he just outclassed him, and they were very good.
Hey, we have Dora. Let's hear him talk about how Canelo is shit and Benavides. Go ahead.
Well, I kind of don't want this to be.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I'll touch on it real quick. I don't really want this to be a Canelo stream, but yeah, I'm not too interested in him fighting Cripford. I think Crawford's going to win against Madrimov. I'm actually rooting for Madrimov just so it won't give, Canelo another opportunity to cherry pick, another mismatch, total bum fight. I know the casuals are going to pay for it, but I mean, it's like whatever. Crawford has no chance against that guy. And then when it comes to Shablak, and Zepeda, they got to fight, and they're going to fight on the same day. So I think they're setting up a potential fight. If Shakur leaves top rank match room, WBC can then make the fight, and then there you go. And then, Stink and Loma can eventually unify. But yeah, that's my opinion on that. I don't really care about Canelo right now. I don't want to talk about him.
I think you're kind of right with the Shakur Stevenson thing. I think you're kind of right, but I also would add that I think Shakur Stevenson was avoiding Cepeda. He was telling
I agree.
Yeah, he was telling like he lost to like beat him.
Why is Dora coming in with a low energy here?
But I don't want to see Cepeda. He's talking a little bit too though to that Black. Like he's like shaking his hand, taking pictures with him, and all that shit. It's like no, bro. You need to take his spot. You shouldn't be all nice to this fucking guy. Like fuck him. And his trainer has been saying, "Oh, Shakur's so good." Maybe they're just blowing smoke up Shakur's ass because he's bipolar, and maybe it's just all mind games. They can make him think he's better than what he is, and then Zepeda takes him out.
Nah, he was Shakur was telling what's his name, Kid Austin to when Kid Austin was calling him out on Twitter, was oh, you should go and beat Cepeda and then I will give you a chance for my belt. Like, come on, bro. Like if he was so good, why you don't beat both of them? Both of them.
Zepeda's rated higher than Shakur. Shakur only has like one top 10 win against Yoshino, and that was like you could argue he wasn't even really in the top 10. Dos Santos isn't in the top 10.
Yoshino was one of those guys that they bring on the top 10 on paper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think he beat the other Nakatani dude, the long beat. I think he beat him once or something.
Yoshino was the guy that Nakatani got knocked out by. That's why they put him there.
Yeah, but Nakatani was shot. That guy was totally done. And I'm not interested in this this cap campaign that these blacks keep running on these non-black fighters, saying Shakur brings nothing to the table that would make anybody want to avoid him. He's not a good combination puncher, has average hand speed, below average power at world level. He's not that good. Like he's really not, he's an okay fighter, but he's not that good. There's no reason why Zepeda, Tank, or Loma would ever back that guy.
Hey guys, can I read a super chat here from Iron Templar? Thank you for that super. He says, "Is Petroviev the last Overlord Beast Master since Gennady Golovkin? Inoue might be one as well, but for now, I would just consider him a Beast Master." What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, Petroviev an Overlord Beast Master? He's a KO killer. He's old as fuck, Petroviev. He's getting injured all the time. He's an old beast. Inoue might be the only beast. I guess Inoue is the only beast guy right now. Who else is on beast mode?
I would say that he's on par with that.
Beast from the east.
Only real beast that I know is Beterbiev.
Yeah, but the guy's fucking old. Like right now, Inoue is the only guy that looks like a fucking.
Young wise, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Young wise. But I'm talking about overall boxing. I say Beterbiev.
I think he's talking about knockouts. Like a beast that's knocking everybody out. There's only Inoue right now. Petroviev out of commission. That's pretty much fucking it.
Yeah, but Bucho, are you disappointed in Canelo's slapping tendencies been doing recently? Not moving his head, not throwing in combination like he used to. How does that make you feel?
Against who? Against Munguia?
Yeah.
Against Munguia.
He barely won that fight.
Because he doesn't care about that. He did it when it matters, he will do it. When it doesn't matter, when it doesn't. So I'll give you an example. Golovkin, right? Golovkin, was he moving his head against Walters, against the other guy? I forget the other African American. No, he wasn't. He didn't have to. Golovkin was actually taking the punches on his fucking forehead. Remember that? Nobody was fucking. Well, yeah, the LDBC was saying. Hold on. The LDBC was criticizing Golovkin. Even Daniel Jacobs. He's like, "Oh my God, the Golovkin's getting tagged. He's getting exposed." My friend called me. He said, "Jacobs, are you watching? Golovkin's getting exposed because he was getting hit." Yeah, but then he fought Golovkin, and what happened? The guy's like, oh my god, he's so happy the fucking fight ended. He's like leaning, he dropped from the ropes. He's fucking happy.
Yeah.
It's over, man. So it depends on who you're fighting, right?
No, he's not that guy anymore. He just can't take these guys out. He's not that good.
I give you a perfect example of Golovkin getting hit, and all these people fucking claiming that Golovkin is fucking exposed and whatever. And then what happens when they fight him? He fights differently.
This has been consistent though in his last 3 or 4 fights. He doesn't.
Against who? Against who?
He's plotting flapping.
You wanted to see him like he was knock out
world title fights. He only gets knocked out. He still can't get the knockout most of the time. I mean, imagine if Canelo can't KO fucking Crawford. You know how bad that'll look? If he can't KO a guy coming
No, it won't. It won't because Crawford is not a guy. He's gonna back foot against him. He's gonna try to tap him, and he's gonna run away. He's a faster, more nimble guy. He's a faster, more nimble guy, bro. Like he's tough too. He ain't fucking gonna like lie down.
Yeah, he's on submit feet too. That's why he gets smashed by Benavidez. It doesn't matter though. That fight will never happen. It's a fantasy fight. You know, I was just hoping Canelo would get taken out because at least Munguia would maybe fight Benavidez, but that fight will never happen. I mean, he thinks he's above boxing. Oh, I do what I want. I do what I want. I'm the king. He's boring, man. There's a shit pile. He throws 20 punches around. Submit feet, flat-footed, doesn't move his head anymore. He's done. Any elite fighter takes this guy out. Munguia lost to Dennis fucking Hogan, people, and he barely beat a 40-year-old Derevianchenko, and that guy gave Canelo all he could fucking handle. Aside of the knockdown, it was like 7 rounds to 5. It had a 115-112 Canelo, maybe 116-111 if you're being generous.
Bro, Munguia
He's done. He's done.
And I was hoping that Munguia would pull that fight off. I was hoping that Munguia would win that fight between Canelo not because I hate Canelo, it's just because it's just a different look in boxing. You know, you got some young lion and coming in, being the old lion and the passing of the torch, that kind of stuff. I was hoping for it, but Munguia did not win that fight. Munguia didn't get schooled like people are claiming. That's bullshit because Munguia learned shit, but he didn't get schooled like how people are saying. Like, schooled for me is like what Lomachenko did to Kambosos. That's schooling. What happened over there between Munguia and Canelo, that was a competitive fight where Munguia won 4 rounds. Could have possibly won 5 if he didn't get dropped, and he was winning that round where he got dropped on. It was a decent competitive fight, and you got to also consider Munguia is the bigger man. Munguia had I think he had the longer reach. I'm not sure about that one, but he's definitely the bigger man, and he looked like he probably reacted being heavier than Canelo, and Canelo's feet weren't fucking cement blocks because he was moving in and out and hitting him in the body. That's not true. That's bullshit. That's fallacy. Like Doro's saying, that's not fucking true at all whatsoever. And Canelo's performance was, for his age, it's a pound for pound type of performance. It's up there with the top fucking 3. You know what I mean? Like literally, it was a better performance than what I saw from Inoue against Nery. Way better performance because he's a smaller guy, older, on top of which, shorter, and he still won majority of the fight against a guy that throws a lot of punches. Munguia throws a lot more punches than Canelo does. He beat a guy that was supposed to outwork him. So to me, that's better than what Inoue did. A lot better.
How the fuck are you making a comparison between Inoue, who fucking dummied Nery, like dummied him, stopped him, versus
dummied him? But what kind of a level of opposition was that, bro? The opposition wasn't great. It wasn't great, brother. It wasn't great. The opposition.
No, sometimes your analysis is fucking. It like blows my fucking mind. I was like, where's the closest methadone clinic to where you are, man?
Opposition wasn't good, brother. Like, it wasn't. Nery wasn't. Like, you can't compare Nery's skill set to Munguia. Munguia, I think, is leaps and bounds over fucking Nery's.
Do me a favor. Watch both fucking fights. Watch both fucking fights again.
Difference than Inoue. Think about it, man. The size is like, they're about the same height almost, bro. The only difference is that Nery has a longer reach. It's fact.
Gyps, you're gonna
You
have
don't
to
like
go.
Canelo, I get it, man. Do you like Canelo? You don't like I get it. Like I understand. I get it. You don't like it. I'm just speaking facts. Canelo is not as what people claim him to be. Like flat footed, all these guys, all the motherfuckers who hate him. Flat footed, doesn't move his I don't know, his head, his punch output is fucking his punch output is
I'm not saying I'm with. Canelo's on the decline, but what I'm saying is your analysis of comparing a fucking Nuri fight where he fucking dummied the shit out of him at the end versus like Canelo going to the fucking deep end with fucking Munguia. Come on, man. You got to go to the closest methadone clinic, bro.
Listen. Munguia, not Munguia, Neri, who threw that punch at him. I promise you, I know Canelo has an iron chin. Everyone knows aside Golovkin's chin. Now he's probably the best. For sure, is the best fucking chin in boxing. He would have rolled that punch. Just put it out there. Neri throw that, he would have rolled that fucking punch if he was in the same shoes as what's his name? Anyway, that punch wouldn't even land on him. Just put it out there.
Why?
Because defense. His defense is a lot sounder than fucking. That's why he was able to be a short ass and fight against guys that like what's that dude's name that fucking got his ass beat by Peter Biff? Caleb Smith. Yeah, can't ask me. That's just the name of the game. That's why I have Canelo over Inoue, even though Inoue is a 2-time undisputed world champion. Even though that it doesn't mean, I mean, it means something to me, but it doesn't mean as much because that guy's 1-time undisputed, a 4-division is I think Canelo's 4-division champion. So he's a 4-division champion, but performance wise, he just looks better, bro. Like, let's be honest. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's all it is. I said my piece.
Yo, Rare Breed, you out there in the fucking universe, man? Come back, man, because Gypsy's really driving me insane.
Yo, what's up? What's going on, man? You right?
Yo, the show died for a second. What do you guys want to talk about?
We can talk about how we think the rematch in Usyk and Fury is going to go.
Okay. You started off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I personally think that so in this fight, with Tyson Fury and Usyk, I feel like in the rematch, Usyk will get a stoppage. It might even be a KO. The reason why is because if you look at the punch resistance of Tyson Fury, his punch resistance has gone down. And even though Francis Ngannou is not an MMA, not a boxer, he's still a human being that's a heavyweight that can punch. You know what I mean? I don't know how hard Francis Ngannou can punch. Say he was the hardest recorded puncher. I don't think he punches harder than Anthony Joshua, to be honest, or Deontay Wilder, but he was able to punch and beat up Tyson Fury, and that's added to the deflation of Tyson Fury's punch distance, because Tyson Fury is a typical British guy that drinks a lot. You know what I mean? He took years out the ring and took cocaine, and he had to lose a lot of weight. So his punch distance has gone down. He's aged, so he's 35, but I mean, if we're being honest, he's probably actually older than Alexander Usyk. So Tyson Fury is probably actually like 40. Alexander Usyk is probably closer to his real age, because obviously you can be younger than someone but older than someone because the nutrition and everything that you consume, it ages you. So Tyson Fury is at the end of his career, in my opinion. His punch resistance has gone down. I definitely believe Usyk will stop Tyson Fury. And if Usyk does stop Tyson Fury, he's going to become like, Tyson Fury will become like, I don't know if you watch the WWE, Finlay. Finlay is an Irish guy that goes in and loves to fight, but he gets beaten up. he's going to basically become the boxing's Finley, where he'll just fight for money. You'll fight Joshua, you get knocked out brutally, and he will just probably win a couple more fights and then retire. But he will lose to Usyk and he'll lose to AJ, and he might even lose to someone that you wouldn't expect him to lose to. So I think it's over for Tyson Fury. I think Usyk definitely has at least 5 more years at the top level. I think he's aged very well. And even if you look at Usyk, he's a white guy. And I'm not being racist, but he's a white guy that's 37 that has a full head of hair. And we can both agree that a lot of white guys lose their hair very, very quickly, like, at 35, 37. But obviously he's kept all his hair, which is a testament to his nutrition, his genes, and him being serious and making sure he's in shape. Whereas Tyson Fury has a history of taking nandrolone, which is the anabolic steroid substance that's added to his aging process. So I feel like this is the end of Tyson Fury. It was a good run, but I don't feel like he has a chance in the rematch. I don't feel like he has a chance against Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua takes care of himself. Again, the guy that's always in shape. Whether he was on steroids, I don't know. It's not really important, but he seems more healthier, if that makes sense. So, and he actually took less shots against Usyk. So yeah.
Anthony Joshua, I can agree with you that I think maybe Anthony will knock him out after, even if he beats Usyk or he doesn't beat Usyk. I think there's a chance that Anthony will KO him because of the age and the wear and tear and the drugs that he's done. Win or lose against Usyk, that is a possibility, as an outcome that could take place. But to be frank, to be sure that he's going to lose against Usyk in the next fight, that I'm not sure about. That I can tell you that I'm not sure. I think it could be the exact opposite. Could be the exact opposite. The rematch has always proven otherwise. And even if it's 50% of what he used to do in his 50% to 70% of what he used to do in his rematches, that's still enough for him to get the W. Even if he doesn't get the knockout. That's what I'm saying. But age does play a factor, and by the time he fights AJ, he'll be long gone from his past glories. And AJ will get his revenge, and I think AJ will long live the king, let's just say that much. He'll fucking take him down. I think that's what will happen.
Yeah, and I think it's a shame because, like, when you look at all the heavyweight champions, when you look at white heavyweight boxers, let's be honest, there has never been a white heavyweight boxer that's moved the way Tyson Fury moves and is, as athletic as that. I think Tyson Fury was like, he would never let a white boxer beat him, like that. So this guy that did have talent, he was special. The way he's built, he's not a muscular guy, but he's athletic. He's got movement. But unfortunately, he's not very consistent, and he's at the end of his career. His punch resistance has terribly gone down. How can you look like that? Have such a bad punch resistance against a guy that's not even a real heavyweight. Alexander Usyk, him coming in at 230 pounds would be too heavy for him. This is a guy that's not a real heavyweight. This is a guy essentially that is a big cruiserweight, but is a very small heavyweight. This is a guy that it would be bad for him to come at 230 pounds, and he hits harder than a lot of people gave him credit for able to do that.
Alexander Usyk is a good heavyweight. He's a perfect size heavyweight. Mike Tyson was the same weight. I don't know how heavy Holyfield was, but I'm pretty sure Holyfield was not too far away from that.
Holyfield was at 236.
Yeah, or 236, a little bit over. But Holyfield juiced the shit out of himself to get to that point, and there's videos of him of taking his cycles. You gotta also consider that shit too. And who else? There's a few other heavyweights. AJ is 240. He ain't that far away from Usyk. He's like 20 pounds. I know it's 20 pounds of muscle. That's a lot, but I don't know how much fat does AJ carry. So you gotta also consider that too. Where's his weight usually at? So where's his weight distributed throughout his whole body? Usyk ain't small, man. Usyk stands next to some of these dudes. He ain't small at all, bro. He's a decent size. He's a decent size heavyweight, not a small size heavyweight. Like Wilder, for instance, at one point, Wilder was weighing 211 pounds. 210 pounds fighting, bro. Like, so to say Usyk is a small heavyweight, not true. Because Tony Bellew, even though he was never really a heavyweight. He was cruiserweight at his best, I guess. He looked small compared to Usyk. Like it looked like a out of shape, skinnier version of Usyk. Usyk looked like built in front of him at same height, but bigger, wider body structure. So
I don't think Usyk is a small guy. I'm talking like in terms of, obviously, I don't believe there should be a super heavyweight division. But if we're being honest, like in today's standards, like Tyson Fury is an example of a super heavyweight. If we're gonna like, in terms of like a super heavyweight.
Yeah, he's a super heavyweight. He's like where the Lennox Lewis and like Vitaly and Vladimir Klitschko type of guys.
Yeah,
that's what.
Yeah, and like
AJ's up there too.
Yeah, AJ too.
AJ when AJ's first boxing fights, he actually came in like in the 220s. So he wasn't a massive guy in the beginning, but he bulked, like he slowly graduated into like the naturally 240, 250s.
Yeah, they shouldn't have done that with him though. Like they should have kept him at 230. Like look at the size of his fucking arms. There's no need for that. That does him no fucking favors. Just make him slow.
Yeah, I've always wondered whether he did take something anti-Joshua, but I'm not 100% sure. But because he looks like a healthy guy. He's not losing his head.
100%. AJ's on the sauce. You know, so? I'm pretty confident with it. I can bet any of the money you want that motherfucker takes some sauce.
They all are.
Yeah, I mean,
at this point, we have to like pretty much just like paint them all with the same brush.
So you think Usyk is on it?
I think Usyk also has been on some shit. I mean, Fury accused him of stuff, but I mean, this guy went from supposedly middleweight all the way up to this. I mean, come on. I mean, something could have been there.
What he did in his training.
But AJ, I'm pretty confident. AJ, I'm pretty confident with that shit.
Didn't Tyson Fury get in trouble for eating like uncircumcised hog dick or something?
I mean,
Angelo, yeah,
it was on the menu, so he had to take it. Anyways, so yeah, bro, like I think AJ when he lost against Ruiz, I think with him, you know how when these guys take these drugs, right? They're like they can't feel confident if they don't take them. You know what I mean? And I've seen this shit. Like, if they don't take them, they don't feel confident. And I think the same thing would happen to AJ when he came here to America and he fought in the New York Stadium, Madison Square Garden. And he probably couldn't take some of the stuff that he could take in England and maybe in the Saudis. And that was another reason why I fuck with his head. And when he got in the fight, he wasn't quite there. It's a huge possibility that could have taken place. That's why he never came back here. I mean, why not get your revenge? Why not come back here and prove a point that, you know, I am a world champion. I can fight anywhere and I will win. He never came back.
You know what they said about him in the rematch of Usyk? Because Usyk, they said that Usyk, he was holding his breath underwater for 4.5 minutes and he was cycling in 40 degrees heat for 5 hours. Is that even possible naturally?
No, it is. I can do a maximum of 2 minutes and 30 seconds underneath water. This guy did 4 minutes. That's insane, man. Usyk is a beast, bro.
That's why his condition is good, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, his condition is ridiculous, bro. Like, that's phenomenal. I've heard of that shit before. I've heard of people holding their breath for 9 minutes. That's the whole longest I've heard of. Probably longer than that there could be, but I've heard of 9 minutes before. This was the 4 minutes.
When he gets fatigued, like, because of the conditioning, the oxygen flows to his brain, so he's able to think more clearly whilst not getting tired, isn't it?
It's a mental thing. It's also a physical thing as well. Maybe some kind of genetic things as well can play a factor into that. But it's a lot of things. A lot of things when it comes to strength and condition is all mental, man. It's all mental. It's all the nervous system, man. Realistically, if you That's why when they say like this guy got heart, it's not really the heart factor of it. It's more of a his mind ain't willing to give up. Sometimes the mind, the severance between the body.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know.
Huh? I know exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of these fucking shit. A lot of this shit a lot of these athletes nowadays, when it comes to strength training, they strongman wise, I'll tell you strongman wise, make it easier. Like they have they call it nervous system overload. When they push the nervous system way too hard, they can't do anything anymore. The same thing is with this shit when it comes to the sport. Nervous system overload. You overload it too much, but then again, some people try to they push those limits and try to go to different levels, and that's what Fury is. That's why Fury is like that. When he drop him, he gets back up. All this fucking crazy. I don't know. This guy's a wild motherfucker. Like he that's why he's like most of the mental game.
Jesus Christ. Wait, Jesus Christ when he fought Usyk.
What do you mean Jesus Christ? I didn't mention Jesus Christ. What do you mention Jesus Christ? I didn't mention Jesus Christ. I didn't mention.
But do you think the hundreds of amateur fights plays a role? Because this guy had 335 wins, 15 losses. I think that's.
Yeah,
that play a part, bro. Everything, all that shit. When he said like 22 years is all led up to this, that's true in a way. But he didn't really know he was gonna fight Fury because he didn't even know he was gonna make it to the heavyweight. He said it with his own mouth. He didn't know he was gonna make it to the heavyweights.
Fury needs to make it a helps. Fury needs to make it a fight. Fury needs to make it a fight. He needs to stop running around, going on the ropes, getting cornered. I mean, he was basically allowing himself to go in the corner, and even in the corner, Usyk wasn't doing that much. So,
yeah, he was. He was punching him up with combinations.
Oh no! Look at it again. What the fuck are you talking about?
Only a few rounds, bro.
Yo, guys,
he was going for body consistently when he was in the corner. He was doing good body work in the corner.
Go watch those few rounds.
And he was also
tagging him the body.
That's not borracho, Bucho. Come on, bro.
No.
I thought he was doing it.
You picked Fury.
King Borracho. That's what we're gonna call you now, bro.
I'm going to another part now.
Watch those rounds again, man. He was really tagging him up.
Bucho stumbling around Montreal, yelling at his phone. Come on, bro.
No, look. Game.
Oh shit!
Fury tries to make it more of a fight. I think he's just gonna exhaust himself even faster.
No, if he tries,
he's not going to do that.
I know. Nah, you guys are making out to be like he got fucking.
Hello.
If Fury
he was beat down, bloody in the corner, bro.
No, listen, man.
Listen. I mean, this dude, the rope.
I tell you right now, Tyson Fury is still pissing blood today, bro, from those shots to the body.
Nah, that's the exact opposite. I think
it's like a blood fountain.
You guys are exaggerating, man. You guys are exaggerating. Like he was a whitewash from the beginning until the end.
No,
I thought it was a clear victory.
It was
Fury had 400 pounds.
I've seen fights that have been not as close as this, and they give it to the other guy, and the other guy was the favorite. So,
well, that's called a robbery.
Yeah, I know it's a robbery, but that's what I'm saying.
You're saying they should have robbed him and gave it to Fury? What are you trying to say?
Why did you bring it up?
The reason why I've said that is because it was close enough where you could have probably gave it to Fury as well. But the thing is, though, I personally would end up giving it to Fury. I personally would end up giving it to Fury. But if you have a subjectively, if you're looking at the fight, and if you're favoring one guy over the other, if one of the refs, you can probably give it to Fury based off of certain rounds being swing rounds, which I thought were Usyk rounds, or certain rounds were Fury rounds. It depends. It just varies. It can happen. It can take place.
From what I've seen, there was only 2 swing rounds in it. There was round 3 that was swing round, and there was round 11. Those are the only 2 swing rounds I can think of. I still gave 8 rounds.
I thought the 5th was close. I need to go back and look at it. I thought the 5th was
close. Check it out, y'all. Just FYI. Check it out, y'all. Look, just in case anyone wants to go see the fight again, The turkey sandwich, he uploaded the fight in like 4K to his own YouTube channel. So in case anybody hasn't seen it or wants to see it again.
In my opinion,
Thank you,
Usyk.
Thank you, thank you, Stefan.
In my opinion,
Thank you,
when
Garrett.
I watched the fight, because I watched the fight back and I watched the fight live. When I first watched the fight live, I personally thought I didn't know who won because I wasn't really scoring it like that. But when I watched the fight back and I watched it properly and I watched it with the sound off neutrally, in my honest opinion, I can't make a case for Tyson winning that fight because I gave Usyk a minimum of 7 rounds. But if I'm being honest, I gave him 8 rounds. And I gave Tyson Fury 4 rounds.
That's how much I gave. The only rounds Fury won were 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those are the only rounds he won on my scorecard. And I get it, he won them all in a row, and people only watch those rounds, and then they pretty much click the fight off, and they're like, oh, Fury won. Well, there's 12 rounds in a fight. There's not 8 rounds.
I knew 6, bro. Like six each piece. It was a good fight. It was back and forth. So, that's the way great fights are usually supposed to be, back and forth, not one side and then it goes one side and then the other side, and that's it. The fight's done. If it's a back and forth, each round is like back and forth. That's how it should be. That's great fights, and that's how a great fight is. And even if it ends up a knockout at the end, that's even better. But the thing is, this was a close fight. No matter which way you slice it and dice this, I know some people are gonna say 8-4. If you say 9-3, I don't know what you're fucking looking at that point. Some people if you say 8-4, some people say 7-5, some people say 6-6. I'm one of the 6-6 guys, and then plus a knockdown.
You could give it 9-3. You actually could give it 9-3 too.
Nah, bro. I mean, come on, man. 9-3, bro. Like, you know what a 9-3 is? Like 9-3 is like
swing rounds going to Usyk.
Mate, if you look at the punch stats per round, and if you look at Usyk's aggression, ring generalship, you could actually give it 9-3.
Nah, I just can't. It's impossible for me to.
I don't think. You know what? Because you said the fight was close, yeah. I don't think the fight was close. I think it was competitive, but I honestly feel like Usyk won that unanimously. That's just how I feel.
I agree, bro. I thought they were going to be nice to Fury and give him a draw.
I agree with what you're saying with the 8-4. That's your opinion, bro. 8-4. You thought 8 rounds were clearly for Usyk and 4 rounds for Fury. It makes sense. I'm not gonna argue with you. I mean, people have their own scoring criteria. Some people don't even value body shots that well. Like, I value everything, depending on how the fighter reacts to those punches.
Fury was moving away from him, so they must have hurt.
I'm talking about both ends, not just one end. Both ends.
When you look at the CompuBox stats, though, Usyk outlanded Fury with the power shots, though.
Yeah. And also, if Fury's body shots are really that damaging, why did Usyk finish strong?
By how much, though?
By at least like 40 more, at least, on the stats.
Yeah, significant. He's right.
40
more.
Yeah, Usyk landed a lot of left to the body early.
40 more, I doubt it, bro. 40 more, I doubt it, but maybe like 20 more. It would have been.
You know, the reality is, yeah, Tyson can't fight southpaws. He just can't. That's just the reality.
If Tyson can't fight southpaws, then how the hell did he win 4 rounds off of this guy? He can't fight southpaws.
He can't beat nobody as skillful as Usyk. That's all that is. He can't beat anybody as skillful as Usyk.
Imagine saying that he can't beat southpaws, but he won 4 rounds.
He can't fight out southpaws. That's obvious. Haney can't fight out southpaws. That's clear. It's much more clear.
Look what happened when he fought Otto Wallin, right? Otto Wallin was the second person that landed the most punches on Usyk, and now the most punches landed on Fury by Usyk.
Yeah, we got it right the first time around. Otto Wallin got schooled 9-3, bro.
Oh yeah, nothing. He got schooled, but he landed more punches ever on Fury in the second.
But again, Fury's the worst version that he's ever been, guys. Like, he's never going to be what he was before Klitschko. And he's fought shit fighters. Like the past 3 fights,
I'm glad that you realize that.
No excuses, mate. No excuses.
Mollywop.
Well, Usyk is the worst version he's ever been. He's 30.
Usyk Usyk goes through the cruiserweight division. He becomes undisputed. That comes to the heavyweight division, beats Joshua twice, and then beats Fury. Like this, like their trajectory and skill and is just like totally different.
I'm glad that you realize that if Fury was at his best, he would have made fucking look like shit.
Fury's not. Listen.
Your mic.
Fury is good, man. Look, guys, he got knocked down by Francis, like literally by MMA fighter. Like he'll never be the same.
Never. I say never. He'll never be the same. Never. We'll see how he never turns out. Never.
He'll never be the same. He got beat up by MMA. He got beat up by MMA fighter.
All the background noise. Who's got all the fucking background noise?
Shit, he got
I don't know.
by Cunningham.
He got beat up by. Listen. Listen. He was in a sparring match with Chisora. He gets beat up by an MMA fighter. Like, what is he doing here? Like the guy's like washed up. He's fighting off his name at this point. He can give you a couple good rounds, but he's damaged goods. The guy's stealing money at the moment. That's what this is.
No, you know WWE. You know Finley.
Hold on. He fought Alexander Usyk. He won some rounds against Alexander Usyk. Like one of the best guys. So I don't know. Like you're looking at the Ngannou fight. If he would have fought if he would have shown up like he showed up against Ngannou, he doesn't win a single fucking round against Usyk. A single fucking round.
That may be true, but still, but the fact remains he was dropped by an MMA fighter, involved or not. This is his sport. So, but regardless if he was there, but still, he'll never be what he.
No. Look at the knockdown against Ngannou. What was he doing? What was the mistake? Even when he got hurt against Usyk, you can see like Fury's making a fucking huge mistake. Both of his hands are fucking down. Like
the best version. Wait. The best version.
This always happens. He's always running around and he gets caught, and then like he kind of wakes up a bit.
That's the reason why Fury looks so invincible because of what he did to Wilder, the novice boxer. That's why he gets this. Like otherwise, like it wouldn't be a thing. He beat up on a guy who couldn't even throw a jab. Like he's never going to be what he was when he fought Klitschko. The man is a drunk. He's a glutton. He doesn't train. Heavyweights don't like to run. He's 6'10". Those legs are getting old. He's washed. It's a wrap.
And also, when Fury got hurt, when Fury got hurt, he got hurt throwing a combination. He got countered. I mean, when has he ever fought a guy that's that fast on the counter?
That's what I was gonna say. When he got caught against Usyk, it wasn't him clowning around. It was him trying to fight. He got, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like he should do a combination on the short range with his hands down. Like
but that's what he does, though. That's just how he fights.
Listen,
that's why. Like, listen, if you look at the first Wilder fight,
guys.
You know, remember the first Wilder fight? He gets dropped in the round 6, whatever, and then he gets obviously dropped in the 12th round. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, in the rematch, he's gonna get caught again." It's just logical. If he got caught twice in the first fight, he's gonna get caught again in the second fight. What happened in the second fight? Yeah, I mean, people.
He should have.
It's the same thing, Bucho. They don't realize they're falling the same fucking trap over and over again, Bucho. They don't get it, man. Everybody thought he's gonna get knocked the fuck out. And guess what happened? He flipped the script.
Yeah, exactly. People are saying
I'm gonna say this with the pedigree with Fury's quote unquote pedigree, he shouldn't even been dropped by Wilder at this point. It shouldn't have happened. It happened, but it still shouldn't have happened.
Let me tell you something, boy. Let me tell you something. I got a little offensive. I mean, let me tell you something. Sorry about that. Let me tell you something, bro. If that was the case, why the fuck did AJ fight Otto Wallin instead of Wilder in that fucking Riyadh shit? If it was not much of a fucking threat to fight Wilder, Wilder's a fucking bum. Why didn't you fight him? Huh?
You gotta ask Joshua that, sir. No, I'm saying
everybody should be fucking looking at that shit. Go like, what the fuck is going on with this dude? Why the hell are you not fighting Wilder?
I don't know, but then again, but listen,
he's not worth shit, and he lost the
dispute is done. It's done.
Sir, a cruiserweight came and then just took over the heavyweight division. He beat Joshua twice and beat Fury, the who's who of the heavyweight of the modern era. What are we talking about? Literally, like
twice. How did Joshua perform against that cruiserweight? He looked like he was getting fucking beat up by his own dad in the first round, in the first fight. That's how it looked like. He looked like he was getting beat up by his own dad.
How did Fury look like when he was bouncing off rope to rope 5 times? Bam, you go to that rope.
What kind of excuse are you
go to that rope? Bam, you go to this
rope. The ninth round didn't take place. Let's just say the ninth round did not take place. It never happened. What were you saying then? What were you fucking saying? You would say Fury fucking won, right? Then what the fuck are you guys talking about? We witnessed the 2 best heavyweights of this fucking era at this moment in time.
No. Actually, I don't think Fury is one of the best heavyweights.
Still won without the knockdown. Usyk still won without the knockdown.
I don't think so.
Fury, like at this stage of Fury's game, he's not an inside fighter. He usually leans on guys. Those legs are tired, holding that 6'10" frame or whatever. Going to fat camp every fight that he has to go to. The man's wild. Usyk's gonna beat him up again. He's gonna beat him up again, and you should just deal with it.
Usyk's gonna beat him up again. Dylan White was the last time I saw Fury sort of in shape, and he lost his shit. And he lost.
Dylan White is a nobody. This is what we're saying. He always did good against nobodies. He don't know, sir. Listen, let me speak. He beat nobodies. He got beat up by his MMA star.
Ipsy, let him talk.
He got beat up by MMA star, bro. Like Chisora wasn't even a challenge. Like he was playing with Chisora. Like there's nothing has challenged him, and he always stoops to his opponent's level. Well, really, he's not that good. The reason why he beat Klitschko probably because Klitschko was an old man. Fury was always overhyped, G. It was always that way.
Fury was overhyped. Okay, Dylan was overhyped as well. Dylan's the same guy that beat up AJ in the amateurs. You know that, right? They had a grudge match. Dylan was overhyped, though, bro. What are you talking about, man? Dylan was it was a game contender. A game contender. They were talking about Dylan possibly knocking out Fury. They were talking about Fury getting knocked out by Dylan. What the hell are you talking about, man?
Bro, anybody with a boxing acumen knows that Dylan White was not going to knock out Fury. Like it wasn't going to happen. They're not even on the same level.
Chisora, a guy that went fucking 12 rounds was it 12 rounds against Usyk. What are you talking about?
Usyk was getting used because he was getting used. He was getting used to being a heavyweight, bro. What are you talking about? You act like Usyk just came there, just like he had to get adjusted to the heavyweight division. What do you mean?
Okay, he got to get adjusted. He couldn't outwork the guy and stop him. He's so great, he couldn't outwork him. But that couldn't have taken place, right?
He came from cruiserweight to heavyweight, bro. Like you got to give him at least that. Like these aren't excuses. These are facts, bro. I'm just saying.
What kind of adjustment did Usyk do in the second fight against AJ? Absolutely goddamn fucking nothing. He did the same.
AJ is so stiff and rudimentary. Like he didn't have like Usyk's his amateur background. Like he's seen everything already. Everything AJ had to offer besides those gut wrenching body shots.
Are you still talking about Tyson Fury, dude? I went to go get a haircut. I went to go get a fucking burrito, and you're still talking about Tyson Fury, dude?
And nobody's talking about that except for the people that brought over Tyson Fury.
Holy shit, dude! Come on,
I'm just saying. I already put it in. He's washed.
Bro, what the hell?
He's washed up. He's stealing money. Tyson Fury gets washed up. He's stealing money. That's what we understand. He's stealing money, bro.
Bro, this is crazy, bro. I legit, Don Marazos. I shit you not. I went to go get my haircut.
I know.
Just got a burrito, dude. Carnitas.
Right now.
I know you like motherfuckers still talking about Tyson Fury, bro. That is crazy.
Kidding. I went all the way across town to go see a client. I had a slice of the pizza. I played a little bit of Ninja Turtles game, and then I'm getting back to this motherfucker.
I was on this. I was on this live 2 hours ago. Same here. I was here 2 hours ago.
I didn't bring fucking Fury up. You guys brought Fury up. You guys talking about
still talking about Fury, bro.
This guy, he won't let it go. 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 He's washed up, bro.
I already let it go. I literally let it go as soon as it was over with. I just like to talk about it.
No, you did not. No, you did not, sir. But
I don't care about
Bro, your boy lost, bro. He got his ass beat 8-3-1, dude. Like,
cruiserweight.
They don't have situational awareness. Like, they're not aware of their situation.
No.
That's you. Like, you're not
Fury
aware
kept on calling Usyk a middleweight, so Fury lost to a middleweight. Remember that.
Hey,
that's
can't
good.
hurt.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Middleweight getting knocked out next time around. Think about it this way. I look at it this way.
You have to accept that your favorite fighter lost to fucking ET, bro. You just gotta accept
he needs to accept that Fury's washed up. He's stealing money. He's stealing money, bro.
He lost to the Viking, dude. Just accept it already, man.
It's over with. It's over with. He's washed up, son. He's stealing money.
I like this because this is what this is that when he beats him.
Oh my god!
It's gonna be much more delicious.
Oh my god!
It's so much better, bro. So much delicious. Because if you just wipe out,
he said so much delicious.
But once he defeats him in the second fight and he stops him, that's gonna be so much more delicious. I'm gonna enjoy that a lot more.
Yeah, Gypsy's gonna take off his dentures and suck off here, dude. Come on,
no, I'm not. I'm just gonna go like I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna press the button and watch you guys.
You don't have to say.
I like your Gypsy, but like.
You can articulate yourself a lot better.
I feel bad, like insulting you because you're a good guy.
Hey, I'm a
guy. That's weird, bro. Like, honestly.
When Gypsy jumped
yeah, that was kind of weird, bro. Like that was kind of weird. Yeah. But it's alright. It was delicious.
It's delicious, bro.
Guys, can we just accept
the fight, bro? I told you guys. I think AJ will knock him out, and I don't like AJ. I think AJ will knock him out, even if he beats Usyk. I don't really give a fuck. I think AJ will probably knock him out because of the fact of his lifestyle and everything will catch up to him. Him being 36 at that point. If it's next year the fight takes place, if they don't have a third rubber match going on, if he beats him. Or loses. If he loses, obviously no rubber match. Then the next fight, obviously, AJ will KO him. Either way, wins, loses the next fight with Usyk. I feel like AJ is still going to probably have the upper hand because he's taking care of his body much better and all this kind of stuff. I don't really care if he loses. I'm just saying, this guy, for me, is the most entertaining fucking fighter for heavyweight. Bar none. To me, he's the most entertaining.
All right, guys, can we admit that Usyk is the number one? Is that fair?
You can have all that Ukrainian dick as much as you want, bro. I'm good at this conversation.
Okay. What do you mean? Fucking Usyk is undisputed.
Yeah,
he's the number one guy.
Bro.
He's the man to beat now.
Where did that why are you hating?
Usyk is pound for pound number one. I don't disagree, but I'm not gonna keep saying it.
Bro, you have to accept that ET beat the ogre, bro. There's nothing you could do. The Viking won, dude.
Bro, the ET has fucking lightning coming out of his ass, bro. From the UFO.
He still beat your boy, dude. That's it.
Shrek is just a fucking onion. You know,
he beat Shrek, bro. He beat the Gypsy Shrek.
Why are you such a hater? Gypsy, why are you such a hater?
I'm not a hater.
ET beat your boy, accept it.
Okay, I've accepted it. What's your point? I
don't think you have, man. And like when you said you had some doubt in your voice.
I don't like when they shit on a fighter, even if it's a fighter I don't like. If they shit on him and he's performing much better.
On a guy who shits on a lot of other people, so he's kind of getting what he deserves. I mean, he talks a lot of shit.
Exactly.
I guess in that way he deserves it. I guess he deserves it for sure in that way. In that sense, I agree. I'm not gonna deny that. I'm gonna agree with that in those terms. But Usyk's getting knocked out in the second fight.
You don't even believe that, Gypsy. You don't even believe that shit, man.
No, I swear, I believe it. I believe it without a shadow of a doubt. I believe it. I believe he gets KO'd.
So what you gotta understand, what you gotta understand, Usyk,
I don't mean to interrupt, but I need a chance to make some money. We need to figure out cash apps if you really want to make a bet on that.
No. You gotta understand, Usyk. He had a wet dream, and he woke up. He looked to his right. He grabbed his little, those 8 balls, and he shook it.
and he asked the A ball, Tyson Fury gonna win the rematch, and it said it's possible.
If he bet each of us you bet each of us $100 right now.
And then he shook it again. He shook it again, and he asked the question, "Is he gonna win by knockout?" And it said yes. That's why he believes this delusion.
That's exactly what happened, bro. How the fuck did you know, bro? How the hell did you fucking know this shit, bro? Like, you fucking genius.
A bit weird, man.
You sound like you got a decent job. You sound like a smart guy. Like I said, you can afford it. What you want to do on this Cash App? You need to get this off. Like, seriously.
You really want to make a bet right now?
I mean, when it comes on, you'll be around. But like I said,
that fight's gonna take place all the way to October. I might forget.
What does it matter, Jeff?
You're going to forget. You can't. Come on, man. You're going to forget that you said you're
5 months. I got better things to do to remember a fucking bet. You know what I mean? Like, let me just you call me out.
Listen, this is what, sir.
No, look, bro. Like, what's your name?
Wait, sir. This is what. Listen, sir. I was going to keep your.
Okay, bro. You call me out like a month before the fight, and I already got a bet with Mirage.
Sir, I will keep record. That's why I said let's exchange Cash App. I will keep record so when the fight is, because I got a couple of other.
Like, you have another means of Zelle or something like that. If I can do Zelle,
that can work. That can work, Vino. However, that can work. However, I just gotta get this. I gotta make this money off of you, though. I gotta make it happen. I gotta make that happen.
Gotta make cheddar.
I want your money.
Hey, you don't need my money. You need to just give me yours. That's all it is.
No, I want your money. I don't need your money. I want your money. That's what I'm saying. If you're saying I want your money.
Give me yours, and we'll call it a deal. How about that? I'll send yours. All right.
I like whatever you drinking. That's some good sauce, bro. You're entertaining.
We'll cover the party I'm gonna have afterwards.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
You're gonna come to my party.
Tyson Fury is going to knock out Usyk. So like I said, $100. I'm gonna remember this one.
How's that? How do you not see that? I don't know. How does that seem so improbable to you?
Who's the last person Who's the last person that man knocked out, sir? Who's the last person Fury knocked out? And how long?
Chisora and Dylan, both of them.
The bums. Usyk is they're nowhere near Usyk's resolve or level. Nowhere near as a cruiserweight.
Yeah, I mean, the guy that was close to getting knocked out was Fury, and he got saved by the referee. So, I mean, what the fuck's going on?
He got saved by the referee. He didn't take a kney, and he got saved by the referee.
Nelson jumped right in front of him. Get in front of me, Mark. What the fuck are you doing? He's gonna knock me out, Mark. Get him in here.
I've seen so many fights where the guy hits the ropes the way he did, and the ref steps in. That's a damage. Honestly, the ref didn't step in when he was bouncing off the top of the ropes, but when he hit the bottom of the ropes, his ass cheeks touched the bottom ropes. That's considered a knockdown.
What year did he beat Klitschko? Was that 2000? What?
That was 2000. Bro, that was like 2,000 years ago. In was it 1 BC? 25.
Yeah, bro, he's like I said, bro. He's stealing money. He's old news, bro. Like he's actually, like I said, he needs to probably cash in. What he should do is probably get this rematch with Usyk, make this dream Brit fight between him and Joshua, so they can get the money at Wimbledon. Like I said, that fight will still sell, and then just walk off in the sunset. He has nothing else to prove. He's damaged goods, bro. He's done. At this point, he's stealing money. He got beat up by MMA guy. Like literally.
And then he got beat by middleweight.
Oh yeah, he got beat by middleweight. The same middleweight that the AJ fans are like go crazy for. That same middleweight, huh? Remember the AJ fanboys? Where's the AJ fanboys at? I haven't seen an AJ fanboy for years, man. Damn, bro.
But where you from? Where you from, Gypsy? You're American, right?
I'm American. America. I don't use the A.
You have more support for Fury than the British fans.
What? Say again? I'm more of a Fury fan than the British fans?
Yeah, you support Fury more than British fans.
Bro, I support a great fighter. I don't support, it doesn't matter what they are. Black, white, Mexican, I support them. It doesn't...
No, mate, listen. It's because a lot of British fans have accepted that Fury lost decisively. But it seems like you still kind of on the road
too, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I accepted it. How many times I gotta say I accepted that he lost? I accepted that he lost by a fucking point to me. A 1 point difference. I accepted it.
It's just ridiculous.
I'm
You
serious.
keep going back and forth. It's fucking crazy.
I'm saying I accepted it. I accepted it. He said I accepted it.
He lost by 2 points to make you feel better. 3 points. 3 points. Does that make you feel better?
You accepted it. You accepted it. You
He was
accepted
looking
it.
for every possible way to get Fury around. He saw Fury
You accepted it.
Poison after this or what, bro? What the fuck can I say?
Crazy. Oh man, that man's crazy. That man's crazy. That man's crazy.
Bro, I accepted this shit, man. Like I told you, you lost. But
Say that again. Please don't say that again.
Next fight's gonna be different. That's all I said. Just know that it's gonna be different. It's gonna be a different ballgame.
My man sound like a Diddy victim. I accepted it. I accepted it. Cut it out.
I accepted that I was wrong. I was guilty, Your Honor. I did.
I got you, bro. I'm just playing, bro. I'm
the glove fit. We get it,
bro.
It's just gonna be good, man. I'm gonna enjoy the next October next year. Like that dumbass.
Guys, who you got now with Bivol and Batavia?
Bitterbev. I still have Bitterbev. I don't give a fuck about my age.
Injuries. What did he injured his? What was it again? What did Beterbiev injure?
I'm not sure, but I heard.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What about that fight? What about that fight? Let's talk about that.
Wasn't it? It was his meniscus.
Meniscus.
Yeah, I got Bivol in that fight.
Some people say I'm not. If Bitterbev comes out there and like limping and shit, like how Thing did Frank Sanchez against Caballero, then yeah, I would say Bivol. But if he gets to be normal and somehow the fight takes place in, I don't know, end of this year, and you see him moving just similar to what he was moving before, and maybe not exactly the same, I still favor Bitterbev. Because all he needs is one good shot, and he will get that one good shot in.
I wonder if Bivol eats it.
That's a tough call, man. That's a tough call. That's a tough call.
I promise you, Bivol ain't gonna eat that shit, bro. He ain't gonna eat that shit.
I think he scored.
He's gonna eat it, and he's gonna have indigestion, diarrhea, all that shit all at once, and he's gonna go down.
That's a tough call, man. That's a tough fight, bro. I'd say like that's a tough fight. Like it depends if Beterbiev aged as well. You know, because he's been in wars. You know, it depends on that. Like, because we never know when when he's going to actually age, and he's kind of like up in that part where fighters kind of start to show a little bit of. He still retains that power, but Bivol, I think Bivol's getting stronger. I think he's just at this point where he's getting his man strength. I think their endurance is tied. Although I think Beterbiev has the better punch resistance. So, but we have to see if Beterbiev, honestly, if he's aged at all. You know, but
strength. He already got his man strength, bro. Isn't he like 30 something?
Like 233.
Yeah, he's got his man. He's actually getting closer to his slide more than anything else.
No, I think he's getting stronger. Like, there's like because I'm 40 at this point. Like, there's a difference in like man strength, but I think he's kind of just getting to that point where, like he's got that husk. I guess a little bit different now. Like, but. We could be wrong, but Beterbiev has faced stronger men, but I don't know if he's faced anybody as sharp as Bivol before. Bivol's a sharp shooter.
Come on, just based off the amateur experience, he's faced everybody.
That's amateurs, not pros, sir. Now you're right. No, he's seen his style before, but like in the pros, but he's still a little bit different. Like Bivol's.
I know, but a lot of those guys are in the pros now. Like he fought fucking Usyk in the amateurs. He's seen guys he's seen the same styles, and these guys fight that way now.
Yeah,
it's not as many rounds, but he has that experience. I don't know. I think it all rides on how this knee heals up.
Go ahead.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
They never really released what level grade of tear it was, and that's a big deal because if it's like a grade 3 tear and it flapped over like a pancake. That means you have to re-sew it down, and then you have to reattach it. So that'll take way longer to heal. So it depends.
All I gotta say is,
what do you think about people saying he's cycling off Beterbiev? That's why he's faked an injury.
That's a possibility. That's what I was saying. If the fight takes place in what did they say? Like September, August, something like that. Basically, they gave a date that was very, very close. I was like, that's possibly cycling. But if it's a fight if the fight takes place somewhere in like November, December, something like that, like similar time period of the rematch with Fury and Usyk, then maybe he did really fuck his knee up, and they had to work on it. It's either one. The time will tell. Time is what's going to tell whether he actually.
Like I said, that body is starting to break down a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, started to break down a little bit. So I don't know, but
it's his, you know what it is? It's the road work, man. Just running all those stupid fucking miles all the time. That's why all the boxers' legs break down.
Oh, for sure.
And plus a fight to come back to like that. I mean, that off an injury, you have to come back to fight Dimitri Bivol off a knee injury, and you got to track him down. I mean, I just don't think it's a good fight. That's not ideal. You're right. That's why Bivol's going to be fighting, so he's going to be getting in, work. So I mean, I just think he's younger. He's going to be more active. So I still got Bivol.
They might, if they're smart, they might want to start pulling him back so he doesn't overtrain by the time this fight happens.
He ain't overtraining. He's got to fight with this bum that he's going to either hopefully stop or give me a stoppage for who knows how long. He hasn't stopped anybody, Bivol. Hopefully he stops the guy and gets his confidence up for stopping individuals because he
don't fight like that, but I hear you.
But he has to, bro. Like, he has to. Like that. I mean, come on. When are you going to get your killer instinct back? That fucking King, who's that guy that he fought that he was supposed to stop? That
Gypsy. Yeah, before I forget, dude, I just want to apologize, even though you're being a little weird and shit.
For what?
I feel bad, man, making fun of you. But,
I just want to throw that out there, man. Early energy, bro. Keep that shit away from me, bro. I don't need that. Thank you. I don't need an apology.
You said you accepted it. You said you accepted it. So I'm just saying.
I accept the fact that my boy lost, not anything else. You know what I mean? I don't know what you guys are thinking about. Gay ass shit. Anyways, yeah. So I don't need that apology, bro. Don't say those kind of things. But
calm down, everyone.
Anyways, so what was I saying? Yeah, Bivol.
I'm sorry too, man. I want to apologize from the bottom of my heart, Gypsy.
Yeah.
I want to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Yeah, dude. I mean, hey, we know what it's like to be in love with a woman. I mean.
Yeah. What? Yeah. I got it. Okay. What was that guy that Bivol fought? What's his name? Lyndon Arthur.
Lyndon Arthur. Yeah, Alpha.
Yeah, Lyndon Arthur was a guy he was supposed to stop. He didn't. He couldn't stop him. Like he's got to stop this guy, whoever this bum is. They're gonna put in front of him. You don't stop him, man. This was like, come on, bro. Like he's really either on the slide, because I remember him when he was first starting off. He was stopping guys, Bivol, and now it's like, when's the last time he stopped anybody? The guy stop him. Well, you can't stop him. D-level fight. Realistically, like it's pathetic on Bivol's part. But
yo, did y'all read that super chat?
Better's gonna knock that dude out, bro.
I didn't see it.
Here, let me read this out real quick.
He pulled it off.
This is a funny name, bro. Let me give a shout to It's Not Real 666. It's their first super chat, and he says, "About time I tipped." Shout out to you, bro. My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. I just want to make sure we read that one out.
No, it's all good.
Who's Canelo fighting?
William Skull is mandatory.
Who is that?
An undefeated Cuban fighter, dude.
Is he any good? Because I haven't even checked him out yet.
He's all right. He's like, you know, what you would expect a Cuban fighter to fight like.
So it's safe to say that the fight with Benavidez is never going to happen.
I mean, when he went up to 175, he kind of was saying that Or he's not trying to chase after no more. Because if he would come back down afterwards, he's probably guaranteeing himself a loss.
All right, guys. I'm gonna bounce, guys. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'm gonna play some Call of Duty with Tyson Fury and Usyk. I'm sending them an invite. We're gonna play some Call of Duty. If you guys want to join, you can always join.
All right,
That's
man.
content right there. That's great content right there.
All right, guys.
All right, bro.
I think he's the most stubborn person on the server. Probably.
Fuck
You don't
him.
give a
Who?
fuck.
Who?
Gypsy.
No, I disagree.
What you are?
I just think he trolls a little bit. He just drinks a little and just gets on the troll.
No, he's a cool.
Yeah, he's chill.
That's how I see it.
We already know who the number one most annoying fucking guy that should be banned off the fucking realm of the BDA.
Yeah.
I thought it was Doro.
I thought it was Booty
He's
Juice.
entertaining. I still think he's entertaining them.
I like Dora. Dora says some racist shit, but I think Dora's entertaining. I don't take it personal.
Yeah, I like Dora.
I don't take it personal.
He does go on a rant, but they're okay. They're not.
He'd be like in the crit in those Crips. I'll be like this guy.
Well, you don't like Crips and you don't like Mexicans. He's part of the Euro fan club.
I don't hate on Mexicans. I've said this many times. I don't hate on Mexicans. I hate on
the European Union.
Nah, bro, stop the fucking.
What's up, brother Dora? What's up, brother Dora?
No other fighter acts like this except Canelo, which is why
Brother Dora, man. That's
Oh, there he is.
Canelo's gonna fight his mandatory, bro. Now you're gonna be mad.
He can vacate the belt. That shit's pointless fight.
No, why would he vacate the belt? He's undisputed. He's the only guy defending his undisputed title.
He doesn't need that shit. It's pointless. Canelo is undisputed. He's defending his shit.
He's making history. Every time he defends those titles, he's making history.
You know, he could.
He's making a record, dude. He's the first undisputed at that weight class, and he's now defending his
historically weak. He fought in a historically weak 168 era, which is already a weak division.
Well, that's what they say about fucking Rocky Marciano, and he's still the fucking, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's all
Rocky, Rocco.
He's not Muhammad Ali or Joe Louis.
What do you mean weak division? It's popping right now.
No, it's not. There's nobody.
It's fucking popping, bro. You want me to go
There's
listen
nobody
to
there.
All right, I'll listen to
What you think about that Stank Davis fight, bro?
Yo, should I list the names at the guys at 168?
Yeah, go ahead. And Billy Pacheco. These guys aren't world beaters. Berlanga.
I thought you said
they're all
popping.
They're not good. They're prospects, man. They're
Come on, prospects. Those guys are good. What are you talking about?
Oh my god. They've done nothing in boxing. They've done nothing.
Those guys ain't prospects, bro. Now you're capping.
They're prospects.
Berlanga is terrible, Amok. Give me a break. Nobody wants to see Canelo fight.
He's a young and Puerto Rican attraction, bro. Okay, so you don't hate on. All right.
I have to.
No, I agree with them with Berlanga. Berlanga is a prospect.
And if Canelo fights Berlanga, that's gonna be a great fight on his resume, a great name on his resume, and I don't want to hear you guys complaining about it.
You will hear it.
Pacheco looks like shit too.
Yo,
Craig,
I didn't hear you complain about Loma fighting Ortiz, all right?
Fighting who?
Loma fighting who?
Ortiz.
He loved when he fought Cambosos, right? He loved that beatdown.
Yeah, you loved it, bro. You were like all up in his fucking You're gobbling that motherfucker, dude.
Jermaine Ortiz arguably beat Tio, whether the fight was trash or not, which we all agree it was. He arguably beat him. That Tio it's not the same. He's way more proven than any of those guys I just listed. Jermaine Ortiz more proven fighting Pacheco, more proven than Billy, more proven than Berlanga. You guys can cry about it, but it's just a fact. Look at who he's fought.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm not going to disagree. He beat a compromised Tio.
Wait, is Tio in his prime?
Loma, then.
He's pretty fucking close. It's like 27, 26.
Yeah, that means he's in his prime.
Approaching it, yeah. 26, 27.
Yes, probably. Most likely, yeah, bro.
Do you think he beats what's his name? That Matias guy.
Yeah,
I think Teofimo can beat him, bro.
Yeah, he'll knock him
This guy, Matias, he's good, bro. He's tough. He hits hard, but he just walks in a straight line, bro. He just walks everybody down. Some footwork.
Yeah,
who's faster than him?
Yeah, but that guy's unproven too. He's a.
Who is? You talking about Matias?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a killer, bro. He can hit. You know what I mean? That's for sure. But I mean, just walking everybody down and just taking shots, kind of like Jarrett, bro.
Oh, Berlanga. Well, I mean, I might as well. If we're gonna do that, then I might as well say Berlanga's a killer. He's
No. Matias actually
he stopped a lot of guys in the first round.
No,
right?
but Matias actually killed somebody.
All right, but let's not talk about that. Yeah, he did actually kill somebody, but the style is completely different.
Yeah, I can't hear for that shit happen.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I could compare him to Jarrett Hurd, bro. He just comes in, he takes shots, you can't hurt him, and he's gonna hurt you. You know what I mean? Someone who can move around him, pop shot him, they can make him look silly, bro.
Yeah, good point. That's a good point there.
I think Teofimo could do that, and he probably got enough power to like
Yeah,
get his respect and then some, you know?
Teo will knock out Matias. So he'll make him walk into shit all night. He comes in a straight line, doesn't come in with a jab.
I think so, bro.
I
think so too. I got Teo in that fight.
I don't know.
I've been saying that for months.
He's gonna get knocked out.
Wait, Teo get knocked out? What?
I'll beat you on point.
Yeah, if he has an off night, he's gonna get
I've been
stopped.
saying that for months.
Wait, you really think Matias has a lot of power like that?
I think he just wears people the fuck out and he beats you down. He's like a lumberjack. He just chops your ass down.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't think Teo will like that. I'd like to see it. That's a great matchup stylistically. We should get it.
Speaking of Teofimo, bro, what do you think about this Claggett character?
Yeah.
Teofimo's our next opponent. Have any of y'all seen him fight before?
Nope. Well, actually, yeah.
You have?
And I don't remember the fight. Maybe. I think I was watching that and UFC at the same time. It was like one of them days. And the only reason why I remember because his last name sounds like a different word. Don't say it. He might get, pulled
like
off
a bundle of sticks. It sounds like a bundle of sticks.
Like a bundle of sticks.
So what's up? So who's fighting this weekend? It's El Gato, and what's the other dude's name? Josh Taylor.
Yeah, Jack
That's
Catterall.
a fight. I don't know why people wanted that fight, dude. People were saying they should have rematched. I thought, why? Fuck that fight.
Yeah, Catterall won.
I
Fuck that fight. That's a fight that should never happen again, bro.
Yeah,
Taylor should just move on.
I think they're trying to find something Taylor can win, but in some weird way, in some weird way, it's relevant.
Quack's cheering on Jack Catterall, like a third Italian shit like that.
I don't give a fuck.
He loves Josh Taylor beating up bums. Quack.
Yeah,
loves watching Josh Taylor beat up.
Quacks don't like Josh Taylor because he's not a European.
I'm a Scottish Italian guy,
Prime Josh Taylor versus Haney. Who wins?
Josh Taylor, he beats that Crip to a bludgeon.
I disagree.
The English
fight. I don't think Haney would take the fight.
He beats that Crip to
I don't think Haney would take that fight, to be honest.
Josh Taylor,
in the words of Dora, he gonna beat that Crip ass.
Yeah, that won't go well.
What fight were you talking about?
Josh Taylor, if he fought Haney. Can you imagine Haney trying to clinch him? He would get freaking massacred.
Well, you know what? Haney might win. Look what happened in the Jack Catterall fight. Jack Catterall showing them that Muay Thai style. Josh Taylor got the decision, if I remember.
I don't know. Taylor's dirty. I feel like if Haney tries to get dirty with him, that's not the guy.
Yeah, but Josh is on the decline.
That is true. It's not like Haney's on the ascent.
Haney's fucked, bro. Like, this the thing. Like, he's gonna suck. He can't at 140. He's outclassed at 140. He's outgunned at 147. Like, the hype job's over. Like, he made his money, but like I said, the Haneys are at this point stealing money. He'll never be good at 140 or 147 ever.
I'm about to say
I wonder if he has a world record.
He's outgunned all the way. Like he can't make 135. You know why? He almost killed himself trying to stay at 135 for years, literally. But he's not skilled enough, not coordinated enough. He can't deal with that speed, that power, that acumen. Like he's just one of those guys. He's a wannabe. He said like that's it.
I just want to know if he's
So when he proves you wrong, when he proves you wrong, what are you gonna
for the most clinches in a match?
When he proves you wrong, what are you gonna say?
Who proves you wrong?
When Devin Haney comes and proves you wrong, per se, for example, what are you going to say?
I'll take it. Give us the way he can prove him wrong.
Yeah,
easy, but take
Bro,
it up.
Listen. I'm not one of those type of brothers, bro. He got beat up by Loma. I saw that. Like he got beat up, but Loma was robbed. Like you know what I mean. Like I'm not one of those guys. Like I know what I saw. Like you know.
You can't say Loma was robbed.
Haney's trash, and steroids are not, like the thing, like Ryan was just better. Like steroids are not, like I know, but we shouldn't be, using steroids. I don't, he does need to be punished, but I'm still not using that as an excuse. Like, like he's just, Ryan was just better. Period. Like,
see, one of the issues that I have with Haney is he's on legal PEDs, and he still can't knock motherfuckers out. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, what are the legal PEDs though?
The snack program.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
he's on the SNAP program and he still can't knock people out, bro. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, listen. This is the argument I've had for a long time with Haney is that not only is he taking supplements or whatever, if it's illegal, it's fine, but he's always the bigger guy, always, and he's been making the career of fighting small guys. And he still can't knock motherfuckers out. He couldn't knock Jojo Diaz out, and he couldn't. I mean, come on, bro.
Madrazo, it gets even crazier. Want to know how it gets crazier? He has a cheating style. You have a cheating style. You're a weight bully. You're on snack, and you still can't knock motherfuckers out.
They're in there to steal money, bro. Like he's stealing money.
Listen, it's like Paulie Malignaggi, right? 2.0. Like he had good fundamentals. And he would hit you as hard as he could. He would load up on the shots. I seen Paulie Malignaggi load up and fucking strike as hard as he could. Could not phase motherfuckers. That's Devin Haney. Like
I think with Devin, little hands and little wrists.
I think with Devin, see, this is the thing with Devin. This is another.
How are you saying that Devin Haney, Paulie Malignaggi never had no knockout of the year, man?
Wait. Let me finish this. The reason why
these guys underneath the bus like that. How?
The reason why he could never follow through with his punch because he's always 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out. He never really sits. The most I've ever seen him sit on a punch was when he fought Cambosos. But I think but I've never really seen him sit. So I was
going to bring up that very thing you just said right now with Cambosos because on both fights, especially in the second fight, he was loading up on shots because he really wanted to knock the dude out. He wanted to make a spectacle. He did not want it to go to decision. He wanted the knockout. So he was loading up on those shots, and Cambosos just stood in front of him. And that was
but he's not used to that. Like Haney's not used, but he sitting on his punches where he knows he's safe. Like it's still that's still something that has to be refined. So it's still not something. It's not like a skill of his. Like he would have to get through a couple fights to understand like sitting on it, like to get to that point. But he never really truly sits on his punches until he's 1 foot down. Not that he's top. Not that he has power.
He needs to get with Crunk or something, dude. Like to develop some power punching because
his right hand is his Sunday punch, and it's still just like it's cupcakes, like literally, like he's punching.
Yeah, it's pillows. It's pillows.
You can't fix it. It's too far gone, dude. It's from the stance. His feet are wide as fuck. You can't transfer his power over. And I'm telling you right now, physically, he has little hands. He has small wrists. What the fuck is this guy gonna do? He's already big. You can't put on any more weight. You can have him lift weights. It's not gonna do shit.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I hear you. But if I was look, if this was my investment, this was my guy. He signed to me, and I need to get this guy another fight, and I need to get him back in the winners bracket. What do we do? How do we get from that? How do we get there? Like elite competition.
We would,
guys. You guys are on my board. He's our client. You guys are on my board. How do we get this motherfucker to the winners bracket again in convincing fashion? without fighting.
It does start with the trainer, but like I said, it starts with his mental. He's always 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He doesn't want to get hit. Like, and he's such, and they confuse that with skill, with him having a skill of being, like I said, no, that's just being scared. Like, he cannot, if you can't stay in the pocket without getting hit, you're not a master boxer. Like, maybe from where his trajectory, he will never be able to throw a right hand from his chin and throw knockout power. Like, I just don't think that's in him. I don't think his mind can't really. He's a smart kid, but he's not fight sophisticated. Like, he doesn't even understand like how to throw things from a certain trajectory. He always goes back to what he knows: safe boxing, throw a couple jabs, clinch.
And this is where, if he had a trainer, I think it would take a new trainer, and it would take dedication, and it would take at least 2 or 3 fights, meaning a year and a half to 2 years. A year and a half to 2 years under a new trainer to start fixing a lot of these flaws, because they're not going to happen overnight. If you get into a big fight with the new trainer, you're going to do good for 1 or 2 rounds, but as soon as you get tired, as soon as you get buzzed, you're going to go right back to your old ways. And bringing in a new trainer.
He needs a teacher. He needs a teacher. Not a trainer. He needs a teacher.
Yeah, I got it. Hang on for a second. We got a super chat from Pete, from Skillbender. He says Spence versus Fundora, October in Dallas.
What?
Oh shit, that's confirmed?
I guess so.
That's I don't know, man. Like, Errol Spence is untested.
Did Fundora get stripped from 1 belt? He had 2 of them. What, he got stripped from 1, right? Or does he have both?
I have no idea, to be honest.
I thought he had both.
I know he had the WBO from
And he's got both belts. He's got both belts.
He's got both belts. Okay, so listen, again, you guys, my whole beef with the PBC fighters, how could a guy coming off an obliteration, like the guy got obliterated, how could a guy coming off a big fucking loss get a title shot? Just like Fundora came off a fucking huge loss, gets a title shot. How the fuck does that? Can someone please explain to me? Because I'm still having a very hard time with this one.
That was like one of the dirtiest shit that's happened in boxing in a little bit. They did that on purpose. They switched out the opponent because he was training for a completely different.
I know that, but it's mind-boggling how a fucking guy comes in, gets fucking destroyed. Like, I think Spence got it worse than fucking Fundora. At least Fundora, he had a 1-2 shot that knocked him out, but Spence got beat the fuck up, and then he got fucking rocked. I just don't understand how these guys are getting title shots.
It's not what you know, it's who you know, and then at this point,
this shit has got to fucking stop already.
Well, let me give you a sentiment. What my personal opinion on that is, he got beat up so bad, so now they want to see if he can return to form. And most casuals, they'll probably say, because I know a lot of my uncle was like, oh, I like that Errol Spence, he'll be back champ. I'm like, no, I'm telling my uncle, like, you don't understand, uncle, like, he never was that good. And you kind of like him for the wrong reasons and all that, So, but I think it's like he's a brand. Like, people like them. Like, remember, like the Dallas Cowboys, like he was a brand up until that beatdown. So you do have a value in a return fight to see, but he's never going to be the same. We all know that. But I think that's it's just a thing to cash in for him to steal money and promoters to make money. I think they
could pull it over the eyes of the fans that are like the casuals, and they can make a quick buck on the turnaround, right? So he can come back. He can come back with a championship fight against a guy who didn't deserve a championship fight either, and they can sell it, and they can make as much money. It's probably not going to make a lot of money, but it's going to make more money than most of the fights they have on. Sure, I get that. Okay, fine. But what are you going to do after that? Why not bring him back? Bring him back strong. Bring him back to see if he really has what it takes. Bring him back. Work him up. Fuck these titles, dude, because then you're just gonna have a fake title on your hand.
So let me ask you a question. So let me hold on. Let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. Maraza, if I think that's your name correctly. Madaraso. So, well, Errol Spence got paid about, let's say, upwards to the north towards 20 million per se. Do you think that man's going to come back and fight for Chitlin Circuit money? When I say Chitlin Circuit, I mean anywhere upwards north of 5 to 8 million. I'm just putting it into reality and realistic,
dude.
then these guys are not going back down to that.
I know,
money.
but bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's like
you're not gonna get him to fight someone like Lubin for $5 million.
No, I know. Hold on. Well, hold on a second. This is what I'm saying. You're gonna do it it's a one-trick pony thing. It's a one-trick thing, right? You're gonna get him to fight Fundora this one time, and you're gonna make money, and whatever you can make, you're gonna make money off of this comeback fight, right? But after that, us guys on the panel and guys like us, we're gonna know this guy's this is a fraud. This is not for real. This is just to make as much money as you can, and you burn that bridge with the fans. They're not going to even give you $1 million after that. They're not even going to. It's going to be hard to justify getting a $2 million payday after this fight because we know he doesn't deserve it, and we know he's fighting a guy.
Let me give you a little bit more insight.
I disagree, Madrazo.
And pardon the ignorance of my people. You got church people, like church women, like Baptist women that love Errol Spence. You got like Errol Spence is like he was supposed to be like they were trying to make him the modern day Sugar Ray. They were trying to give him that, and it's like, you know, but at this point at his age, what is he, 34, 35? He took years, like he's missed learning curves. Like he's missed a good 4 years of fighting due to car accidents or whatever have you. So he's missed a good about 4 years, and now they want him. He's supposed to come back and be like just better than what he was. Like it's like you said, like it's a crap. We all see that. Like it's just
oh yeah,
you know, it's just a crap.
And that's what I'm saying. It's going to be hard to justify pay-per-views because listen, the PBC is not going to be the same anymore. Like from what I hear, PBC is going under. Who's gonna put up these fights with Errol Spence? Like who's gonna want to see that? Who's gonna pay to see Errol Spence? I don't want to pay to see Errol. I thought for a long time that okay, Errol Spence is good. He's not as good as Crawford, but he'll still be competitive, and it'll probably be one of those fucking Hagler Hearns fights. You know, we didn't even get that, bro. It wasn't
nowhere
even
near it. Nowhere near it.
You know how what a letdown for years we've been fed this bullshit about this guy being like one of the best guys and we didn't even get Hagler Hearns, dude. But bro, even looking at that, Crawford. But shit, at least
he was never that good though, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like Errol Spence was never that good. He was losing with Kell Brooks' face that Gigi already broke. Like you said, like you know, like the injury reared his ugly head in the fight. Up until that time, Errol Spence was going to lose. He fought. What's the guy from DC? I forgot his name. The light skinned guy from DC. That guy was on his way out the door. Everybody that he fought, like Sean Porter, was always maybe a C+ to a B- at that. So he was, you know, as much as I love Sean Porter, you know, as a brother, you know, he's a good guy and all that, but he was never really an A fighter. The guys like Errol Spence's resume is literally like, if you really look back at it, he beat up a 130 pounder. Like when Mikey came up there, Mikey's still a better boxer than Errol. Errol was just bigger. Like that's why they make work classes. Errol was never that guy. So they were really selling a hype to people. They were trying to build this fight, but they were trying to build it too long, you know, and then, you know, the multiple layovers he had.
Well, you gotta understand. Part of the issue was Errol himself because he was scared to fight Crawford. Let's be real here. He was ducking him for years.
Yeah, that's true.
Excuse me. Thank you, King. Oh, can I say Lamont Peterson? Thank you, King. There was Lamont Peterson, and like literally, like everybody that Errol fought literally was just like they were subpar. They were on their way out of their C+ fighters. When we all like, it was like literally dropping him in the grinder when he fought Crawford. Crawford knew he was lunch meat. He was food. Like you could see it in Crawford's eyes. Like there was no doubt. There was no dispute. Errol was never that guy.
And you know what? Crawford too. I mean, I like Crawford. I think he's a better fighter. But Crawford also has a fucking underwhelming resume. I mean, when they were up there at the press conference talking about which broken version of Cal Brook they beat, I thought that was horrible, dude. That was one of the most terrible fucking things I've ever seen. I'm like, you guys are arguing over which broken Cal Brook you're bragging about that? What the fuck?
And this is how flat bones work, because I forget which orbital bone GG broke first, but there must have been little fractures on the other side as well. Like when you crack a plate, you're not going to see all the fractures on the plate. It's the same thing. So when he got hit when he got hit that injury reared, but up until then he was beating Spence's ass. Like he was beating his ass. Like the way I was looking at it, like I never bought into that.
Dude, chocolate brownies were landing for sure.
Absolutely.
I saw that fight like 3 times, and I'm like, dude, how is this so competitive? I thought this was going to be like more of a wash. because this guy's already broken, and you're letting this guy take you into waters, like you're letting this guy take you deep, and you have to dig deep to win this fight, which he did. But I'm just like, this wasn't supposed to be that competitive. It just wasn't.
It would have been a draw if what's it called? If Sean Porter didn't get knocked down. If he didn't get knocked down, it probably would have been a draw. And Porter's like
fight too. Oh yeah, no, that dude. I had Sean Porter winning by 1 point, and with a knockdown, I had it a draw. Yeah. When he fought Sean Porter, I was like, shit, dude. Sean Porter's laying it on this. He's in the pocket, and Sean Porter was comfortable in the pocket with him until that knockdown, and I'm like, oh, that's a draw now. And that's how I scored it. And for him to walk away with a UD was like kind of a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he felt that way. Maybe that's why he got all depressed and fucking crashed his car that night. Because the car crash happened that night, I think, didn't it?
Well, I heard a story. The unofficial story goes that he was banging this chick, and he gave her STDs, right? So her boyfriend got STDs, and he was chasing him with some gang member. I don't know how. I don't know if it's official or not.
That's a better story. I think
I believe it. I wouldn't doubt it.
That's why, like, when I seen a part of it, like the longer video. It does kind of seem like there was a car chasing.
Damn, that's a way better story, dude.
I don't know if the story's true or not, but
I mean,
that's the rumor, Phil.
Yeah, I prefer that story over I got coke nose and I fucking rolled my car like an idiot because I couldn't handle myself. I mean, and then why are you driving by yourself anyway? Like, you were partying. Why don't you let somebody drive you?
The guy's drunk. The guy's country. He's from Texas. No offense to Texas folks and all that, but they don't strike me as the fastest people in the world. And and him,
dude.
Yeah, a slow person driving a fast car. You know what I mean? That doesn't go. Like I said, I just think they kind of made money. Like, remember that was.
Did you say slow person driving a fast car?
Yeah, that's what I see. Like when he talks, he sounds I'm from Jersey, so like when I hear people from down south, like I can only take them for so long. I'm like, you guys got to speed it up a little bit, man. Like and not to say they aren't smart. People from down south are smart. I'm not saying IQ is just different, but I just that southern drawl annoys me. Like I'll talk to a cat from Philly, California, New York, or some people that can articulate themselves at a decent pace. Like when I look at Errol Spence talk, it is the longest draw. Like it irks me.
It is a little punchy. It is a little punchy. Yeah.
It's like being how do you say it? Like he has a relaxed style coupled with brain damage.
Jesus. Yeah.
And you would thought like when he was fighting Crawford, he'd have switched some things up. I mean, it was just nothing. Like he just learned. I mean, the whole time, like he said, I have good boxing IQ. You didn't really outbox Mikey. Like Mikey was just too short to box with you, like, or too small to box with you, like. And Mikey did have good moments in that fight where you were supposed to demolish him. I've seen. I know these are old fighters, but when Roberto Duran went up 2 divisions to fight Hagler, he went 15 rounds with that cat. Literally, and you still couldn't put Mikey. You couldn't even put Mikey away. Like that's just I don't know.
Well, the story goes after the fight. He said he wanted to school Mikey, but if you guys remember, he said he was going to stop him.
He couldn't put Mikey away. He could. Mikey was good enough to survive, still land good shots and survive in there and still not be like too banged up. Like Mikey was just probably out of his weight class, but he still couldn't put Mikey away. Like that was terrible. That was terrible. Errol Spence is not even. He's not a top 10. Like he's a hype job, but I'm sure by some way he'll make the boxing Hall of Fame. Like I guess that's weird. That'll be weird. That's even cringy to say because he held on some belts for some odd years, but he was hurt most of those years. He fought bums most of those years. Like it's like that shouldn't even count. They should count that by like your merit of who you fought, who you took damage against. Like did you get on your shield? Like was there any imminent threat in your actual fights that you were fighting? But I think that should be the criteria. But he'll end up being there. Southern draw and all.
I don't know, man. I don't think that career warrants a Hall of Fame. I don't know. Just it's not, the resume's not great.
The criteria has changed. It changed Madrasas. Anybody gets in now.
Has it really? Like, what's the criteria now for Hall of Fame?
I don't know. They're letting. I don't think there is one.
Well, think of the Hollywood stars. You know, anybody could be a Hollywood star now. Put it on the sidewalk.
No, I think it's a little bit different now, like because we have social media. So like if you're a star on social media, like it's not like it used to be back in the day where stars were made. So we're like living, but you know, most people, they have followings more than, you know, following somebody blindly as a star. Like it's, you know, I think it's more diversified.
So by that criteria, where the new criteria, then fucking, you're telling me that the kid's gonna be a Hall of Famer, or a fucking.
He likely will be. He likely will be. I mean, I don't want it to be that way, but he likely will be.
How far has the sport fallen, man? Like, just that's far.
When there's no more fights in Atlantic City, I'm from Jersey. When there's no fights in Atlantic City, when there's no fights in you know, where it's not often in New York, and then the Saudis, all the fights are being fought over there. Like it's like, you know, America boxing used to be America pastime. Remember, people used to sit around radios. Like my grandfather was telling me, like, you know, we would sit down and listen to Joe Louis. And I can't imagine, like, trying to get into a fight by listening to it. I have to see it. Like, we're studiers. We're students of the game. So we study. We watch foot movement. We're watching ring generalship. Like, we're watching everything. I cannot imagine being there back then, listening to a radio. Listen to it. He gives them a left and a right. I could not imagine, but.
Bro, that sounds fucking whack.
Yeah, but you know what? You wouldn't know any better, though. So.
Yeah, you can't miss what you don't have.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
what I want to know around those times is how many fucking commercials they had to plug in every time, you know, they were announcing a fight each round by round.
I mean, look at the old ABC fights. They used to have 3 fights on Sunday on ABC. You know, like even the big guys. You know, the quote unquote the greatest, Muhammad Ali. You know, he fought for free on ABC. Boxing was available for, you know, the man who couldn't pay for pay-per-view at the time. So and they kind of did more damage themselves when they made everything pay-per-view. You might have seen a kid that actually might have seen a free fight, and he might have wanted to invest his life into boxing. So I think that might could have happened as well. And with pay-per-view numbers, you know, how the WWE and all those other, you know, boxing was competing with other type of fight, you know, sort of genres and all that. So, but.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if you put like if the NFL put the Super Bowl behind a paywall? That would not help them at all. That would kill their exposure, and that's exactly what boxing did. Who's going to pay for something that nobody like? Just can you imagine just what you just said? If you're a first time watcher, right, you're not going to pay for a fight.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to. You're already missing a big portion of your audience. It's really bad marketing.
You know how many cats, like, you know, from around my way, I'm just saying, just for, you know, my community, black community, you know how many brothers were inspired when they seen Ali drop Mr. Foreman and all that, and it was like, and they wanted to be that because that, you know, Ali wasn't supposed to win that fight, you know, it was really, really, really bad. The reason why he didn't rematch, but it inspired other guys. Larry Holmes, you know, he would watch Mr. K at the time he was Cassius Clay. You got guys that were watching him for free. Remember, people actually boxing was family outings. You know, you actually took your family to a boxing match sometimes. When they were coming to town, you know, there were boxing clubs. And back then, in the 80s and the 90s, especially up here in the East Coast, New York, Boston, Jersey, Philadelphia, there were a lot of boxing clubs, you know, that you can go to just about, you know, in every borough, every neighborhood or something like that. And that's not here no more.
Right. Sports like that, especially with the increase of real estate prices, how do those gyms stay in business? People who go to boxing gyms typically don't pay a lot of money a month to go there. It's supposed to be cheap.
Mr. Frazier, and because I'm close by, I'm from Camden, he would let kids come over there to train for free just to stay out of trouble. Now, that wasn't wise of him, but, you know, now we would see different champions like Mr. Roy, Mr. Tarver. There's different boxers that would come by and give Mr. Frazier a couple thousand to keep the lights on. They're like, here you go, champ. So he had, you know, but that's around my way. That's how it used to be. But now is they ran it down. I forgot what it is or what it is now in Philadelphia, but yeah.
Yeah, I noticed it too. Even where I'm in California, when I was younger, there was probably like 3 or 4 major boxing clubs. Even in my area, there's only actually all 4 of those are closed now. And some new ones opened up over the years, but the old ones were like a lot of older fighters came out of, like a lot of the pro fighters. That all those clubs are closed. So yeah, times have changed. Fucking people got into karate and shit. You know, that's actually always surprised me. People don't want to pay like $60 or $70 a month to go to a boxing gym, but they'll pay $230 a month to go learn karate. It blows my fucking mind.
I think there's a misconception with martial arts because people watch they don't understand the cinema. Like when they see Bruce Lee, they say, if I train hard to be like Bruce Lee, I can do what he does, and not noticing that cinema. So Hollywood has something to do with that as well. Like I know guys.
I'm gonna say a lot of things that are gonna piss people off right now. Bruce Lee's the biggest high job there is of all time.
Absolutely, I agree with you, sir. Absolutely.
I mean, he's an actor, bro.
Yeah, he has no real formal.
He was ripped and shit, but he's an actor.
They got mad that Michael J. White
combat experience in anything.
Michael J. White would put Bruce Lee like they people were upset with him. Even guys from back then, like, no, Bruce would have like, bro, you are 135 pounds. There's weight classes, like you would have got folded up, honestly. But actually,
for all we know, he could have had a glass jaw, man.
Michael J. White's ass, dude, because they're actual.
I don't know, man. I seen Donnie Yen, dude. He looked fucking amazing. He would have been
well, Bruce did become more effective once you can even see it in his movies once he added boxing to the Jeet Kune Do Tao. When his foot moving and throwing jabs and feints, like you can tell the difference in his movies when he got into it. He fell in love with boxing like sometime between after I forget which one did Enter the Dragon. That's when he fell in love with boxing. You will notice like in his feints in these movies, like I said, his hands keeping his hands up, how his guard is. Like he was just. And that's a testament to boxing. Like boxing rules everything. Besides grappling, I respect grapplers because you can't punch on the ground. But boxing kicks everybody's ass. Or Muay Thai.
That's the other thing he added. He added judo. He added judo and boxing. You're right, and I think he did do some Muay Thai training as well, a little bit, but he didn't really implement that into JKD that much.
He'll throw feints. He learned to throw feints when boxing. That's why if you watch Enter the Dragon versus the other movies, like you said, like his footwork, he's circling, he's throwing jabs, or he's doing broken rhythms. He's changing levels when he's like feigning and stuff. Like he's doing different things. And of course, this is choreographed. But again, he's a philosopher, so he even taught through his choreographed stuff. So he would throw jabs. He would throw a low jab and then come back up top. And especially when he fought O'Hara. Remember when he was fighting O'Hara and the hand speed was just like his hand speed when they would lock hands at first, and then he would just give him an insane jab and hard didn't even see it coming. It was just like pow pow. Like he was literally.
I mean, to be fair, we're talking about like fucking 240p at like 30 seconds.
Yeah, you know what he was using.
30 frames. I meant 30 frames. 30 frames at fucking 240p. Like the resolution is fucking ass.
Well, and it's actually better than you realize. It was actually how you could watch it at home. They actually had HD back in the 70s, but you didn't have a device at home that you could watch it on. That's why everything could be digitally remastered right now.
Oh, wow. That's cool. Yeah, like I said, if anybody's actually legit, like Chuck Norris would be legit. Like he has multiple championships under his belt.
Oh yeah,
like,
ISKA.
He's actually fun.
He was Yeah, he was ISKA champ. He's pretty good actually. You know what though? Like he actually gives credit to Bruce Lee. So maybe as bad as how do you say it? As limited as he was in his like tournament experience, because I don't even know if there's any documentation of him in any tournaments. But a lot of people do say as a practitioner he was pretty good. So.
I think Chuck was the real deal. There's some guys like Bruce. I've heard Bruce got his ass kicked a couple times. So, like,
let me ask you, who'd win a fight? Dolph.
What? Repeat that, sir.
Who would win a fight between Dolph Lundgren and Jay White?
I don't know.
I say Dolph. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Michael J. Because Michael J. Like I haven't seen him fight either. Now he has won karate tournaments and different martial art tournaments, and he's trained with other guys.
Kickboxing champion.
But you got to see what Dolph Lundgren has done too, bro.
Yeah, he's.
I don't. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Like they're both serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like that would be a good pay per view fight. That would be nice. That would be nice. That'd be a good fight. Yeah, but like
that'd be more even question than asking Michael J. White, Bruce Lee. You know what I mean? Like someone of your size, dude.
Well, no, I think that's what he was trying to say when they were saying that. When they asked him,
the people that asked him, that's a dumb question. He should, you know.
And you know, like any fighter, he's like, I think I'd won. He's like, Bruce is 135 pounds. Now, and again, in a sanctioned fight, I got Michael J. White. In a street fight, Bruce. It's about the element of surprise. There are no fair advantages in a street fight. So depending on who hits who where or who has the up, like that's who wins usually in a street fight. Usually, but
you got Bruce Lee by eye snatch.
I mean, look, if you could chop him in the throat, if you have to, remember he had I forgot the man, he was training some white guy, he was choking him, and he's like, now what do you do? The white guy was like, I don't know. He said, you bite. He was like, what? He was like, yeah, like, now that's not your first offense, because that's how you lose your teeth, but if somebody has you in a headlock, you're going to bite him. Like, there's no rules in this shit, so we don't know whoever pulls out what in this fight, whatever, so, you know, but that's, you know. I need a drink. It's Friday. Gentlemen, listen, it's been great rapping with you guys. You guys are awesome. And until we meet again, thank you again for this lovely conversation. You guys have a great evening.
All right, man. You take care.
See you,
man. Jackie Chan's a realist. Bruce Lee versus, what's the other guy?
Who, Jet Li?
Donnie Yen?
No, not Donnie Yen. What's his name? Tony Jaa from Ong Bak.
Oh, dude.
Wait, didn't that guy actually train?
I mean, he looks pretty much. He looks like the real dude.
Yeah, I think that guy actually trained. Unlike Bruce Lee, he never mastered any of the techniques. That's why he had to make his own martial art.
I'm saying Jet Li. I'm saying Jet Li versus Ong Bak.
I don't know, man.
I think Bruce Lee was Wushu and Pakwa master.
Yeah, but so he did it for a while, but he never mastered.
Is Steven Seagal legit?
I mean, I guess in his realm.
I mean,
yeah, he's legit, dude. He invented the front kick. Remember?
Obviously, yeah. If you guys pay attention to MMA, Anderson Silva had to get him. Who he knocked out was a Vitor. He showed him that move.
Yeah. Showed Machida. He showed Machida how to.
Oh, Machida, the running
kick. Yeah, he did like a switch kick, and he's like, yeah, I was telling him how to do that.
I invented that just now.
You showed a karate guy a switch kick. They never seen that before. That makes sense.
He did that move, Quags, and then he went up to the camera. He's like,
he just jumps in the ring, takes the belt from him. He's like, "This is mine."
You remember when he challenged Randy Couture to the fight to the death?
What?
Yeah, he did that.
He what?
Steven Seagal challenged Randy Couture to a fight to the death.
Who did? Steven Seagal?
Yeah. Fast.
Come on, bro.
It's not a good idea.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a good idea. Obviously, would in the movies.
So, anyways, is this month fights over? All the good fights of this month over?
Just to Doc Taylor. That's all that's left.
It was a sick ass month of fights.
We're supposed to have the Better Beef fight, but I got. So.
I don't know.
The only thing I could think of are those. I think there's this undefeated prospect that's fighting. He's fighting some French guy.
This weekend?
Next weekend.
Who is it?
And no, Crags, that's not sarcasm. His name is Mauro Forte. Posted.
What weight class is that? Anyone?
Well, I don't know what class is. We gotta ask a mug, bro. What class is?
Sorry, my bad. I was busy in my background. He's at 130.
Anyone? 130. Oh, okay.
The Italian swag. No, I'm just. I think they're fighting for a European belt or some shit like that.
Hey, does anybody know if there was actually beef between that kid, the guy that beat up Robert Garcia's guy,
Norman Jr.?
Yeah, you're talking about Norman Jr. And I don't think so, bro. I think that was more. I mean, Atlanta, bro, and that was. I think that had to do with. I think Top Rank was trying to like, basically, so they wanted him to lose to Santillan, and I guess he knew that, so I guess that came with that. I mean, some people just like that, bro.
Oh, that's fucked.
But I don't think there's like any actual. This guy Santillan wasn't saying nothing to him or nothing like.
I thought there was beef because he started doing that shit to him. Like, he got in his, like, he kneeled down in front of him, kind of mocking him.
Yeah, no, he just did that just to do it.
I thought so. That was just unprovoked. That was just him being an asshole.
Yeah, I think so.
What a shit.
All right, guys, I'm gonna end the show. Time to go home.
Peace out. PB.
Chibi's here.
I read a lot of these too, Mitcha.
Okay, you read those. Okay, then that's fine then. Thank you, Quarks, for helping out. All right, guys, we'll see you maybe tomorrow, I guess. Fuck, another summer live stream. Fuck it. See ya.
Yeah.